baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That's an accident. Freaking Beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I have my money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat. 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. Damn. Bro, seeing your username brought a smile to my face, bro. Wait, I gotta think of some music. Jesus, it's been so long. Whew. It feels weird. Well, it doesn't feel that weird. It feels good. But like, Jesus. My IRL friend is here too. Hey, welcome IRL friend. How you doing, Mac? How you doing? Whew! It's been way too long. Sheesh. I don't want to take a break that long ever again. Oh God. Looking for jobs. Just got a couple of emails from job people. So I'm gonna check that out tomorrow. Hopefully I could get a good part-time job. You're doing good? Hell yeah. Let's go. I'm pumped up. I am pumped up. It's been a very long time. Why are the lights going off? That usually means a raid or a host or something, but I see no notifications. Oh, I feel good. Today, basically, wow, there's a lot to talk about. But I was nervous to press start streaming. That was like the first time I felt nervous to press start streaming in a long time. Yo, what's up, Nathan? What's up, Chris? What's up, guys? Wait, why is it behind? Oh, that's not good.
Monkey do good. Monkey do very
Mr.
good.
Mr. Daddy Frog. Wait, let me... Mr. Daddy Frog? You must have changed your username.
Monkey do very bad.
Yo, what's up, guys? Oh, Angel, what's up, bro? Ethan, what's up? How are you guys doing? Oh my god. Wait, I gotta fix something here. Whatever, I'll fix it later. I'll put a reminder to fix it. No worries, Ethan. Hey, oh, I forgot to take a... Thank you, Doctor, for the crossband. Hey, let's go! Hey, and that picture, if it's set up correctly, it should be sent to the Discord. Or maybe I didn't set that up yet. I don't remember. Send pics to Discord. Gee, what's up? Welcome back. Thank you, Chris. No, well, I guess he can't hear me, but no worries. Sorry for taking so long. Hey, Spy Fan. Nah, no worries. I've been streaming for like 5 minutes, so it's you're a good time, man. Missed you too, Angel. How's everyone doing? What's up, Nathan? Hell yeah, you leveled up in Genshin, right? All right. So, you guys might be wondering what's been going on. I'm just pressing song after song. I've been trying to make YouTube work. I made a secret channel. The secret channel is basically Pokemon Nuzlocke. it didn't do so well, so I'm gonna put those videos on the main channel and continue Pokemon type content on stream and on the main channel. We're still gonna do like content with other streamers like Jimmy, Jared. We're still gonna do like different games, community games, but I'm gonna do more like Pokemon style stuff, which we were doing a bit before. Did you have to crap? Hey! Did I have to crap? Yes, for 3 months. Ayo! Jesus. Hello there, hello there, hello there. Thanks for the raid. Jesus. This is what happens when someone raids. I turn into Kakashi. It's no bluff, baby! I'm back, Jared! What's up, guys? When you get epically rated. Hell yeah. Welcome, future. Dr. Jared, Jimmy, Jadept, Amanda, yeah? Do you know? There it is. Check out Jimmy, bro. Even though you all came from him. Hey, thanks for the cheers, daddy. Thanks, not daddy, Angel. We gotta look at this beautiful clip. Thanks for the follow. Bro, I had a good dinner tonight. Yeah, you did. You mispronounced everything, Jimmy.
Please
yes,
call
you
me
did.
a POKEMMO.
The way you read chat sometimes is funny. Damn, this is a long clip. Okay, we're back. Nice clip. If you're not already following Jimmy, what's wrong with you? Follow him. Jimmy, never heard of him. Welcome, Squishy. It finally happened. Yeah, I don't even... You've never even seen me stream before. Yes, call me daddy. No. Damn! Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Whoa. Whoa! Oh, this filter sucks. The old one used to make all the facial hair go away. Oh, that one is just creepy. Arigatou gozaimasu. Wait, I have to play music on guitar for people who sub. I got you. Give me a second. Ah, water is good for you. Please call me a PogChamp. You're a PogChamp, G. Damn. Thanks for the sub, Doctor.
Damn, Jimmy got a really cool friend.
Jimmy got a really cool friend. Oh, so much is going on. Oh yeah, for those wondering, I'm basically gonna be doing a lot of... Jesus, thank you, Mac, for the sub. Thank you. For TNT now. Bro, I can't even talk, baby. Jesus. Yo ho 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 ho. Wait, Dinell, where's your fuck you message? Hey, hype train guys. Yeah, thanks for the hype train. Jesus. I became a fan from Jimmy's YouTube collab videos. Nice. Love you, BB. Jesus. That's... Oh my god. Okay. Wait, let me go avatar state. Yeah, I'll do extremes. But let me first...
Womp 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 womp.
What the hell, bro? 5 subs? Thank you. I don't know why there wasn't music or sound effect with that, but arigatou gozaimasu. Thanks for the follow, Squishy. Thank you for the subs. Don't worry, Chi. Thank you for the subs. Dinell, Dr. Mac, and Jimmy. Want a full-length song? Nah. No one else wants a full-length song. If everyone else wants a full-length song, I'll give you one, but... Hey, random person 9. You got a sub now. Yeah, there you go, Chi. That's how it works. Thank you, but you're not done singing yet. Long song? Alright, if it's a long song, I gotta add some backing fine, I'll just do it. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Bro, let's go. I did an extreme stretch yet. I didn't forget. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of things going on. Alright, fine. Full-length song. Full-length song. Jesus. Wait, who? Jimmy. Thank you, bro. And Jared got one. Nathan and Nathan got one. And Chronic got one. Nice. Okay. I don't know how to. I just. Hey, let's go. I just came back to stream. And I got a lot of subs. And I am bad at this. But thank you for all the subs. It's been 3 months. And it's just been too long. Ooh. What's up, Jared? Welcome back. Or you're here the whole time. We're gonna do a lot of Pokemon. We're gonna do community games. I'm gonna find a part-time job. But thank you for all the subs. Jimmy, Mac, and everyone else. Danielle, Doctor, and someone if I missed them. I don't know if I missed anyone. Damn, Daniel. Yeah, Squishy knows how to sing. That was beautiful. This song gonna make me cry. Hell yeah. Next time I'll try to rhyme. Yes, sick. Damn, long time no see. What's up, bro? I'm glad. Happy belated birthday. Your birthday was a couple days ago, right? My bad for that. Shots for Pong. Wieners, Chudo, what's up? Okay. I know some people, not gonna lie, I'm happy. Hell yeah. Thanks for the bit, bro. Thank you, Angel. Chudo! My friend asked, what'd your friend ask? Alright. Let's get to the content. Because I'm sure there are people here that don't know who I am and that are just like, bro, this is boring. But Jesus Christ. Level 5 hype train. Jesus. 2 more. Thanks. Bro, I'll take every penny I can get. I am Jewish. So, you know. How you doing, guys? I want to know what's going on with everyone. I forgot Lux's birthday as well. Oh, I actually messaged Lux. I didn't forget that one for some reason. All right, we don't want repetition of music. This has its own music. So that should be cool. Ayo, the GG emote. I am very entertained, don't worry. Let's go. Where's my bro, I changed all my buttons up. I don't know where everything is now. Aww. I have all these buttons set up. I took out a bunch of channel point redemptions. Didn't want to mention it, but I'm gonna mention it. Bro, the joke. Yeah, bro. I got all them pennies. I'm getting ready to hit the gym. All right, see you, Jessica. Thanks for popping in. I'm back. I'm off the phone and can hear you. Hell yeah, Ethan. What's up? You can do it. I can abuse my 130k. A little bit. Thanks for the lurk, K-Bomb. I appreciate it. I saw you in Jimmy's chat. I do really appreciate it. This is PokeMMO. You could play Pokemon with other people. It's like a multiplayer game. I've never played it. I've heard about it for so long. I've never played it. But yeah. Thanks for the cheers, bro. There's a Pokemon VR game. Ooh. If I had a VR headset, I would definitely do that. I'm going for tasting. You're going to taste a job? Okay, that's interesting. Don't get a Quest 2. What's the best VR headset? Cashew, what's up? Thank you, bro. I'm just gonna keep the guitar near me. Damn. All these subs. And I'm not gonna cry, but I am very grateful. Thank you for the sub, Cashew. How you doing, bro? Oh, I am back. I also changed the webcam. I made everything look a bit cleaner. I got rid of a lot of the stuff that was on the screen. How do I make it full screen? F11? Nope. Okay. It's just gonna look like that, I guess. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I am so thankful. I mean, I am. I'm not trying to be sarcastic with that, but hey, let's see what's the emote that you guys got? Choo choo. Oh, that's kind of cool. VR headset for Donegal. You know what? Maybe actually. I'll write a note. I'll think about that. Because I have been wanting to get VR for a while. The only thing I find a problem with VR is like, it's really cool for the streamer, but it's not as cool for you guys, I think. Because you guys aren't actually in the VR, experience. I'm crying. Cooker. I know who that is, but I know it's a secret, so I won't say. I was in VR once, like Lawnmower Man. You were a lawnmower in a VR head. There's a VR game where you could be a lawnmower. I am confusion. He's still weird. Some things don't change. Let's go. VR chat streams in the future for sure. I for sure want to do VR. VR sounds so fun, and I love like interacting with like people, as long as they don't get me banned off Twitch. It's funny watching streamers play VR. Oh, okay. Then I'll definitely consider it. I have Fall Guys. When can we play? I do want to play Fall Guys soon. I think it's a great game to play with peeps also. So yeah. I mean, we played it in the past, obviously. So maybe next week we'll go into VR. I'm gonna be doing Monday to Friday, not all Fridays, but I'm gonna try to get Fridays in, and then like one weekend a week, because weekends are a bit tricky. But I'm coming back full-time streaming. Let's go. My favorite candy now has an emote. Bro, I can barely read that. My ex-fellow mod, Butterfinger. Ooh. All right. If you... Bro. Okay. If you want to get a VR on a budget, I'd recommend the second-hand Viv Pro 1. We'll see. I'll look more into it later. That's my job, the lawnmower. Low. I can laugh because you said it and you're Mexican, so I can laugh. All right. What do I make my skin tone? Well, I don't want to get canceled. And also, I actually just want to do my own skin tone, so... Guys, what is my skin tone? What does this look like? It looks white, but that's not fair. I got white light shining on my face, okay? So really, it's not white, all right? And I'm very hairy. I didn't need to show that. Ugh, you're brown. I am. Thank you. So then, I guess, which one is brown? I'll go with 3. I like how that... Wait, someone put hats also. Someone redeemed that earlier. I gotta get a hat. My bad. I don't remember who redeemed it, but... Also did an extreme stretch. Alright, I'm back.
What's up, guys? It's Ping Pong Masters.
Bro, if I press outside of the game, the music goes away. That's so dumb. Elliot, look at these muscles, bro. Respect it. Yeah, wait. Alright, we're back. This is the hat I'm putting on. I have the squad ready. Ping Estic, Nathan, and Armando. Armaldo, you mean? Armando. Bro, the squad is right here. Everyone is here. Black. I can't do black, bro. Why isn't God Monkey unredeemable? God Monkey the... Hey, Cortez, what's up, bro? How you doing?
Sonic dies
I am back.
Or chapter.
Because... Jeez, Jimmy, you don't have to keep gifting subs, bro. Damn. So ripped. I know, right? So hot, too. God Monkey comes back like in half a month. Or in a month or something. So is this... Hey, what's up, Rasquila? Sonic dies in new one. Bro, I was about to ban your ass, Mac. Ah, bro. I just caught up to the One Piece anime. I'm not... Bro, nah. My favorite hat. Yeah, let's go. I'm waiting for one person. I'm doing amazing, bro. I'm happy to be back. I watched a couple of episodes of Spy Family. It's good. She just finished watching an episode right now. So some people definitely do here. Why can't I put a hat in the game? Huh? Oh, thanks for the follow. Thank you, Rose. Arigatou gozaimasu. Pink sister. Once I get to to 10 gift and show support. Aw, that's so sweet, bro. Wait. My buttons! I heard hello there. I will check. Thank you, bro. I'll play guitar for you once more. If I missed something, let me know. My bad, guys. If you want more help with VR, just contact me on Discord. Okay. Will do. First time playing? Yes! I've never played POKEMMO before. Yes! What's up? You changed your name. Right? I remember you, Soda. Hey, let's go. I'm back for good right now. How you doing, bro? 1v1 me? I gotta this is my first time playing. I gotta figure stuff out first. No worries, bro. Thanks for popping in. See you later, Daddy Frog. Stepsis redeem? Hasn't been here in a while. Do you want a hat? I'll take a hat. Oh, did I smile? I'm sorry. Bro, I'm sorry. This is... You didn't change your name? Oh, then I'm retarded. My bad. Or stupid. I can't say the R word. My bad. Thank you for the subs, Jimmy. Jimmy, I gotta...
Monkey do good.
I gotta go to
Monkey
your
do
place
very
and give you a big wet kiss for all those subs. It's the only way I could make it back. Why can't I put a hat on him? The only way I could make it back. I want to look cool here. What should I make my guy look like? Bro, I don't know. Oh, this looks nice. This looks cool. Bing bong. You're downloading POKEMMO? Hell yeah. I'm gonna try to play it every Friday. I want to become the strongest goddamn Pokemon player. By the way, next week we're gonna do hardcore Nuzlocke. It's a secret which game we're doing.
Monkey
but
do
yeah.
very bad.
Only if you let me play Fall Guys with you. Jimmy's mom. Bro. Yeah. We gotta do podcasts again, Rusko. How are you doing, bro? What's up, Sleepy? How you doing? Yeah, you can't say stuff like that on Twitch. Sorry, bro. Don't ban him. Don't ban Sleepy. just don't say those words, Sleepy. But quick action, Dino. Another hat? I said the R word. I did, indeed. Because you need to buy cosmetics. Ah, okay, gotcha. I'm not used to, like... I have to get used to reading chat fast. I'm sorry, guys. It's been a while. You're doing good? Hell yeah. Why not? Sleepy is fine. How you doing, Sleepy? Does anyone want to add me on Epic to play Fall Guys later? Damn, everyone's playing Fall Guys. I guess I gotta go back to it. All right, let me make this content. I got brown eyes, unfortunately. I have eyebrows. Yes. What a weird thing. Woo! We'll play Fall Guys sometime next week, Thursday. I think I'll play. Sleeveless top. Ooh, so all the girls can be like, oh my god, he's so hot. Wait, they're like 10-year-olds, right? Never mind. We're just gonna go with the t-shirt. And we're gonna go with the regular shoes. My name's gonna be Pink. It is free. Fall Guys is free now. I said let's play Fall Guys later. All right, maybe we will play later today. Where's Monkey Do Bad? Monkey Do Bad should be there. Is it not there? It is there. Oh, it's called Purple Monkey, but it's there. Are you gonna be on channel 1? It only gave me one channel to be in. I'm gonna do Hoenn because that's my favorite
Monkey
region.
do bad. Monkey
What?
do very bad.
My name's already taken. Bruh. Alright, I'll just go with Ping Pong Masters. Hey, none of you took my name. Let's go. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Yo, this is cool. Oh, is there no music in this game? I'm gonna put some background music then. Some copyrighted background music. Let's go. It's just one of my playlists. Maybe we'll put song requests later so you guys could put music. Right now, I just gotta look at everything because I'm so slow.
Fall Guys, what are we, nerds?
Oh, guys. I miss Monkey Do Bad in Genshin and Cold War. Bro, Cold War is like so hard to play now. But yeah, Genshin. I'm the young kid, but I don't care. Add me and we can play later. Guys, use the Discord. If you guys want to add each other and play games, we gotta make the Discord poppin' again. Not that it was ever popping, but we are jelly beans. Top hours. Yeah, I reset it. Can y'all leave for a while? Lol. Honestly, it's value when you stream, but I'll just do it now. Ping pong masters. I'll be back in a little bit. All right, enjoy your dinner, bro. I'm on channel 1. Oh, okay. All right, see ya, Yesik. Thanks for popping in. If I read that correctly. Sorry if I was late. Ping pong ding dong. The Genshin days. Hoenn region's best. Hell yeah. The Discord server kind of small for a while. True. You've been disconnected for being... Oh. Yeah, there's only one server that it shows. So. Okay. What the? Why is my name the G Bloke? Oh, there is music. Bro, I'm so lost. I mean, I know exactly what I'm doing. Bro, I've been studying hardcore Nuzlocke. I've been studying Pokemon so much lately. You guys are going to be impressed, the ones that care about Pokemon. Bro, what's going on in this game? Discord server kind of got small for a while. Yeah, true. Bro, how do you press enter, bro? Oh. It must be tiring writing with our things. It's okay, I had fun in there. Bro, I can't make those types of jokes. I forgot, like, the main character's, like, 10 years old. Yo, this is legit the intro. What the hell? By the way, if the game music is too loud or not loud enough, let me know, guys. You're ready for middle school? Let's go. You know what's crazy? In a few years, like, Mac, you're gonna be, like, older. I guess that's how time works. Dad bought you a new clock to mark our... Bro, I don't care. I don't want to read this, okay? Can I use a controller for this? Wait, do I have my controller hooked up? Yo, let's go. That's actually sick. That is actually sick. I love that. Oh, I'm such a sexy beast. And X and Y, they're like 14. Yeah. Sanjay Long. Yeah, I'll accept it. I'm guessing it's one of you guys. The clock is stopped. Is that a... It is a PS5 controller. It's like the only use it gets. Playing PC games. I'm gonna be in high school this coming school year. Damn, that's crazy. Not everyone is that young here, guys, by the way, just saying. In 60 seconds, a minute will have passed in Africa, bro. Not in America, stupid. Then how are you a mod? You don't even know that. Bro, the A button is not working, bro. What is this? What did these buttons do? What am I doing? Why is this so complicated? I want to set... Do I get to set my time? She's gonna get mad at me. Oh. Oh, you don't need to set... You can't set your time. Oh. Oh. Wait, can you speed? Oh, you probably can't speed. What color of cap? Oh, I forgot. Oh, that's you? Cool. What color cap do you want? Green. Blue. My background is blue, so let's go with blue. Do I click select file on Emerald ROM to play? Yeah, so I basically put ROMs from... I put all the ROMs in so I could play every game. Thank you, Chi, by the way. I put some of yours. I appreciate that. Just want a Fall Guys match? Let's go. Bro, this guy's walking with his Garchomp like it's nothing. Jesus. Oh, yeah, where are you, Rose? I gotta see you in game. Let me be... I think someone redeemed a hat and I forgot. If someone did, let me know, because I'll go get a hat. But if you lie, you're permabanned. Just kidding. And BNW too, like 16. Are they the oldest in black and white too? Is this is a fan game made? I'm pretty sure. Fan game made. Bruh. Fan game made. Yes, English. It's not my strong suit. This is a fan made game. But basically, the way they get around it is when you put your own ROMs, you could get them legally by putting your actual game that you bought from Nintendo and putting it on the internet or like on your computer and then using that. So it is not illegal. That's how that works. All right, I'll go put a hat on. Oh, Jesus. Oh, advanced. Wait, which hat do you want? You know what? I'm just going to put this one. I don't care. You have 1 billion points. Do you need to put in your own ROMs to play? Yes. Looks good for a fan game? Yes, it's sexy. And people could play together too. There's a Pokemon fan game that's all platforms? Really? Even on like my
PSP and my Tamagotchi.
Or is it just on like the other platforms? I'm gonna put a Santa hat for you, okay? Taco. My god, Daddy Ping. That's Nate, the other Nathan, right? If I remember correctly. I'll be right back. Like, half the stream is me going to get hats. Yeah, it does sound hard to get those ROMs, for sure. Oh yeah, those are the rules for the hardcore Nuzlocke we're gonna be starting Monday. So if you like hardcore Nuzlocks and you want to see some cool strats and stuff, feel free to follow or check in. How you doing, Nathan? What happened to Mama Pong? Yeah, I don't know. She hasn't been here in a while. It looks, yeah, it's amazing. It's an MMO, so you guys can actually join and play. Like Sanjay Jung here is Rose in chat. So why, bro? I'm getting so lost. Damn, you got a Dusclops. That's pretty cool. And you could run. Why did I come to the professor? Who is this professor? This is not my man or my woman, bro. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I have to go to my girl's house, not my girl. I have to go to May's house. Wait, did I not accept it? Well, I accepted it now. Sumimasen. Other Nathan? Where? Here. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. I've never done it myself. What are you talking about? Oh, no. It's legal to actually put it for if you have a purchased game to put it online. Oh, you've never done it? Oh, then my apologies. Yo, damn. He's ahead of the game. He's like teleporting. Yo, what's up, May? Wait, Rose. What should I call you? ... Your ping pong masters. Alright, bro. Can you just give me your balls? I wish you could pick up her ball and run away. They gotta make a Pokemon game where you could do that. What's up, Johnny? Daddy Ping makes me feel things. Bro, you can't say that. Only people 40 and over can say that, okay? You can oh my god. Ping Pong, did I ever tell you about the gun I built? You did. You showed me pictures on Discord. It was cool. Unless you built another one. Bro, this is actually so sick. You could play everyone. I'm assuming you have to go through the story. I think I heard that after the 4th gym. Alright, you're trolling me now. One more time, I'm just gonna not accept it. Daddy Ping PokeMMOs for iOS. Is it actually? That's cool. Alright, who do we pick? Trico, Deco, or Mudkip? You guys decide. Server kind of glitchy right now? Oh, then my bad. I'll accept next time. Sorry, Rose. Pinkerton, did I... Those games are actually ripped by me. Yeah, you were confusing me for a second. Just the Masen? Oh, okay. That was still cool. You can play with me. Well, not in that way, but yes, in the game. Now I have ammo. I'm a black Glock. Okay, cool. Mudcop, Torchic. Mudcop. I don't know who these people are. Ethan, you know who Nathan is. You know who Mac is. That's Core Revel. You know some of these people. You know Sleepy, no? Does anyone have ROMs? Vimlayer.net. I had a cough. All right, I guess we'll go Mudkip. That's so basic. But yeah, we'll go Mudkip. He's like the best one. Should we make it a Nuzlocke? That would be kind of cool. Now, we're trying to become the strongest players in the world. I'm about to get banned. Yeah. I don't know who... Okay. Mudcop because Samurott. Because they're both blue. Come on, bro. That's so obvious. Alright, we're gonna fight. You didn't just install a ROM. Good, don't do that. Wow, this animation style is fascinating. It's actually pretty cool. Oh, I'm sweating. One of you guys is making me sweat. I know Nathan, yes, like Sleepy, Arnaldo, Emily. Yeah, you know a good amount of people. You know some people that don't show up anymore, but... Alright, we gotta nickname him, alright? Wait, can we nickname him? Can we not nickname him? Did I... Did I screw up? Wait. Did I screw up? Where's my mudkip? What the hell? I'm so confused. This is my first time ever playing this game. If anyone could help me out, I would appreciate. Oh, he's right here. All right, so we got a male. Good. We don't like females here. It's a joke. I'm joking. Docile. That's good. Well, it's not good, but it's whatever. It doesn't change any stats. And can you see Ivies? Oh shit, you could see... Oh, you could see Eevees. That's actually pretty cool. But you can't see Ivies? That's weird. Are there no Ivies in this game? Oh, you could see Ivies. I'm assuming they give you all starters 15 Ivies. Interesting. Anyway.
Who is Emily?
It's my sister, bro. Which starter should I pick? Fire, so I could beat you in a Pokemon battle. Pretty sure in PokeMMO you can only nickname later at the Name Master. Oh, that's dumb. Yo, look at him with this Rotom. Or... I don't know if you're him, but... Look at Rose, and we're friends now. You're green. Green means friends. I know that from RuneScape. Bruh. We don't have Pokeballs yet, right? This is cool, though. Guys, you guys should join. Link in description. Just kidding. Just look up PokeMMO if you guys want to play. My goal is to play this every Friday and try to become the strongest trainer in the world. My long-term goal is to at least get one legendary. I don't know how hard that is, though. Ah! Bag. I have no balls, right? Yeah. I mean, except, you know... in my eyes.
Can't believe Emily didn't even show up.
Huh? Bro, I got ripped off in RuneScape. I'm not trading. Wait, unless you want to trade something. Oh, my bad. Oh, you wanted to give me balls probably, right? My bad, Rose. I'm being such an asshole. Can't believe it. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, Emily's terrible. I'm gonna give you a cap. Aw, thank you. Wait, let me run away from the Zigzagoon. Zigzagoon is so good for Nuzlocke, by the way. Oh. Rose is chilling there. Why are there balloons everywhere? And balls? You're gonna give me balls? Hell yeah. Wait, you're so nice, Rose. Guys, I'm gonna VIP Rose. I'm just joking, but I do appreciate it. Where shouldn't we get the Rampa? I'm not gonna put the link in chat. Like, DM me on oh. No, let's not show that publicly. DM me on Discord and I'll respond. How about that? I'll respond with a potential place. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Rose is my new favorite person. I have no money for you, but can I give you money? I literally have no money. Oh, I feel bad. Bro, you're giving me a cap and balls? That's so nice. Ping does. Yeah, usually viewers shit on me. So I appreciate it, Rose. Let's go. Can we get like some claps in chat for Rose? Like, I don't know. Let me do a sound. Let me just do a here. There we go. That's for you, Rose. Okay, now we're gonna play the game. Can I get my subs back? I don't even know what that means. Oh. Yeah, thank you for subbing continuously, even when I wasn't streaming. Bro, if enough people do that, I'll just never stream. I'm just joking. I actually love streaming. Alright, what do I have to do? I have to verse the Whammon right now, right? You can put on the cap for... Oh yeah, let me put on the cap. You literally just gave it to me. My brain is like stupid. Why is the start button not start? Okay, I pressed a bunch of buttons, it worked. I'm just gonna use the mouse. Where's the customization? Let's go. Let's go, baby. Yeah, what the hell? That's $7,000? Bro. Yo, look at that, bro. I look like a mailman. Shout out to all the mailmans out there. I'll stay sub to you until I go broke. Bro. That is so... I need to change my... There's so many awes today. I gotta change my stuff. Guys, should we make this a hardcore Nuzlocke? Until we beat the game or something? Of course, point reward for... Oh, for song request? You didn't... oh. Okay, I'll check it out in a second. I kind of want to do a Nuzlocke on this. What do you guys think? It will make it more fun, right? Oh my god, check out... They are enjoying some. Do it. Should it be a hardcore Nuzlocke or just like a regular Nuzlocke? Regular Nuzlocks are pretty easy. Well, let me check my Discord where no one messaged. Vimslayer.net. I think that's... Oh. What I messaged or didn't message you. I think that's what it's called. Song requests aren't on now. You guys want me to put music instead of Pokemon music that everyone has heard a billion times? You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I like it, but that's fair. There we go. Oh, I did not need to do that. Ha, I'm gonna put Spotify music for now. No song requests. You guys need to deserve song requests, all right? I need to get 40 subs a day. Or else, imagine. No. In the future, that would be cool. Regular monologue? Monologues are kind of... I tried doing a monologue off stream. They're not that enjoyable. Because, like, you can only use, like, one type. I don't know. I don't like that. Actually, me going broke might happen soon. Oh. Because I only work in the summer. Wait, so you should be making bank right now. But yeah, definitely keep that money, bro. Don't go broke, especially for me or any other streamer or anyone, you know? I do appreciate the subs, though. The custom difficulty of this game is already harder than the regular games. Oh, is it? A regular... Maybe a regular Nuzlocke is enough, then. Hey, just in preparation, nice. Just unsub, he doesn't need the money. I do need the money, but I don't want to make... I mean, it would be a dream to make money from Twitch, like, you know. In the long term, that's the goal. Like, long term. But, like, I don't want to ever be like, guys, subscribe. Because that just feels shitty. Wait, what the hell? Oh, it's the 1 year badge. I got confused for a second. Because of the things. Alright. Alright. What's the difference between regular and hardcore? Oh, yeah, my bad. Hardcore is basically hardcore. Yeah. I'm really good at explaining things. No items in battle, stuff like that. Alright, let's catch our first Pokemon here. Yeah, you do actually have a huge... Why is your Pikachu so big? That's what she said. Ugh, it's a Wurmple. Zigzagoon would be better here because Lanoon is really fast and like Belly Drum strats are really good in Nuzlocks. But Wurmple's okay, I guess. The song is way too slow. Oh, this is a nice song. Bro, probably half you guys know this song because Twitch is full of anime weebs. Or this is not anime, but like video game nerds. Well, obviously, that's Twitch, but I don't know what I'm saying. Let's go to POKEMMO. Damn. That's all we did? I'm just going to throw here. I don't want to crit and kill by accident. It's an alpha. You could catch alphas in this game? What the hell? Sucks that you only get like 250 from subs. Yeah, but I appreciate it. I think prime subs give a little more, but yeah. Bro, I can't put my feet up without you guys seeing my feet. That's so creepy. Oh, now I could put my feet up and it's fine. Belly Drum, huge power, Azumarill. You know, huge power... Does this game have Gen 3 physical and special split or not? Because that makes Esmeralda like stronger or not, obviously. Cause, yeah. If you guys don't understand what I'm saying, just let me know. You do have Prime? Yeah, so I mean Prime is really good for streamers and for viewers, but not for Twitch. Hey, we got Wurmple. What are we naming Wurmple? Oh, we can't nickname yet, right? It's not a real Nuzlocke until you can nickname. Damn, Rose looking cool with that Alpha Pikachu. Yeah, so hardcore. Damn, they heal fast in this game. Hardcore, you basically have no items in battle. That's the biggest rule. Hey, you got a shiny Gyarados. It's probably from the other region, right? All right, we got a Pokemon there. Let's get a Pokemon here. Do we need more Pokeballs? Nah, we don't need more Pokeballs. Let's get our next Pokemon. Only right now because of POKEMMO 10th year anniversary. Oh shit. Oh, it's a good time to start playing the game then. Yo, Poochyena sucks, but kind of looks cool when he evolves into Mightyena. I don't think he has Intimidate either, right? Because he didn't Intimidate when I came into... Mightyena has Intimidate, right? I don't know what's switched between this game and like regular game. Do you have to fill all the ROMs into play? No, I don't think so. I just did it so I could go to every region. Oh yeah, Hardcore Nuzlocke also, generally, the highest leveled Pokemon of a gym leader is the highest you could train your Pokemon to. It's to like balance out your team so you can't just over level and sweep. So we'll do it as a Hardcore Nuzlocke for now. Just for fun. We'll see what happens. Check out my latest YouTube video. That's like 3 months old. I don't wanna know, baby. Oh, I know how this works now. Okay, we only have 6 Pokeballs. Not that much. Baby, I don't wanna... Oh, that's why there's birthday cakes and balloons, because it's 10th year anniversary. Bruh, I'm so lost. Kiss me twice. I can't buy balls? Oh, I have to verse my rival. Bro, I'm like so dumb. But that's how I usually am, right? So, that's fine. Don't think twice. All right, let's heal real quick. So, Rose, I'm assuming you've beaten this game in every region, or like, what you doing in PokeMMO now? Are we high enough level to verse? You know what? I don't want a Nuzlocke, because then we have to grind and stuff. Let's just play. Hey, what's up, Jake? Yes. What is up? You have? You've beaten it all? That's crazy. Do you have like level 100 Pokemon? Oh, it shows you if it's super effective or not. That's actually pretty cool. I know they do that in newer games. But the older games don't have that, obviously. I only log in during events at the P. Are you enjoying the game? So far, it's just like any other Pokemon game, but I like except worse graphics, and I can't fast forward. But I like that it shows you the super effective stuff. I don't like that you can't nickname. I like that it's obviously MMO and there's people around. And like Rose just gave me 10 Pokeballs and like a cap, so that's really cool. I told you to play mad long ago. Yeah, I know. I've just never gotten around to it. I've always wanted to play it on stream though. Oh. But yeah. Damn, it's been so long since it's been like 2.5 months since I last streamed. For reference, for those that don't know, I used to stream like 5-6 times a day, which is what I'm gonna start doing again. I just took a break from streaming so I could like try to reorient myself. Because I want to make this a full-time thing. Streaming, YouTube, I want to make these things full-time. I want to like do this for years of my life. And to do that is very hard. So like I took a break to try to figure out what the best strategy is going forward, where I could still have fun and like make content that grows. And I was doing hardcore Nuzlocke off stream for a couple of months, but they weren't doing that well. So I decided to come back to stream and still continue hardcore Nuzlocke. So if you want to check out the YouTube channel and you like Pokemon, you're going to see a lot of Pokemon content there in the coming months. There should be a new upload of a Nuzlocke that I did off stream next week. Next week, Saturday, I think it's scheduled for. So that should be cool. Thank you for showing me where to not get ROMs. No worries. Yeah, I've been told it's a pretty good place to not get ROMs as well. So thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I know how I feel right now. I feel good to be versing May, bro. I was about to say she's so hot, but I can't say that. She's like 10 or whatever. I always forget the ages because I know they're all underage, so why should I remember them, you know? I used to have a crush on her when I was younger, though. Not a crush, but I was like, oh my god, she's kind of cute. No, I'm going to put everything on the main channel. I put 3 videos up on the secret channel. The secret channel was Pokemon content. I wonder if Rock Smash will do more here. I always forget how much tackle does depending on the gen. Like 30, 35, 40. Let's go Rock Smash, see how much it does. You're welcome, Short Pink. Thank you. Rock Smash... Actually, Rock Smash is better because you get the defense proc also. I'm pull up on you in PokeMMO when I get home. Okay. Yeah, Rose pulled up on me. Wait, Rose, you have a couple of legendaries you were saying, or... Wait, also, why did I get Rock Smash? I didn't even question that. Why did I get Rock Smash at level 7? That's so weird. Oh, they get boosted... I don't know. I wonder if the XP curves are different. The way she came in is funny. You know what's available on Android? Yeah, I think Mac just said it was available on iOS. I didn't know that. That's crazy. I believe it's 35 or 40. Yeah. Legendaries, nah? Oh, okay. They're only temporary. Yeah. If you have a legendary, someone else could take it from you, right? Hey, pigeons! I thought you were dead. I am back, baby! I can't get too excited with my head because of the hats, but I am freaking back. Ooh, is there an event there? 4 people are... Wait, that guy has a Mudkip. That's not an event. It's on almost everything. Yeah, check Ping's Discord in like 5 minutes. Wait, I have to go back, right? I don't think I could pass yet. Yeah. I have to go back with May. She's waiting for me. What happened to Sad Monkey? I got rid of a lot of the rewards that kind of interrupted stream. I know it's like interactive, but I'm trying to think in a more like mid to big streamer mindset. And I feel like if I'm a big streamer, I can't have rewards that just get spammed, like punching me in the face or whatever. They were really cool and fun. But yeah, I don't know. I want to find a workaround for it, though. Like, we're still going to do community games, and obviously I'm still going to read chat all the time and talk to you guys, but that stuff was just a little too much, I felt like. I just slipped and fell on my dog. Welcome back. Are you sure you fell on your dog or something else? Legendaries can be caught, but if you have one... Yeah. I think you told me that. One of my goals is to get a legendary. If you get off, they go back to the wild. Wait, if you get off? I knew you were going to make that joke, bro. You didn't get me with that. Angel, come on, bro. That feels so good after... That's what she said. That feels so good after so long. Wait! Ping Pong Masters! This is chill music. I don't know if it's too chill for a comeback stream, but I'm just chilling, you know? Still worth it. Fair enough. Does she give me running shoes? She does, okay. Bro, the way certain games give you running... Oh, I'm gonna assume they allow you... I think I saw Rose running indoors. They allow you to run indoors, right? Yeah, let's go. Because in original, they don't. Legendary system is pretty cool, to be honest. That is very cool. I actually really like. I really like that. I finally set up PokeMMO. Let's go. Send pictures of your. Wait, why is Watson here? What the hell? Huh? This must be an event. Bruh, I'm gonna die right now. Oh, he's level 8? What is this? Yo, this is cool. Does he have self-destruct? Does he probably has Sonic Boom. Does he even have any electric moves? Well, the fact that I have Rock Smash. And this is not, we're not gonna make this a Nuzlocke, okay? We're just gonna play. This is too, I want to go into it blind. It makes it more fun, you know? I don't want to reset, like, can you even reset? Well, I guess you would make a new character. I don't know what to do here. I'm just gonna rock some. Oh, he has Thundershock. Damn. All right, see you, Jake. Okay, see you. You're on. Let's go. Have you tried the new? I always read backwards. I have to stop doing that. Have you tried the new Lemonade Mountain Dew? That can't be a these nuts joke. I have not. Do I growl? I could actually just change. Oh, another rule of hardcore Nuzlocke: you can't. You have to play on set mode. Bro, regular Nuzlocke actually are like super easy. The more I think about it, bro, I don't think I'm gonna actually beat him. It's godly. Lemonade Mountain Dew. Sounds cool. I should have just spammed growl to get some XP with like Wurmple and everyone else. Oh, I thought that was a fairy move for a second. I was like, what? I mean, try to poison, I guess? I don't know. My songs are too slow. What is this? Oh, this is a good song. Bruh, he almost killed me. Jeez, later. What we deserve. Did you guys hear, for any streamers out there, or people who aren't streamers and are interested, Twitch just made a discovery system that's gonna roll out soon, I'm guessing. Bro, he's like the first gym leader. What is this? Well, he only has 2 Pokemon. But oh, I run automatically? Oh no, I don't. I'm dumb. Never mind. Alright, we gotta actually train for that. Can we pass by him though? Oh, we could, okay. I do want to catch only 1 Pokemon per route though. That just seems more fun. Or, you know, maybe not. Whatever. I'll just catch whenever. Also, I'm running on good stamps because my dad can't work and he has a broken spine. On food stamps? Damn, that sucks, bro. That sucks. I don't know what else to say, bro. That just sucks. But yeah. I hope you guys get through it. That's all I can say to that, to be honest. Why'd I kill the Zigzagoon? We don't have a Zigzagoon. It's better than a Wurmple and a Puchiana. I kind of want Lanoon on the team. Ayo. It's like only Zigzagoons here. Alright, we're gonna get you, bro. And we're gonna name you Rose after Rose. I don't know. You got some Pringles? Bro, you making me hungry, bro. I forgot how much you guys make me hungry on stream. I forgot about that. When did I get more balls? Oh, from Professor Oak. Professor Oak. Professor Birch. I sent a photo on the Discord. Let's check it out. Let's check it out.
Let's check it out.
You know what I just realized? Because I'm streaming on the 1st and a lot of you guys subbed today, like, it's actually going to be... Why didn't I... Bro, am I going crazy? Oh, I caught him already. I just realized that, like, resubs are going to be on the 1st of the month. Like, an actual, like, thing. Like, that's kind of cool. You have a taco hat. Come on. Yeah, but I can't eat my hat. Hey, MacCore. Let's go. Add me as a friend in the game. I have no idea how you do that, but Probably just press start and then friends. You're welcome, Chi. That's funny. All right. How do I... Let me change my Pokemon here. We go. We're going to go to menu, party. I'm going to change these guys. Move up. Oh, that's sick. We're going to move you to the front. Oh, we could change the follower. I'm learning so quickly. I'm like not a noob anymore in things. Let's go. Let's go. My literal rat is getting some exercise. I'm back at the house if you want to meet up. I mean, what can we do if we meet up? I'll meet you at the daycare. I'm in Little Root Town. Nice. Guys, we'll meet up here. I'm going to be training Zigzag. Actually, no, I'll just come to you guys. It's made out of fiber and it's natural, so it's edible. I guess you're right. All you can eat buffet. Oh, yeah, I made a new thing. Check out the VODs channel. I'm going to upload all... I think it's better to watch on YouTube than on Twitch. Because Twitch has so many... I've tried watching VODs of streamers on Twitch. There's so many commercials. On YouTube, it's less, you know? Pizza. I'm definitely going to eat after stream now, though. Just caught an Alpha Clefairy. Jesus. That's sick. Why is my Zigzagoon so strong? Check Discord. Ramen. Oh, I haven't had ramen in so long. That count on. Oh, that's a cute cat. Nice, bro. Bro, don't send me this stuff, bro. Don't send me this stuff. Bro, don't send me this stuff. You're too young. I don't want to have this in the Discord convo. I'm going to delete them all later. Don't send me that shit, bro. Ramen. Ramen. You could send me that. No, don't send me that, bro. Don't send me. Ramen. That sounds pretty. It's pretty hot. That's DM. I know, but it's still weird, bro. I don't want that in my DMs, bro. Like, pause, okay? How do I add people? I think there's a friends section or something. Because I'm at the... Rose knows. I don't want to bother Rose too much, but... Let me come to you guys. Okay.
Wurmple is here. It's gonna kill me with its string shot.
Probably has tackle, actually. The realization. Yeah. True. Burrow. Are you guys happy I'm... Oh, Zigzagoon died. Are you guys happy I'm back? Be honest. And for those that are first-time viewers, are you happy I'm here? Well, I mean, no, that's just a weird question for you guys, but... Let's just go with Water Gun. I've only used it like once. You just tried Ramune? Do you like it? I don't really like it. You chose Hoenn region? Oh, yeah. You guys have to choose the same... You all chose the same region. Hell yeah. Rock? Why is he learning rock moves? Is it because it's necessary for the... Or are they just giving HMs? Like, can anyone become an HM slave? Is that what it is? Bro, I love how it shows all the info. That's so cool. Like, modern games should be doing this. It's like such like important info if you want to Nuzlocke or like go competitive. Imagine seeing it every time like you use the move. That is so good. I guess we'll just take out Growl. Growl could actually be useful. We'll take out... Oh, Tackle is 40 in this game. We'll take out Tackle. Rock Throw is a TM, not an HM. Yeah, I meant Rock Smash, though. I don't know why I mentioned it. Oh, Mud Slap. Usually, Mud Slap is the only ground move you get with Mudkip until you get Mud Shot. Hey, Swift! Bro, I gotta stream with you one of these days, man. What's up? I came back to streaming today. I'm back for good. Everyone will have to deal with my shit. How you been doing? I lurk on your stream sometimes, by the way. But I like lurking a lot, so I don't say anything. But I'll be honest, I haven't been going on Twitch that often since the past 2.5 months. But I think I lurked on your stream once or twice in those 2 months. Ugh. I don't know how often you've been streaming though. Mud slap. Yeah, we'll get rid of Growl here. Timed out, Jimmy. Let's go. Good moves, good moves. That's what you got to do here. OnlyFans, hell yeah. What is the best flavor? I don't know. I've only had like 1 or 2 ramenes. I don't like it that much. I see that everyone needs a break every once in a while. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I didn't feel like I needed a break. I'm not gonna jerk myself off, but I always feel pretty good streaming. Like 9 times out of 10, like I'm having a good time streaming. I enjoy it a lot. So like, I didn't really need a break from streaming. It was more so like I just really wanted to figure life out. Well, I guess I did need a break from streaming. No, you're right. But I just needed to figure out what to do. Applied to a bunch of part-time jobs. I'm going to be streaming a lot and making YouTube videos. A lot of Pokemon content, stuff like that. Sorry, I was acting up. It's okay. You're back, so it's okay. DNL just likes going on power trips. You probably know. Why am I training Wurmple? And I have to add you guys as friends. Bro, I'm all over the place. Glad to have you back. Aw. Thanks, bro. Glad to see you here. Bro, I don't know where all my stupid ass buttons are. I changed up the whole setup on my stream deck too. Yeah, I'm not training Wurmple. I knew Jimmy was about something any second. I'm turning 29 and in the same boat. Understandable, bro. You know what makes me feel better? I'm not gonna lie. Talking to my 30-year-old friend. So what I think you need to do, and other people who are like thinking about life and stuff, especially if you're in your 20s and stuff, just talk to someone who's like 10 years older than you, and you'll probably feel better about yourself. I'm 25. I talked to my friend, he's 30, and he's like, bro, you got time. And I was like, bro, you got time too. You're fine. But I'm not gonna lie, it did make me feel a bit better. I was like, okay. Hey, there it is. That's Chi, yeah? Let's go. Look at my muscles, baby. That was such a delayed reaction, but hell yeah. Look at them muscles. Janelle gone power hungry? He's always power hungry, bro. I don't blame him, bro. If he troll a bit, I don't really care that much. So how have you been though, Swift? And thank you, Rose, for telling everyone how to add friends. You have to download anything. I think you have to download the game to play, and then download ROMs. Yeah. You can do it. Let's go. Bro, my reactions are so delayed. We're in Hoenn. Hell yeah. Let's go. Bro, where is my taco hat? Did it fall on the piano or did I put it there? I'm going crazy. Yeah, I honestly think that every streamer develops ADHD. Bro, I'm telling you, there's going to be studies 10 years from now, and you're going to see that like streamers just have ADHD because Jesus Christ. Like, it's just, it's all over the place. Where's your Clefairy? Wait, where's your Clefairy? Hey, that is a sexy Clefairy. Welcome food. And bro, that's a sexy ass emote. That is so good, food. And your username is beautiful because I like food and music. But it's also terrible because now I'm gonna think of food. And now I'm hungry. How you doing, music? Food. This is my first time playing this game. But I'm a Pokemon pro. Not really. I've actually been studying so much about Pokemon. Like, hey, there you are, Chi. Damn, you look cool. I still don't know where Mac is. Let me heal my guys and get rid of this this stupid Pokemon in my party. Ooh, you got a global trade system here too, just like in Diamond and Pearl. How do I go to my party? How do I go to my party? I'm just gonna do this. Can I drag? Oh, you could drag. Oh, that's sick. All right, I just want Lanoon and Mudkip for now. Everyone else could touch my pee-pee. I mean, what? Oh, Rose and Food know each other. Cool. I guess because the PokeMMO community is not too huge on Twitch, yeah? I'm sad. Aw, this is my first stream back in 2 months. I'm happy, bro. I'm sorry that you're sad. Well, where's my sad? I'm gonna give you an aw there. But bro, I hope you become a little happier by being in this stream. I'm a little cringe sometimes. I'm a little funny sometimes. And I'm chill. That's all you need to know. And I'm gonna be playing a lot of Pokemon. Hardcore Nuzlocke, PokeMMO. So if you like that type of stuff, it'll be worth sticking around, I think. What is summary? Only level 3? But yeah, turn that frown upside down. You got Pringle crumbs everywhere? Bro, just like it up and you'll be better. And menu above the... I'm just in the town above, Mac. Bet. What time plays? Never funny. I don't know what that means. Bulbasaur on the starting route. What? You could catch a Bulbasaur on the starting route? Bro, you're joking. You could legit catch, like, other starters? Please don't troll me. I mean, I like a good troll here and there, but I don't want to be searching for a Bulbasaur for, like, 2 years. They're walking in Overworld now? Wait, is that is that how... Bro, this game is so cool. What the hell? You know what's not cool, though? Zigzagoon sucking butt. Come on, Zigzagoon. There you go. I'm gonna be back on the first town, Mac. You should see their usernames around. Alright, let's go. I feel like this is such a sexy game to... Oh my god, look at that sexy Garchomp. This is such a cool game to stream, I feel like. Because you could play with viewers. And it's like fun. Oh, you're a streamer! TTV? Well, I don't know if you're a streamer, but... Cool. I don't know what I just pressed. Huh? Did I go into... Huh? It's part of the event. Oh, you're standing on it, so I clicked on it. I thought I clicked on you, food. I was so lost. Yo, let's go! Bulbasaur! Hell yeah! What a great time to start playing this game. Me, Chi, Mac, everyone who just started playing this. Nathan, if he gets it set up. Oh, wait. I'm dumb. Let me sand attack and growl. Too late. I don't know why I tackled. He's just gonna Vine Whip and kill me. Do I have another chance to catch it? I'm honestly just gonna throw Pokeballs. Bro, this game shows you catch rates? That's insane. Wait, I just realized that. That's actually insane. I don't think Vine Whip will kill one hit. It'll be like a 2-hit KO, right? Yeah. Catch rate 1 times. Oh. I thought it would be more... I thought it would be like 80% catch rate or something. Alright, well... I gotta go train to catch a Bulbasaur. Starters normally have low catch rates. True. That is true. I didn't really have many options there. I'm gonna train a bit, and then I'll try to catch it. Why did it have to be Oh my god, it's just a Bulbasaur running around. That's so cool. Oh. We're in Hoenn. We're pretty much just in the beginning area of the game, Mac. I'm gonna train my Zigzagoon. I'm gonna grind a few levels to get Bulbasaur, and then I'm gonna verse the electric guy. I freaking love Hoenn. It's my favorite region. We're gonna verse the electric guy, and it should be fairly easy with Bulbasaur. Or easier, definitely. I can give you something to catch it, because it will probably... You would do that, food? That's so sweet of you. Sure. I'll take it. You see me? Let's go. Add me as a friend. Well, I'll look at you after I kill this Wurmple, Mac. But then I would feel bad because Chia and Mac don't have that stuff. I know I've said this a couple times, but the plan is Friday streams are going to be based around PokeMMO. Saturday, Sunday, we'll watch videos that you guys send me. And I want to, in the long term, in a few months or whatever, I want to, I got into another fight. Let me just do this one too. I want to do a Reddit recap thing. We have to, we're a small community now, so I don't know if it's worth it now, but I want to in a few months do that. I think that would be really cool. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will be hardcore Nuzlocke. And Thursday will be community games and like collabs and stuff. It doesn't mean that Fridays are purely like, it's not a pure thing, but that's like what the main focus of the stream will be surrounding. I want to make more thoughtful streams, you know? That's why. I'll probably despawn. Spectate me of how to catch one. All right, let me run away then. Don't worry, believe it or not, I'm good at Pokemon. I know you are. Oh, yeah, but if it despawns quickly, like... Wait, how do I spectate? I clicked on it. I didn't spectate. I'm trying to add you. Hurry up. Oh. Let me just try to catch this one more time. I think it's possible. I think if I sand attack a couple of times and then growl, if I even get a chance to growl, then it's doable. Sorry, Mac. The Bulbasaurs go away quickly. Leech Seed. Okay. We just need to sand attack a few more times and we should... Oh, okay. Alright, we've sand attacked a couple of times. I'm going to try one more time to catch it. If I can't, Rose, I'll come over to you. I don't know if Rock Throw would do enough. I'd rather just throw Pokeballs. We should start a gang. Yo, that would be sick. Hell yeah. Actually, this is dumb. Because of Sand Attack, I could attack a couple of times and do some damage and then throw Pokeballs. Trade, I'll give you something to catch. Well, I want to use my own... let me try to use my own skill. And if I can't catch this one, I'll trade with you. Sorry, I'm a bit stubborn. Just Hypnosis a bunch. It's okay. I was able to get a couple of Sand Attacks in, so I think... As long as he doesn't Vine Whip twice... I mean, Leech Seed doesn't help, but... I'm gonna try Rock Throw again. Accidentally chose my starter as Trico. I wanted a Froakie. There is no... You can only choose from Gen 3 starters if you start in Hoenn, so... You wouldn't be able to get a Froakie anyway. Unless you meant Mudkip, because of what you said before. I'm gonna try to throw a Pokeball here. I know he's not even yellow, but like... Let's go! Oh, come on! Mudkip, Samurott. He has growth? Jesus. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for the Pokeballs. I'm gonna be stubborn. I'm sorry. Just last try. You're going for Ralts? Oh, I'm 100% gonna go. Okay, not last try, I lied. I'm 100% gonna go for Ralts, but not yet. Because this is a timed event, apparently, so... AB, does that work in this game? AB. You want Samurott? You want Oshawott? You would have to start in a different region. Like, you would have to make a new character. Or go through 4 gyms in this region, right? Oh! Alright, I'm dead. Used growth like 3 times. Alright, Food, I'm sorry. I'll come to you now. I'm here. I'm waiting for anyone. Food, where are you? Mac, where are you? Oh, you're right here. Damn, you look mad sick. Well, let me add you as a friend. Oh, Food is right there. Food is in a battle. Hell yeah, let's go. We're friends now. Let's go. This is one of the coolest things about streaming, I swear to God. Playing games where you could play with a bunch of friends and just like rule the world. Or whatever. Hell yeah. Let's... Wait, you could trade... You giving me a level 20 Stantler? Bro, that's so sweet of you, bro. Thank you. And 25 Great Balls? Bro, you didn't have to do that.
Bruh.
Spectate me? Wait, let me try to catch the... Let me try to catch it first. I really want a Bulbasaur before the event goes. And then I'll spectate you 100%. I'm sorry. I mean, now with the Stantler, I could get it, you know? Thank you, guys. What a beautiful community. What? Why is it level 20? Oh, it's based off your party. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna spectate you. I'm gonna stop being stubborn. You guys know more than me. I'm sorry. I can't escape. That makes sense because my speed is so much less. All right, just die, bro. Just die. Wait, unless Stantler has hypnosis or whatever. Okay, good. Nice. I couldn't figure out how to change hair color. Aw. Why are you a ping pong master? Because I'm a ping pong master, bro. Event doesn't end till 8th of July. Oh. Oh. Alright, then I'm not worried. You didn't need to give me this stuff then. Oh, that was so sweet of you. Thanks for the follow as well. Arigatou gozaimasu. I appreciate it. Damn. So, do you stream food? I gotta spectate Rose already. Yeah, Fall Guys is blowing up now because it's free, right? How do I spectate? And where are you? I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you. Oh, putting TTV in your name's probably smart, right? For games like this. Probably should have done that. Can I trade you back the Stantler? I kind of want to see what I could do with, like, just starting from scratch, you know? I do really appreciate it, though. Or I guess I could keep him as, like, I don't know. I talk too much, bro. Ooh, baby, I need you. Bro, I'm gonna trick people. They're gonna think that they could verse my Bulbasaur, but it's just my Bulbasaur. And it's on Switch and Xbox now. Yeah, that's sick. I'm definitely gonna go to Fall Guys. You still play it? Hell yeah. Sure? Alright, cool. I got the Bulbasaur low, but I don't have a Pokeball. Bro, I got you. I'm gonna gift you some gift balls. Gift balls. Great balls. Wait, let me first spectate Rose. I'm dude on top left. Up to you. Yeah, I'll give it back to you. I'll give it back to you. And then I'll spectate Rose. Bro, my mind is... I'm so bad, bro. I'm all over the place. I gotta learn how to, like, do shit. Wait. How do I do this? Trainer? No. PvP? No. There's tournaments? I got you. I got you. I got you. Stantler? I'm just gonna give you the Stantler. I'm gonna give you the great balls. I'm sorry. Wait, where's... How do you spectate? Thank you, though. I appreciate it, food. How do you spectate people? Oh, you right click. Oh, that's sick. You have a level 89 Smeargle? Or you're just gonna copy and then use sleep powder? Oh, it's a community tab or something? Right click people. Yeah. All right, I'm watching you. I'm watching you, Smeargle. Me and 10,000 people are watching you right now. Soak. Make it into a water type. Ooh, insomnia. You can't fall asleep now. False swipe, yeah. That's the best way to catch event Pokemon, huh? Wait, what did he use? I didn't pay attention. Double Edge or something? Do they have random movesets? Damn, that sucks. You should have used Hypnosis or like Sleep Powder or something. The strat for Bulbasaur is to have a grass type or OP. The strat for Bulbasaur is to just catch it like me and just be a boss, but you know, whatever. I'm just joking. Bro, stop timing out Jimmy. Now Doctor did it. I want us. All right, you guys want song requests? I'll put song requests. Song requests are officially going to be on. Okay. 1984 mods. True. I'm gonna put song requests on right now. We have a few songs from before. She showed me this song and she requested this. This song, guys, left ear is in Japanese, right ear is in English. If you have a headset or AirPods or whatever, like, listen to that. It's really sick. All right, guys, stop deleting. Stop deleting his messages. Come on. It's too much. It's funny, but yeah, it's too much. Oh, I forgot he's level 20. Holy shit. I forgot he's level 20. Hey, official. That's a good band. Message deleted. You guys could for anyone new, you guys could song request any music you want, as long as it's Twitch friendly. If you want to know my personal likes, I like Japanese music, blues, rock, and I typically I'm okay with any type of music, and aside from rap is a little for me, but yeah. Come on, Nathan. No, don't. He deleted a message that says message deleted. What do you want to trade, bro? Nah, don't give me. Don't give me Pokemon. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I want to make my way through this journey like a viewer, basically. You know. So I really do appreciate it, but nah, don't give me. It's okay. I really do greatly appreciate it, though. Guys, stop deleting his messages, please. Can I get grade balls? Oh, I'm sorry. Just trade with me. I'll give you. How did you be? Sorry, I missed some messages. How did I become a teacher in Japan? I applied for the JET program, and I got. How do you get Pokeballs? You have to do. In this game, you have to first talk to May. You have to go to your rival's house, talk to her. Then you already have your Pokemon. So you have to verse May, and then you go back to the lab, and then you get like 5 Pokeballs or something. Then you could probably buy them. Jared, you actually tricked me for a second. I was like, what? Does anyone have a routes? I guess this game does like incentivize trading, but part of me just wants to catch things by myself. I do really greatly appreciate it though, guys. I'm going to move on to the next area here. I mean, technically I have level 20, and I'll give you great balls if you come here, Mac. Let's make Zigzagoon to the front. Ban me, do it, I dare you. Why am I getting censored, guys? That one you deserved. Just gotta make the message really message deleted. True. Is all the other mounts are doing it? Yeah, I know, but he consented. How am I missing messages? I'm so sorry, guys. It had insomnia. It can't sleep. Oh yeah, I'm such a dumbass. Good point, Rose. What's it called? How did I get the job in Japan? I minored in Japanese. I was self-studying Japanese. I had really good grades in college. So when I went to the interview, I had to do a mock lesson, like a pretend teacher lesson. I aced that, and all of that together basically got me accepted to the job. But it's not insanely hard to get a job to teach in Japan, believe it or not. You do need a bachelor's degree, though. No joking in pink stream. Oh, you could joke, bro. I'm gonna sand attack. I want to see if Zigzagoon could take it out on its own. Sorry, just joking around. No, you're fine. No, you can request bans. You'll just. I don't want anyone banned because I'm a small streamer. I need every viewer I can get. You know. No, I'm just joking. I don't. I just. You know what? Do whatever you want, mods. No, don't do. I'm joking. Don't do whatever you want, mods. My mods are crazy. They're just gonna ban everyone. I want to catch routes. Yeah, routes is a hard. You have to go to Route 3. The route right next to the route where this Petalsburg City. Jimmy, don't say that. They might do it. No joking. This is not a place of shits and giggles, bro. This is a chill stream. What are you talking about, bruh? Is this the same song twice? If it is, can someone skip it? Ah, shit. Sand attack was not enough. Sorry, Zigzagoon. That's consent. We can do. No, I was joking. Yeah, you can ban me if you want, guys. Oh yeah, I forgot Rock Smash is actually pretty good early game. Well, not really, but I mean, it's actually good against your dad. No, it's not. Your dad has much higher level Pokemon. Although I don't know how it goes in this game. Yo, nice Breloom. Bro, Breloom is like one of my favorite Pokemon. It just looks so cool. I mean, it's not that good, but it looks so cool. That route is this route? Oh yeah. Do the patches matter? Like, if you try to get a Ralts in the Wally area, is there a higher percentage to get it? I'm assuming not, but Domestic Girlfriend is a great OP. True. Maybe you should add that to the chat rules. The chat rules right now are perfect. Thanks for the quiet lurk. Hey, Nissan, what's up? Sorry I didn't come. I didn't know you guys were going to do Shabbat dinner.
Wow.
Supez is my cousin. I would have came. I just didn't know, and I already said I was going to stream today, you know? I definitely want to play Yu-Gi-Oh, though. Thanks for hydrate. Pokemon tier list. I AFK'd. No worries, no worries. Oh, you got kicked out because you AFK'd. I've done tier lists in the past. They're not... Maybe I just did them really stupidly. Bro, a trainer withdrawing a Pokemon? Does this Wurmple have a different move? Or was that like the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life? Why would you withdraw... What? Wait, so now my growl strategy is kind of dumb, but it seems so stupid.
Hello there.
Depends on the game. This game, no. Sun and Moon, yes. Patches slightly matter for certain Pokemon. Oh, interesting. I'll stretch. Sorry, it sounded like that. Yo, Pigeon! What's up? Little Pigeons was here earlier. Bro, both Pigeons in the same stream? That hasn't happened in a long time. Yeah, Pokemon tier lists I tried to do in the past, but they're very hard to I don't know. I don't know how interesting they are. I feel like I have to have more knowledge on Pokemon to make it better, or I don't know. Pokemon tier lists I might do later, but I'm thinking like I'm gonna do some speculation on Scarlet and Violet, the 2 new Pokemon games that are coming out for the YouTube channel, and then I'm gonna do hardcore Nuzlocke on stream that are gonna become edited videos for YouTube. That was a great stretch. Thank you. You got notifications? Hell yeah, baby. Put those notifications on. We're going to play Fall Guys next week, Thursday. Like, I'm almost 100% sure. So that should be fun. I'm sure. But yeah. I don't know. How have you been, bro? I don't know. I don't know. Do you still play it a lot? I hear sounds outside. PB, do you know where I can get a real sword? Amazon? I don't know. In Japan, you could get real swords. One of my friends got a sword, but it's hard to bring back from Japan because it's like laws and stuff, you know? Don't hardcore Nuzlocke Insurgents. You'll die. Yeah, I want to work my way up because I'm not a Nuzlocker. Like, I Nuzlocked 2 or 3 games and made videos. We actually have 3 Nuzlocks on the channel, but I didn't know any information. They weren't hardcore Nuzlocks. I did off stream 3 hardcore Nuzlocke. I learned so much about Pokemon. And I want to my first goal is to hardcore Nuzlocke every vanilla game, every generation vanilla game. And then I want to do like the harder games, maybe regular Nuzlocke, and then eventually hardcore Nuzlocke like Insurgents and Kaizo. Emerald Kaizo was a big thing on Twitch and YouTube recently with Pokemon challenges and other creators doing that. Yeah, that's the plan for now. I have a katana. I just need a sword, a glove, and armor. Damn, that's cool. I do like Zoroark. Zoroark is cool. Zoroark is definitely cool. Wait, who put this again? Jimmy? Bruh. I don't know how to dance to this song, though. That's cool, Nathan. I don't know. I'll just go on Amazon or look on Google. I couldn't really help you there. Unless you go to Japan. Japan, you could buy swords. 100%. What is that name of that song, Food? That's funny. What did I want to say? Oh yeah, if you want to check the song queue to see what songs you've put, you could do this, or I think SQ is song queue. Yeah, I added that before I stopped streaming. I'm gonna be a tall knight. You are. Yo, you can make some sick ass YouTube videos. Cause you're mad tall, Nathan. Should I nuzlocke this? I don't know. They've been telling me that they made this game a bit harder. So maybe not, but I say do you. The only reason I'm not nuzlocking it is because I just don't want to reset. And I kind of want, I want to, I want to become like a Pokemon master in this game. And since I'm going into it blind, like, yeah, I just don't want to nuzlocke it. Even though initially I wanted to. We got to train our Zigzagoon up. Yeah, so you want to do exclamation point SQ, space, and then the name of the song. And you could add up to 2 songs at a time, just so that other people could put music. And then after your song gets played, you could add more music again. Nuzlocke Pokemon, check out the Masochist one over here. Ooh, Talo. Complete all regions before doing yeah, that's what I wanted. My first goal, like, I want to do Nuzlocks. I'm gonna be doing Nuzlocks half the week. My goal with this game is to become like one of the strongest players in the world or on the server or whatever. I prefer doing Nuzlocks where you continue with the Pokemon in your box even if your party dies. Oh, yeah, a lot of people do that. I don't do that. It just feels more high stakes. Like, I like the hardcore. Like, next week, we're going to do a hardcore Nuzlocke. I'm not going to tell you guys which game yet because it's like a secret. But I have it prepped. Like, I'm ready. There's so many trainers on this route. Like, that young boy usually doesn't verse you, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, this last does verse you, though. Maybe the young boy does. I don't remember. You have to go through me, then. Are you, like, one of the strongest? Bro, hell yeah. Wait, maybe I should have kept the Stantler. It would have gotten me there faster. I was joking. I prefer doing this. Oh, I read the same thing twice. Sexy lady. Pokemon is just so awesome. I was thinking so much about what I want to, like, do long term on the channel, on YouTube. Pokemon is just so good because, like, you have such variety in Pokemon. You have such, like there's always news. There's always, like, hype. Like, Pokemon is just awesome. You stomp food music. Are you guys, like, the top 2 players? I don't know how big the community is for this game. I honestly don't know. I looked at the Twitch, like, stuff, and it doesn't seem like there's that many people streaming it or playing it, but, or, like, viewing it, but it's just so cool. Not if I'm trying. Ooh. Bro, you guys gotta verse each other, and then I have to spectate and put some crazy music, so it's more intense. This is a potion, yeah? Yeah. Does anyone know how to make it full screen too? Because seeing the PokeMMO on top kind of annoys me. Ralts! Bro, Chi, you're gonna hate me. It's a Ralts. Wait, Ralts has teleport, right? I don't remember. I don't have any moves that could stop it. Except Sand Attack, I guess? Wait, does Sand Attack even... Does teleport bypass accuracy checks? It probably does. I caught Ralts. Yo, that's so lucky. All right. It's literally the area where Wally catches it. It's in settings to go full screen? Thank you. Makes sense. Will OBS still capture it? It does, but whoa. What the? Okay, I don't think full screen is for me. Oh, I don't think that's for me. Because if I want to go off of the app, like, let's say I want to go to OBS, I'm just alt tabbing. It, like, did you redeem I'm old? Oh my god, bro. I'm sorry for the spasming, guys. I'm gonna just take it off full screen for now. And then I'll read chat. Borderless windowed. Oh, that's actually perfect. One of you guys probably mentioned that in chat, didn't you? Oh, this is great. Wait, can I can't. Wait, I can't full screen it. I can't. Why? Oh, I could. I could change the display. Okay. This is cool. This is cool. This is cool. Can you do a custom? Because I don't know what my display resolution is. It's a weird one, though. Want to trade ping? No, I want Ralts. I love Ralts. I can't believe you redeemed Biome Old. For anyone who doesn't know, that literally does nothing. Well, it does one thing, which I'll give you later. I wrote a note. You stomp food? Not sorry for lurking. No, no worries, bro. Top 100? Food is like top minus 100. Taking a cereal break? Nice. Rose thinks they know me. You caught it. Hell yeah. Set the resolution correctly. You need to set it to your resolution. No, I wasn't ignoring you. I'm just all over the place. Sorry. 1920 by 1080? I think that's too much. You've always wanted the role? You've never had it? Oh. Well, now it makes more sense because there's no break the internet, right? Is 1920 by 10... Some settings will not take place until restart. Oh shit, you're a genius, Chi. Oh, does that not look sexy? Does that not look clean, guys? It's literally my face. Look, I made it so it's cornered, and then you just see the stream chat. You see chat on the bottom. Oh, damn. Changing screens is actually terrible with this. So I'm going to try not to change screens, or I might just take it out of the resolution and have the thing on top. But for now, I'll just keep it like this. I've always wanted the role, though. These Cheerios bussin'? Hell yeah. Try to 1v1 my Alpha Pikachu. Let's do it. Where are you? 1920 by 1080 is the correct resolution. Yeah, but it's acting like it's full screen, which I don't... And you can see that thing in the middle. I don't like that it's acting like it's... No, I don't want to trade my routes. I'm sorry. I'm going to catch them all, okay? Like, I'm liking my team. I got a Psychic type, Grass Poison, which sucks, but it's a starter, which is cool. Water Ground, and Normal. Like, that's pretty decent variety. Where is everyone? I'm assuming you guys are back towards the entrance. Oh, I see Mac. Cool. Let's see who else we could find. All right, I'll trade my routes, actually. I'll trade you it, because I'm a nice person. Maybe you guys aren't here. I'll trade you it. So, guys, just meet up with me. I'll be in Petalsburg or whatever. I want to see your Alpha Pikachu, Rose, and I want to trade routes with you. Oh, there you are. Rose is right here. Rose is in the middle of a battle. What do you want it for? What do you have? You can't talk to your Pokemon? That's kind of sucky. I just caught up to One Piece anime. Oh my god, it's so good right now. I gotta catch up to Boruto. Level scale 50. Wait. Oh, your character looks cool. All the characters look cool. Yo. It's like orangey. Wait, it doesn't look that big. Oh, it changes your Pokemon to level 50. That's sick. I'm definitely gonna lose though. There's no point of doing status effects because you're a real person. You'll just switch out. You have Brick Break? Oh, I'm dead. Why do you have Brick Break? I'll take it for 4 Poke. No, it's worth more than that. But because you're an awesome viewer, I'll take it for 4 Pokeballs. Like, what do I do against Alpha Pikachu, bro? Like, I don't even remember what my guys have as moves. I definitely... Oh, I have Mud Slap. No, but then he probably has Thunder Shock or Thunder something. I have Seed Bomb? Ooh, Iron Tail. That's not gonna kill, though. That did a lot. Oh, I am a Bulbasaur. Pikachu is not that tanky though, right? No, I thought you were gonna change out. I'm trying to play like competitive and like read your style, but that was so stupid. How much does Seed Bomb do? I don't even know. Can you check? Is there a way to check how much each move does without using it? You woke up already? Oh my god. You Connor Ralts? Hell yeah, Chi. Alright, I might not. Wait, does it change the moves you have? Bro, I got double team? Yo, let's go. Oh, you didn't get a Ralts? Oh. What happened? Alright, bro. Alright. Alright, Sanjay Jong. Alright, you win. Okay, you win this one. Pikachu doesn't look that special, though. I thought it would look, like, big or something. I found one I'm struggling to catch. You got it. Hover mouse over it. It shows the move. Alright, cool. I'll keep that in mind. I'm in Pedoburg. Dragonair. Oh, yeah. Wait, I didn't verse. I'm so confused. Why is he here and there? Watson. Is it level 8 Voltorb or does it change based off my... Oh, it is level 8. Where are you, PB, so I can claim my balls? I'm in Pedalsburg. Oh, I didn't look at what move I used. What did I move? I used Tackle. What? Why did he go twice? I pressed Tackle again? Bro, I'm just like... what am I doing? Okay, I want to train Ralts, but... Bro, all he got... You caught it? Let's go! Let's get some congrats in there. Oh, yeah. Congrats is a bit loud, huh? Wait, so... Hover the mouse over it. Yo, that's sick, bro. That is so cool. Yeah, I don't remember how Seed Bomb works. 80 power. So what's the point of Razor Leaf then? Bruh. Is Lax bad? You could hover over it, it tells you. Great speed at Ivies. Nice. I'm just gonna Seed Bomb. It does a lot of damage. Yeah. What do I get for killing him? Do I get like a TM? He usually gives Thunderbolt? Anniversary chest. Oh shit, that's sick. Well, you're a big one to be. That's funny. Oh no, you don't get Thunderbolt from him. You get Shockwave in the original game? I don't remember. Lax is unnecessary. Is Lax the neutral? I always forget natures. I try to memorize that. I know Docile is neutral. It's interesting how everything else is like the... I wonder if... It seems like everything else is like the normal game. Hey, Dad, is Wally gonna come in? There he is. He's gonna catch a Ralts.
Wow.
Wow. What's up, Lando? How you doing? Laxus plus defense minus special defense. Oh, that's actually... not the best, but... Wait, that's actually pretty decent for Ralts, right? I'm assuming like Gardevoir has low defense and high special defense. Just because it's like a psychic type. Welcome back. Thank you. Appreciate it. How you doing, bro? Oh. Lax doesn't really matter for Gardevoir. Yeah, is it because it has high enough special defense? Because you would have what? Psychic. You have Bug, Dark, and Ghost that kill Psychic. Ghost moves, a lot of them are special. Dark, a lot are special. Special defense is not important. It's generally a fast special attacker. Yeah, that's why I'm saying. I'm just saying defense-wise. Like, obviously, yeah, it's. I mean, it's better than getting like minus special attack plus like attack or something. But where I've been probably the best nature for Gardevoir is Plus special attack minus attack, right? I've been surviving off of Mega Drain. Nice. Mega Drain is a good move, especially early game. Also, does this game save automatically? Wait, did I already go through the tutorial with Wally? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, Scott does come in this game. Okay, it does save automatically. Cool. What I like about this game is that XP share doesn't take too long to get. Some games, they're a bit annoying. There are no routes too, huh? Or it doesn't tell you your route. Oh, it does on the top left. Route 104, Chapter 1. Oh, that sounds so cool. Why is the next song not playing? Oh, it's a while for this song to end. Okay. We got you, Rose. Domestic Girlfriend. Oh, you're the one that put Domestic Girlfriend. Nice. I've never watched it, but I really like the opening from you guys. Gen 4 physical special split is in this game. Oh, it is. Oh, then catching a Meryl isn't too bad here. But also doesn't matter much since I have Mudkip. Also, I don't know if it has a huge power. Rollout. I have so many great balls. What do you mean I'm in the same town as you now? Huh, actually, I went ahead. But how many Pokemon are in this game? Is it just like the ones... So far, it seems like... Okay, we've had the hats on for long enough. It seems like it's like gen specific or whatever. If you get Meryl, make sure it has huge power. Yep. Like you keep running away from me. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back to that town in a second. I just want to catch this Meryl, which is being a bitch. I love this song. I actually forget it's from an anime opening half the time. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, you guys can't see the screen. Oh, you guys can't see the screen. Oh, it's just anytime I alt tab, it goes black. Did I catch it? I did not catch it. Did I kill it? Or all right, whatever. I'll come back to Petalburg. Are shiny rates the same here? I practice more with my katana. Nice. All right, let me come to you, Mac. Bro. No. Wrong song. Do exclamation point, wrong song. I think that's the command. Mods, correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, I found you. Trade. Hey, it works. Hell yeah. Whoa, I'm not giving you a Pokemon. I'm giving you... I'll give you Great Balls. You know, I gotta pass the love over here. Give you like... I'll give you 15. You're giving me a Pokeball. Okay, I'll take it. Skino Kisa. Crunchyroll Deutschland. It's very... Hey, Naruto! It's a Naruto opening? I love Naruto. I'm such a pleb. Catch a Meryl with huge power. I do want to catch a Meryl. I don't really care too much about using... Because I have used a huge power Meryl and a Nuzlocke before. Actually, you guys are going to see it on the YouTube. Let me jerk myself off a little bit here, okay? We're going to go to windowed because I can't alt tab without the screen going black, and that's a bit frustrating, so we're going to have the white bar on top here so I could show you guys something. So I could show you guys a preview cuz I've edited 3. Oh, look, you guys are on screen. I've edited 3 hardcore Nuzlocks already, and I've already scheduled them. So yeah, that should be cool. Let's do that. YouTube. So I've done this Nuzlocke. This is a preview. It's gonna come out next Saturday. Not tomorrow, but next Saturday. And in this Nuzlocke, I actually catch a I think it was in this one. I catch a Meryl that I don't remember if it had huge power, but it was before the physical special split, obviously, because it's in Hoenn. So it wasn't that. It was still useful-ish, but my point is, I don't know how much I care about getting a huge power Meryl at this point. Sometimes when Japanese singers sing, it seems like they're rapping. Sometimes they are rapping. You used huge power at... Oh, it was in the Fire Red hardcore. You're right, bro. I'm mixing up my Nuzlocks. You were there for that one. I did that one on stream. I'm so dumb. Welcome back, Cortez. How was dinner, bro? Oh, shit. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing? Why you oh shitting? Oh, because of like the video? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready with the videos. I wanna upload a hardcore Nuzlocke every 2 weeks, and I wanna beat one every 2 weeks on the channel. It should be really fun. Dinner was great. Hell yeah. What'd you eat, bro? Bro, I got a pee-pee from all these hydrates. Hey, nice emote. Is that the Joker? My wife 7. I'm a joke. Lisa Unlasting. Yeah, once one of your songs plays, then you'll be able to add more songs. It's just so people don't spam it. Oh, but I like that song from Crossing Fields, from Sword Art Online. I learned how to play that on piano. Cryogen theme. I don't know. Oh, Terraria, nice. You named that Azumarill something I asked. I don't remember what it was though. I can't believe I forgot I did that on stream. Yeah. Yeah, bro, there's so much hype doing Nuzlocke on stream. When you play them alone, there's like some hype. But like when you're just like, hell yeah, when you win, it's not as cool as like, I don't know. That's why I want to create a community around Pokemon too. I have that hype over Pokemon. But yeah, from HelloFresh. Oh, you just reminded me. That's cool though. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. For dinner, I had salad. Nice. I'm going to make you use the restroom. I do have to. Spicy harissa, veggie, barley bowl. Oh, it sounds so good. Half a salad. I threw up. That's not good. For those that don't know, I had a sponsorship for HelloFresh, but I didn't take it. And it would have paid well. But I didn't take it because... Hey, Mac's here. Because Mac was there. No, I'm joking. I didn't take it because... I wanted to make it like a good sponsor. So I wanted to like... stream and a kitchen with HelloFresh like ingredients, which wasn't required for the sponsor, but I wanted to do that and I couldn't figure out a way to do that, so I just didn't do it, which is dumb. I could have gone to my cousin's house and my friend's house, I mean, and do it, or my cousin's house. I don't know. I should have done it, but it's whatever. Hello there. I like how HelloFresh prompts stream elements. True. I'm gonna have to change that if I actually get a HelloFresh sponsor again. Wait, you could put just the end of the link for YouTube and its song requests? I just realized that that's what you've been doing, Food. That's actually insane. If you beat me on a 1v1, I'm gonna give you all 4 of my Master Balls. Alright, let's do it for the content, even though I know I'll lose. You could only use one Pokemon, though. Oh, I can't... Bro, I'm gonna need to pee here. Wait, I gotta pee first. I gotta pee-pee. HelloFresh ingredients are hella shit. Are they? I think they're fine. From what I've heard. Cortez could say. Could attest to it. I'm gonna go pee and add water to my bottle. I'm not gonna pee in the bottle, though. So, I'll be back. I guess I'll do this. I'm sorry. And then I'll 1v1 and stuff. Let's see if my buttons still work. These balls are freaking beautiful. This game is so racist. Tyler, did you die when I said don't die, bro?
Nah, dude.
dude. Nah, there was a guy sniping on the footstool or on the steps, and
Sounds like he died.
and then as I was trying to like jump over it.
Oh, right there, right there. Damn, bro.
Did he get trick shotted? Oh, he got run over? Did we switch spawns?
Are you serious? Just went in the corner. I killed you. You come right back to the corner.
Got him.
Steal my kill, bro.
Another one.
You got it?
Another one. Another one. I got him.
Yo, we keep killing them all.
Yeah, just stay low. Stay
No,
low.
I'm spawning. I was reloading. Oh, I got him. I
Yeah,
keep
got him.
reloading. Yeah, I got him. There's another one though. I got him. I
gotta
changed
reload,
guns though. He threw a nade.
They're behind.
I died. I was like on
got
an
him.
8 kill streak. Nice. You're gonna get everything, bro. You're gonna get chopper, bro. So this should be fine. Alright. This is so hard. This is gonna be full of spelling errors. I know, right? Not me though, because I was a former English teacher in Japan for 2 years. But you know, whatever. You know, it's fine. You know, you guys will probably screw it up. This is a good song though. I like this song. Tell me you love me, Oh, the music stopped in my ears because of my audio mixer. I have to wait 40 seconds because I have the trial version of it. Tell me. Okay, I'm back. Oh, you died to that trainer, yeah? Yeah, here's a sip of water, bro. I got you. There you go. Ugh. Yeah, I'm down to 1v1 anyone. If you're in Petersburg City. Shibata booty. Oh yeah. That's one of the things, right? For the break screen. I could hear you. You could hear me peeing? Let's go. Guys, stop making me drink water. I'm just joking. I would do the same. Wait, who's Tova? Why is Tova? Oh, I thought Tova was yellow lettered. Bro, we're gonna build a freaking. Let's go, Mac. Let's go. We're gonna build a freaking like. Oh, Rose went offline. Yeah, I want to go on anyone who's in this area as I train. We're gonna build a team here. Been a while when that happened. Did you actually hear me peeing? I know you get excited when I do that. Why is this song so low volume? Oh, this is from Naruto. I don't remember this opening. Okay, I want to catch this. Hey! Are these your emotes? They look good. Oh, I remember this opening now. Don't crit. Let's go. I can't believe they made their own animations for this game. That's hella crazy. My favorite. This is your favorite opening from Naruto? Really? I feel like there are definitely better ones, in my opinion. Like, what was it? Naruto opening 10? Not 10. 20 something? Naruto opening like 24 or something was really good. 1v1 me when you're done? Alright, I'm coming. Hey, Rose is back. You ready to go? To duel? Level scale. I don't know. Let's just do level... level 50 is normal. Pretty sure these are just Oh, they're just black and white animations? Really? Oh, that makes sense. The water gun animation did look kind of like the black and white one. I know that because I was trying to do a monologue for black and white off stream. Oh my god, monologues are hard, man. The annoying thing is you can't, like, there's creative strategies, but sometimes you just like there's only one way to do things, and you have to rely on luck, which is not as cool, you know. All I have is tackle. Oh, you only have 2 Pokemon. I'll only use Zigzagoon and Mudkip since you only have 2 Pokemon. I'm just gonna use attack inversion. Oh, you have Mega Drain. Oh shit, I'm gonna die. I forgot. Oh my god, I completely forgot. If you're smart, it's like 100% for sure that I'm gonna lose. But if I'm lucky or if you screw up, then I don't know. You got quick attack. There's only 20 openings. Oh. Then like opening 20. Honestly, I think I think One Piece has better openings. Even though I like Naruto more, I think One Piece has better openings. Is there a way to change? You probably have to get currency for that in game. I'll 1v1 you next, Rose, for sure. Ah, why are you hitting your Mega Drain? I Sans attack like 3 times. I don't know what to do here. I found where I can get ninja weapons. Where can you get? Let's go. I probably shouldn't tackle now. You hit with quick attack? Alright, technically I only have 1 Pokemon left. I'll forfeit if I lose. Do you lose money? And are there records with trainer battles? I guess I want to go rock. Damn it, you did withdraw. I was like, the only way I could win this is for some reason if he doesn't withdraw. But I'm going to kill your Tailo easy. That was unlucky. Verse me with only 3 Pokemon? Sure. I'll verse Rose first, though. And get demolished. Amazon? Oh, I told you to look on Amazon. Nice. I'm just gonna die. There's literally nothing I could do. Unless you... Wait. Do you let me use my other Pokemon? Mac? Makeover ticket. Oh, that's how you change stuff. Yeah. Because if I could use my other Pokemon... Oh shit, like half my Pokemon died to... Well, Bulbasaur would... No. Oh, whatever, fine. I'll withdraw. Honestly, if I were smart, I would just use Bulbasaur and Mudkip. And it would be an easy clap. Because Bulbasaur, I could just like Sleep Powder... And then chip damage with Seed Bomb, Razor Leaf. Or actually, Poison Powder would be better because of Mega Drain. I'll forfeit because I'm a nice person. Let me go change my team. You do need to catch that. Well, I could just use 3 Pokemon out of the 6 and then forfeit if I lose 3. Gee. I'm gonna get demolished. Wait, if it's 3 Pokemon, do I get to choose? Or is it just the first 3? Bro, I used to listen to... Guys, I used to listen... What is this song from? Oh, this is Crossing Field. This I learned on piano, and I used to listen to this song in college all the time. All the time. Bro, I don't even have evolved guys. You're just gonna sweep me. Like, I can't do anything here. Oh my god, bro. Like, come on. Come on, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. Oh. What is he again? Poison. What is he? A poison ground? Bro, I'm so bad. What's his weaknesses? You're only using this mon? Yeah, but you'll just set up and sweep. I'm gonna look it up because I'm a noob. He's a poison dark, right? Like, all right. I pretty much can only think of one strategy here. I got one strategy to win. This is the best SAO theme? Maybe. Maybe. Wait, why did I use poison powder? I, I'm so stupid. I literally, the second I pressed it, I'm like, why am I using this move? No, you're just gonna sweep me now because like, oh my god, that's it. Ugh, I'm such an idiot. I was like, oh, this is fine. At first I was like, I'll use sleep powder, but then I'm like, no, he'll wake up and then I'm screwed. But I have no other choices here. It's $10, right? RL. Real money? Yeah, what does RL mean? Bro, like, oh, I got you asleep. Why did I use it again? Bro, I'm not paying attention. This is so bad. I don't know what moves my Wingull has because I just caught it. Nor do I know my Meryl. No, I didn't mean to change into it. I wanted to see the moves. Bro, I'm playing so stupidly. What is that? 5? You need one more to max it? Wait, didn't you? All right, if you're only using one Pokemon, then I'm a goddamn idiot. I should have been growling, tail whipping. Like, now I'm pretty much screwed. Bing bong. Oh, RL probably stands for real life. You found a bow? Nice. And a crossbow? Nice. Okay, okay. I'm actually getting tail whips in. This is not the worst thing. Oh. Come on, come on. Yeah, let's go, baby. Acupuncture did nothing. That's it. I'm going to use all 6, right? Or does it work that after 3 Pokemon it just ends? Go with Mudkip. Did you not max out? Wait. See, this is how you know how bad I am in Pokemon. Oh, it's the one that it gives 2 random things, but it goes up by 2 stages. I thought it was only evasiveness for some reason. I'm an idiot. Oh no, I lost. You're just gonna sweep. Click my mon's name. Oh, sick. So you maxed out on speed? Well, you have -3 defense because of me though. So I have a chance with underlevel Pokemon. Again, I considered poison powdering. What am I thinking? You can see it's boosted stats. That's sick. That's game over. Oh, I could use more Pokemon. Is this is your song? Wait, this is your song? I was like, I never heard this song. Wait. I'm trying to get the volume right, sorry. You got your name in Japanese too. Wait, that's sick. Ooh, 41K. Hell yeah. Nakama. Lo-fi. Future Funk. Nintendo based, Pokemon based. Marshmallow. This is sick. I'm gonna have to subscribe on my other account. Is it loud enough though? Hope it is. Sounds cool. Yo, let's go. Is it copyright free? Damn, this hard, bro. Capping. I got a Meryl, but a stick fat. Oh, that sucks. Hey, that's some nice. Wait, is that from Avatar? Bro, that looks like from Avatar. That emote, the thing that goes on top of Zuko's hair. Oh, sorry, it took me so long. Bro, I can't even hit you. I literally only have one strategy here. Double team so much that you can't hit me. Growl a shit ton. And then hope that I could one hit KO. No, but you have speed on me. You're just gonna sweep me. You got speed +6. Jesus. I got a PMMO so I can talk to you. I have no idea what that means. What does that mean? Yo, the song is so chill. I got off PMMO. Ah, gotcha. You could like chill on both, no? No, you hit your first hit? Come on, bro. Like, come on. And it's a crit. Like, that even matters, but still. Oh, shit. Yeah. Nah, I got you, bro. Quick attack. Let's go. I put some damage on you. That was dumb, though. I probably should use Wingle. Okay, I'm just gonna forfeit the battle, bro. You won, bro. You won. All right, you played too much, bro. You won. Sheesh. Oh yeah, Chi, you were waiting next, right? I'm not getting any Master Balls, but it's okay. Of course I damaged you. What, do you think you're a god? Bro, I'm a PokeTuber, kind of. I'm a streamer. I don't know if you are too. All right. You see, I gotta put my face up so I can put my legs up. And you guys don't see that. My hairy legs. All right, let's go to what, 50? Time limit. Oh shit. You could put overused and like Ubers and everything. That's sick. Do you know how to start them? Yep. I think I could have taken you down. Okay, but you guys could barely see my face. I think I could have taken you guys if I was taking you out if I was smarter. I don't like that my thing is showing. That's what she said. What do I want to use in what order? Let's do that. That. I didn't check if my Meryl has huge power yet. Ooh, wait, you could do triple battle like 1v1v1? Like with 3 different people? Because that's sick. Bro's a streamer mom. Streamer mom. Yeah, I'm a streamer mom and a streamer mom. Bro, you're about to get killed, bruh. Honestly, I think Seed Bomb will hit anyone. Even if you withdraw and change to someone, it'll hit hard. So it's worth it. I don't even know if Ralts has like any psychic moves yet. And I probably have speed on you. This is just going to be obliteration. Oh, you thought it was triple battle? Oh. No, I thought it was just to pick 3 Pokemon. But for some reason, it still shows 6 in my party. So, I don't know. Triple is 3 Pokemon at the same time. Seed Bomb is, yeah, Seed Bomb's great. You could hover over the move to see like how good it is. It seems like Seed Bomb is better than Razor Leaf even. Or what is the other move he has? Razor Leaf? Like it might sweep right here. Yeah, Razor Leaf has 55 power, Seed Bomb has 80, and is more accurate. For single battles, is better. I mean, I guess Razor Leaf has a higher chance to crit. So if you have an item to up like crit, then that's different. But otherwise, Seed Bomb's pretty much the go-to. No, I'm surprised it's Razor Leaf and not Vine Whip or like, well, Vine Whip or like Leech Seed or something. I don't know. It's pretty strong. Korean music, cool. It was only a kiss. So, I also decided to make these big goals for every year of streaming. Yo, Epikudo! What's up? How you doing, bro? How are ya? Just now. What was I saying? W goals. Yeah. So I want to make like goals for every year. For this year, I think my goal is going to be GG's, by the way. My goal is going to be going to Japan. For those that don't know, I lived in Japan for 2 years. I taught English there. My goal is going to be to go there with one of my close friends for a couple of weeks. And stream for at least a week there. That's what I want before July 2023. Before July 1st, 2023. Which means I have to save up money. I gotta make money. Hopefully I'm doing well on streaming and stuff by then. And yeah. One Piece freestyle. Ooh, that sounds cool. BTS, of course. Seriously, no miss on -2 accuracy. It's called luck. I did get lucky that game. But doing fine. I'm glad to see you here again. Yeah, it's nice to see you too, Epikuro. And I have a plan now. I finally have a plan after 2 years of streaming. Whoa, I could verse my dad? Let's go. Is he gonna have slacking? Slack off and slacking? Well, no, he only has 2 Pokemon. And the other guy only had 2, and he didn't have his ace, so I guess. Tyler? Tyler, what's up, bro? You gotta respond on Discord more often. How you doing, bro? How's the military? Or like what's going on in your life? How is everything? Well, Elliot? Yeah. I'm back to streaming for sure, forever. I don't know about forever, but for a long time. I'm planning on doing an exchange trip to Japan next year. Hell yeah. I don't want to... I think you'll like it. I'm starting to feel that Zigzag Goon is not that good. I'm just gonna send tag. He's too low level. Where'd you end up going? Also, I know I need to answer more. Yeah. It is, Mac. That is Tyler. Ars Blaster, the OG. My Discord notices are broken. Bro, that happens to me on mobile. It happened to me for a long time. It just got fixed somehow. I'm gonna probably... But I just go on Discord a lot on desktop. I don't think of Winnie the Pooh. Nice song. I don't think I've heard this before. Where'd you end up going? I basically was trying to figure out life and was very stressed. I was trying to figure out like what to do, because I know my big thing is I want to definitely do YouTube and Twitch until it becomes something. But the hard thing is like knowing when to stop, when to do this, when to do that. So yeah, I basically decided I'm gonna do Pokemon a lot, and I'm trying to get a part-time job now to make money, because I've been paying rent, and I live at home, but I've been trying to pay rent, so I'm running very low on money. That's everything. Do you know our sponsor? Ping, how was your break, by the way? Well, it was a break from streaming, but I was still doing a lot of YouTube, like on the other channel. But you guys will see that content on the main channel. Wait, he has a Zigzagoon? I was expecting something better. Okay. Oh yeah, that makes sense, because he usually has a Lanoon and a Zigzagoon, no? He definitely has a Lanoon that has Belly Drum. I remember that. But anyway, it wasn't really a break, but I don't know. I missed streaming a lot during it. Wow. I'm glad to be back. I have a newfound addiction to Apex. Apex is great. I don't blame you. You've been waiting for... Dinelle has been talking in stream on and off. Apex is pretty fun. When I was living in Japan, I played Apex a lot. And we would win some games, me and some friends in Japan. Let's go top 10. Let's go. You gotta remember, some people in top 10 are bots, so... I remove bots by the end of the month. Points reset every month. If you become number 1, you go on the Hall of Fame. If you're in top 10 for 3 months in a row, you could apply to become mod. That's the basics around points, for anyone wondering. Hey, hello, gamer. Ping bong, I missed your Return of the King. I'm at work, but I'll talk later. All right. Awkward. Half of the chat like hates you, but I'm chill with you. Not cool because you're not in top 10. Long live ping pong. Aw, thank you. Long live Mac as well. Long live everyone in chat. I waited all this time to ask you, is it worth becoming very, very old? No. It's a waste. Don't do it. It's a channel point redemption that doesn't make sense. Gamer at work?
You hurrah. You hurrah. You hurrah. Glad this is here. Definitely not gonna spam this.
To be fair, you do some nice ones a lot of the time, Tyler. And I've made TTS volume low, so my ears don't get blasted from it. So you spend your points. See if I care. You do the ones with phone calls. Those are fun though. How am I gonna get that mod? Oh yeah, mod applications are closed for now. I forgot to mention that too. Once we get basically at certain average viewer like check marks, I'm gonna like want more mods. But for now we're fine. Thanks for the lurk. Gotta get this bread. Hell yeah. That's all I needed to hear. We need a Smash Bros stream once a month or something. Bro, speaking of Smash Bros, I got my blasted. Bro, why would you get Biome? Oh, 2 people got it this stream already. For anyone wondering, read what it says. It literally says it does nothing. Oh my god. Like, why? Why would you get it? Thanks for the lurk, Chi. I'm straight up hyped for... See ya, Chi. Appreciate the lurk. Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate beating you in PokeMMO. Nothing is what it does. Huh? Oh, nothing is what it does? I guess?
Ping, you really made my day with this stream, and I was so close to screaming when I saw you were live. I really think you're
Live.
the best streamer, and I appreciate for the streams on my birthday, the songs,
Bro.
everything.
Appreciate it, bro. Thank you. I appreciate you coming in, man. I appreciate everyone coming in, whether you're a first-time viewer or not. It's nice. It's what makes streaming worth it. Aside from the money. But that's a long-term worth it goal, you know? If it was for the money, I would quit streaming a long time ago. But thank you for all the subs today. I got it, and all the time, you know? I do appreciate it. Covet, an attack which steals the foe's held item if the user isn't already holding one. Yeah, this is actually a decent move. And it's better than tackle. It does more damage. I'll be just lurking for top hours. No worries. Thank you. Have a great one, Chi. Thanks for popping in. Bye-bye. Where's my bye-bye button? There it is. Ooh, single battle. I still don't have a decent enough team yet, though. We gotta play something soon, 100%. 100%, bro. Oh, you got a cool mask music in game. You just gotta add me on. You just gotta like respond on Discord more often. I'm on episode 900 of One Piece. Hell yeah, bro. Honestly, what's going on in One Piece right now and the anime is mad good. The hell. Fake out, nice. Should have switched out. July. Have you been watching anime? I haven't watched anime in 5 months. I haven't watched anime in 5 months. And sorry, I'm like trying to concentrate on this. Why did I use COVID again? And I just binge watched One Piece, like 20 episodes in a row, and it's so freaking good right now. So that's all I've been watching right now. I've watched a couple episodes of Spy Family. I probably have to catch up on that. What is this song, bro? What is this? Oh, okay. Oh, it's one of your songs. My bad. The start was like confusing me, bro. I was like, what's going on? But we keep it. We keep it. Spy Family Part 1 just ended. I'm feeling like this. I'll send how I feel on Discord. You watch rom-coms like Kaguya-sama? No, but I do know that some people in chat do. I think Chi does. Chi, for those that don't know, is Mate Rules 1, 2, 3. They just go by Chi sometimes, so. Spy Family Part 1 was so good. Don't spoil it for me, guys. I guess I'll go back to watching it. You do? Oh yeah, Tyler does too. There you go. Wait, I'm still alive? Wait, how did you heal? Oh, from Wish? I'm not paying attention. Bro, this is just not fair, bro. I don't have any evolved Pokemon. I know Pikachu is not evolved, but your other Pokemon are good. Alright, this is the plan. Tomorrow I'm going in a trip. Seismic toss. Sheesh. Hey, I didn't miss. With friends to celebrate the end of semester. Hell yeah, bro. You've never done it? If you're kind of nervous, that's the perfect amount of nervous to be. You know? Guys, if you're kind of nervous, that's a good sign. You'll have fun. That's awesome. Enjoy, man. Let me know how it goes. What are good slice of life animes? I don't know too many. Just haven't seen any of the most recent season. That Spy Family's over for now. Yeah, I don't know any of that stuff. Hey, I'm gonna take out July. Let's go. Seed Bomb is really powerful. Oh, you're not switching out too. Bro, I got so lucky. What is that? Three turns in a row of sleep. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm reading chat and then I take long in the battle. So I apologize for that. Fan of Pirate Princess I've heard of, but I don't know much about. You changed to go. Huh? I'm so confused what's going on here. You changed to Golduck? Oh, smart. Wait, I don't get stab damage. Do I still get stab damage with that? It's still super effective, but do I get stab damage? I wonder. Bro, I'm fine. I'm fine. No, I'm not fine. I should have gone for the sleep powder right away. That was really dumb. All right, Meryl. Let's see what you could do. These are your moves. I forgot they're so shit. You know what? If hidden power doesn't kill. Wait. Why is hidden power? Hidden power is not always super effective, is it? I thought hidden power is kind of random based off your IVs or something. How's it super effective to Meryl and to Bulbasaur? Am I missing something? Oh, because you soaked Bulbasaur. I'm an idiot. I'm so stupid. That's why it was super effective. Okay. No! Bro, I went into a water guy. Why did I do that? Bro, I'm not thinking. I was like, oh, he soaked me. So if I switch out, then soak won't matter if I switch back in. Like, what is my thought process right now? Whatever, I lost the sun. His hidden power is ice type? Wait, you soaked Bulbasaur, which made him a water type, and it was ice type was super effective? That doesn't make sense. Rock Lee carried Chunin exams. For sure. Rock Lee is beast. You got Shadow Claw. Ooh, I avoided it. Let's go, baby. Level 1. 1 life, I mean. Musclap is not doing much, though. Bro, I don't want to do trainer battles right now. I gotta train my guys. Oh, you changed out, too. Never mind, it's electric type, then. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, soak into hidden power was mad smart. I thought you were doing that intentionally. I was like, shit. Bro, Winkle is just not strong enough. He's gonna get killed here. I'm gonna just forfeit, bro. Song queue isn't working for me. It doesn't open up. Oh, you might have to sign in to... That's weird. Do you have to sign in? Maybe you have to sign into Stream Elements. I mean, I'm signed in. Yeah, that's weird, bro. I'm gonna check into that. There's a Chansey Swarm? My bad. I don't know why it doesn't work. I'll tell you what the next... Okay, first let me go into battle. I'm gonna forfeit. Let me at least evolve my Pokemon before versing you, bro. GG's. I'm gonna go for the Chansey. Let me check the songs. These are the songs coming up. We got One Piece Freestyle from Mac. Then we got Rose with the Juan Carlos. Then we got King New. Oh, then it's just my songs. Backup list. It's just like Japanese songs and stuff. Zero acknowledgement of the shiny gold. It was shiny? What is it, like light blue? I didn't even realize, I'm not gonna lie. My bad. My apologies. Of course I'm right, bro. I'm a freaking Pokemon god. The song sounds cool. Are you doing like AMVs and covers, or are like some of these your own songs too? Because I can't tell. Like they like a lot of them sound like legit songs. Red beak, light blue body. Oh yeah, I didn't pay attention. How hard is it to get is it 1 out of 4096 for shinies in this game? Is it like Gen 4 or something? Gen 5? Chansey Swarm on your right. Oh yeah. I completely forgot. Alright, let me go. Wait, do swarms come out that often? Hard to believe I can make real music. That means you can't, or that you do and you can't believe that you do. 1 year and 4 months. Sheesh. Bro, you're on a 17-month subscriber, bro. Wait, do I have to make a new subscriber badge soon? I feel that monkey de Lufia. Damn. Oh, it's a level 20. I own you now, Pink. Bruh. You do. I mean, what? You never answered my Discord? Well, if you messaged like 5 minutes ago, I didn't, but... Joking, love you. Oh, my cousin messaged me too, I miss. Sorry, I was looking at things. Bro, you just messaged me now, bro. Making me look at it. I even said happy birthday to you, and you didn't even respond. the secret YouTube channel, I made it. All the videos are gonna be on the main channel, so you don't even need to worry about that. I should use my. I do make music. That's sick, bro. That is sick. I wanted to make music myself. I'm probably gonna make music in like 2 or 3 years on stream. My song tag is Gear from Invader Sim. If the song doesn't have that, it's officially not mine. Ah, cool. Gotcha. Your IRL friend is a producer? That's pretty sick. How much is Rock Smash doing? It's doing alright. I'm gonna do one more rock smash. Okay. Oh, is this the Korean song? No, this doesn't sound Korean. Actually, I don't know what this is. Produces some of my stuff. What is some of your stuff, bruh? Damn, so many musicians in chat. Alright, we got it to red health. Let's go. Chansey is great. Ooh, this sounds nice, bro. Yo, Nathan. Why, you make music? Other than that, I promote chill funk music subgenre. Nice. Is it copyright free? That's a legit question, actually. Because if your music is copyright free, well, it's not really instrumental, right? So I don't know if that matters much. You actually make music? That's pretty cool. Bro, become your own producer. You know, you can make amateurish music that's not that bad, producing it yourself with free software. I mean, as long as your hardware is like decent enough to record. I don't know how to mix and master. Yeah, but you could learn that on YouTube and stuff. I made like 2 unreleased rap songs. Ooh, cool. Damn, everyone's a musician. Jesus. Why doesn't this stupid Chansey like... Oh, I'm asleep. Most YouTube tutorials are on FL Studio. Oh. Well, I was using Reaper. I don't know how good it is, to be honest, but I know a lot of musicians use... I think a lot of musicians use Reaper. And Reaper is free. But I don't know no, don't kill. Oh, that did like nothing. I was like, don't kill it. Did like 1 damage. Damn. Japanese commercials in the front of songs aren't just for aesthetic. They bypass DMCA on lyrical songs. Ah, clever. Makes sense. I know that for a lot of people will like speed up music or slow it down to pass DMCA. I didn't realize that you could do that as well. That's cool, man. So far, 100% work. Let's go. Ah, yeah. It's banned, bro. Let's go. You're gonna go to sleep? All right. See you, Mac. Thanks for popping in, bro. I hope you enjoyed. It was nice seeing you. And I'll most likely be streaming tomorrow, watching videos that you guys send me. And then we'll probably like stream with other streamers, maybe some Fall Guys. It's just gonna be a chill stream tomorrow. Sunday I won't stream, and Monday we'll be back with Hardcore Nuzlocke. That's the plan. Bro, he literally hasn't hit me like once. That's crazy. I do like the song. It's mad chill. Like if I'm thinking about like a love that I've just lost. This is the type of music it sounds like. No, stay with me. Don't leave me. Batman. Now we're gonna go for one more mud slap. Where's Lux? I don't know. It's my first stream back, bro. Doesn't mean everyone's gonna pop in, but you know. A lot of people have been popping in, which is nice. And I met some cool new people like Rose. And music. I can hit you every day if you know what I'm talking about. Will you combine my... That's a shush emote. Yo, let's go. Oh, it says everything. He's a modest nature. Special attack even necessary? Wouldn't Adam... I was getting confused. Wouldn't attack up and special attack down be better? I'm not really sure actually for Chansey. He learns protect at level 12. I honestly don't want to replace anything. Maybe Mud Slap. Mud Slap lowers accuracy though. Protect is good for like against truant Pokemon though, like slacking or slack off. But like, why would I have Protect on Mudkip when I'm versing my dad? I'll just do it just in case I need it. Hey, isn't that a cool emote, bro? The free emotes. They're so stupid, but I like them. Chances are extremely rare. Hell yeah, then. I don't want no foresight. Is it playing twice? I don't know, it's just the ending. I like the song, but not that much. Yo, this is sick, bro. I already caught so many Pokemon. No, we need sub, bro. What is this dub? They sell for good money too. Wait, you could sell Pokemon in this game? Jesus, that makes sense. That's funny though. I'm gonna add him to the team for now. Bro, it's kind of annoying. Like, I don't want Wingull, even though Wingull was useful in Nuzlocke before. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, always ready. Always ready. Damn, the ring light is in my eyes. Look at that. That's a nice picture. I'm gonna make it so pictures link to the Discord. Right now, if you clips will link to the Discord, which is pretty sexy. I gotta figure stuff out. Wait, I don't want 2 normal types on my team though. Are there fairy types in this game? I'm assuming no, actually, because 5th gen is the furthest it goes. No. Hey, look at that hat. Someone on chat said there's gonna be a Mew Swarm at 12. What time zone are you? Eastern, I'm guessing. Like in an hour. Blissey's special attack is not that bad, so it kind of works. At least defenses are not lowered. True. Special attack is not that bad. Yeah, I was just thinking more so in terms of like what moves it learns. Like I'm not sure. I don't really use Blissey. I want to actually progress in the game right now. Oh yeah, I don't need Meryl. Why do I have Meryl here? I still haven't checked if Meryl. Guys, let's check. It's been so freaking long. Like, we gotta check already. Does Meryl have? Oh, it has thick fat. Ivy's, bro, 31 speed Ivy though. That's kind of crazy. It has decent Ivy spread too. Nice joke, Mew Swarm. Oh, is the Mew Swarm not a thing? I believed that. I don't know. Oh wait, no, that can't be a thing because you can only catch 1 legendary, right? But I don't know how mythicals work. How do mythicals work? We don't need you, Meryl. You suck buttholes. This looks better. The song is aight. You know who I've been. You guys ever like go on YouTube and just binge watch someone's content, like some new person, and then you get into like some whole new genre of like stuff? Well, I just got into that with rapping. I'm not much of like a person for rapping, but like, hey, do you guys know who Harry Mack is? He's like a beast freestyler. Freestyler. So I started listening to a lot of him and a lot of one other guy who's a producer who produces for people. So that was cool. I forgot his name though. Yo. Bro, I'm actually kind of tired. I haven't streamed in so long. It's like tired. I forgot. It was never really that tiring to me, but like we're almost 3 hours in. I'm kind of tired. Sheesh. It's first day back. It's okay. It's just first day back. Yo. This song sounds cool. It sounds aight. Let's go to the forest. Where's some people? I'm going to the forest. Sheesh. I forgot she's not a trainer. I always forget she's not a trainer. This guy's a trainer though. Youngster Billy. Seedot has Bullet Seed, I think. I don't know what level it learns it though. Let's see how much covet. I should have looked at the abilities of everyone on my team. I think Zigzagoon has to have runaway, unless I'm wrong. What other ability does it have? Guts? No. Well, maybe it does have guts. What abilities does Zigzagoon have? I know it has runaway for sure. I don't know what else it has. Hey, you leveled up, bro. You need to level up. The whole team's like a freaking too high of a level. Actually, Ralts. We're probably not gonna train Ralts until we get an XP share. Might as well look at everyone's stats and stuff. Oh, he has gluttony. Okay. Wait, he gets pickup? Oh yeah. He has gluttony. Wait, so maybe he doesn't even have runaway. Maybe I'm going crazy. So he has gluttony. Berries will trigger at half health. That's kind of whatever. You can't like scroll through the summary. That's weird. Okay, he has Torrent. Every starter's. Do Kant starters also have overgrowing? Okay, he does. Synchronize. Cool. Synchronize is great. Synchronize, if you get burns or whatever, it burns the enemy also. This guy's a trainer. Let's go. Gluttony plus belly drum, but not yet or ever. True. Wait, why not ever? Why not ever? When it evolves, it doesn't lose its ability, does it? Oh, I should use Ralts to train against this guy. Magikarp, people. Bro, I don't think I'm ever going to use a Magikarp. I used the Magikarp in like one Nuzlocke. I don't think I'm going to use it again. Like, if I evolve it. It's just too OP. You just intimidate switch, and it's just so easy. You just take everything out. And he's like, he's bulky, he's strong, he has good moveset. Like electric is pretty much the only thing that kills it. Like, it's too much. When you fought the dad, did you win? Yeah. I don't know how to do the anniversary stuff. Where do I? Oh, here. Oh. Okay. That's how you spend real money. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, cool. Thank you for the hat. I appreciate it even more. I mean, not nor. More, because I realized that it costs money. Unless it's endgame currency. How do I guess it's not here. Where do I get access to all that stuff? I did. I got 2 chests. You'd waste 1 berry every time. I'm not sure if you can afford it. Oh, that's what you meant. True, but it would be like if I were doing a Nuzlocke, gluttony plus belly drum is great. Because I could set up like belly drum, citrus berry, and then just like sweep certain things. Because Lanoon is like fast. And belly drum, you could use like return or facade or something, and you just sweep. Chest could have cool stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to look for where I could open it. Mail, maybe? Suck? What are we sucking? Bag. Oh, here it is. Use. 3x attacks. I don't care about that. 3x speeds. Like, kind of trash. Also gonna be trash in the bag. Extreme speed, actually. Lanoon is cool. Lanoon gets extreme speed? At what level? Or is just saying it has extreme speed? Yeah. Yeah, Lanoon has really good speed. It's probably one of the best like Pokemon of its like type. Like if you compare it to like Patrat and Bidoof and all these guys, like Zigzagoon is actually pretty good. Yeah, X attacks and X speed is just. I guess I could steal it. I could sell it. Oh, that's nice. I don't. Wait, I just picked up the. Huh? I don't get to keep it. Yeah, okay. Do I get to keep? I don't get to keep the normal gem. Right? Oh, it used the normal gem when the battle ended. That was interesting. All right, let's see what else we could get. This song has interesting lyrics. I don't think. What level is my mudkip? It's pretty low, right? Level 12. Zigzag one's only level 11? Jesus. Leveling up so slowly. I got a fishing cap for mine. You want it? I have 3 legit. Yeah, I'll take it. If you have 3, like, unless you could sell it and it's worth selling. In which case, you could just keep it. I have so many things open, I'm like lost. Oh, there we go. Why you sagging, bro? What happened? It only learns it by breeding in Gen 8. Yeah, I didn't even... I was like, what? Linoon learns extreme speed? Like, since when? I would be surprised if it learned it, like... just, like, leveling up. Still crazy that it learns it by breeding. Garbage kid. Yo. Bars. Mars. Cars. Stars. I don't know. I'm already getting tired, bro. I'm already getting tired. I want to at least beat the first gym, though. This is sad. It's been like 3 hours. I haven't even gotten to the first gym. Framework for PokeMMO was up to 8th gen last month. Jesus. But don't they have like only a couple of gens worth of stuff? Oh, Shroomish. I'd rather just catch a Breloom later than catching a Shroomish now, since we already have Bulbasaur. The annoying thing, I've gotten so used to using emulators and like speeding through games that I'm just kind of like, oh, like spamming X or A or whatever right now. Paralyze heal. It feels maybe a bit faster though, which is nice. So at least there's a plus there. Nah. Damn. Can't believe Jimmy gave 10 subs, bro. That's a lot of money. I appreciate it though. Let's go covet. Ooh, he learns. Well, I already knew he learned headbutt, but covet could actually be useful for taking items away, but this is not like competitive, and I'm gonna get stronger moves later anyway. But I guess like, do I need tail whip? I mean, tail whip's not terrible, or growl, but Blackpink. Hey, this is the backup music, I think. This is my song. Oh, his team. This is based off Pokemon Emerald, right? Yeah, Team Aqua guy comes in. What does he have? Puchiana? I don't remember. He has like a level 9 Puchiana. Let's see if I'm right. Level 9? Level 9? Yay! I remember that shit. Let's go. Let's go. I need to switch the places. I'd rather have headbutt first before covet. And he flinched. Let's go. Nailed it. Hell yeah. IQ plus. I should put reminders for IQ stuff. I was considering putting it on screen, but I don't want to put too many things on screen. Say it like this. I like having it clean, you know? If you put a wrong song, just do exclamation point wrong song and it'll delete your last song. IQ Plus totally forgot about it. Yeah. That's what I mean, bro. That's what I mean. I don't think this guy does anything. Yeah. I'm walking with Bulbasaur, but not even using him. It's probably gonna take me months to get like really high in this game. I'm only playing on Fridays. Maybe off stream a little bit too, I don't know, but I thought this was English for a second. A lot of Korean here. You like Korean music? Get out of this chat. I lived in Japan, not Korea. No, I'm just joking. Actually, I've been to Korea twice. The chicken and beer is so good there. Oh, my mouth is watering. I'm gonna have to end stream kind of soonish because I am freaking hungry. Should I get a ninjask? A shidinja? Nah. Nah. Have any of you guys ever had a legendary in this game? Bro, I'm just sweeping with Zigzagoon, bro. Shutterping? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, you like Korean music too. Oh, I heard chicken and beer is like a little snack in Korea. I guess. I don't know. I don't know enough about Korean culture, but I know that when I was there, I was on vacation from I was in Japan and I went on vacation to Korea because it was so close by and it was cheap. And it's Korea, and they had chicken and beer everywhere. Like it would literally say chicken and beer, and you just go in, you order chicken, like a big pint of beer, and it's just good times, bro. It's so, I'm telling you, once I make money, guys, like from part-time job, from streaming, from YouTube, from everything, I wanna do more like IRL streams with people and stuff, because that's just so fun. I mean, I haven't really done that much, but hey, thanks for the friend request. I wanna do more stuff. Oh, you've been waiting here. That's funny. Hey, nice subtile. Either beer or soju. Well, chicken and beer, it's like chicken and beer is the thing. Hey, oh yeah, thank you. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Iron streams would be awesome. Also, like, I like talking a lot. And like in Japan, when I would go out, like it was crazy. It was so fun. And it wasn't like it wasn't TOS stuff. Like it was just so freaking awesome. So I think it would work nicely with stream. Especially if I found other streamers to like do it with and stuff. Ooh, Talo. You know, I've never used like a Burden and a Nuzlocke. I just never catch them. It's annoying. So I kind of want this Talo, even though I'll probably kill it. I crit. Yeah, I definitely killed it. Yeah, soju is a thing too, for sure. Soju actually tastes pretty decent. They have it. I live in New York. They have it in New York as well. But I love how there's spots, but people probably took all the beers. But what's it called? It tastes exactly the same here as in Korea, but it's more expensive here because it's imported, obviously. So interesting choice of music. Inkia Impulse. It says Inkia Impulse. Impulse. I'm not even being racist. That's literally what it says on for the title. Hey, we're getting a lot of flinches. I wonder why. That's crazy. What is it, like 30% to flinch? 10%? We flinched so much already. I've never heard a heavy metal Japanese song. 30%? Yeah. Don't you make fun of my... This is your ringtone, bro? Bruh. Bro, is that... That's such a good emote, bro. You have so many good emotes from this person. I mean, that's like one of my favorites. An Eevee holding a gun. That's just beautiful. I probably need to add more Pokemon emotes. How long are you going to stream, Mr. Ping? My plan is to go around 4 hours every stream, at least. But since it's my first stream back, you might think I would go longer, but I'm actually pretty tired, so I might end it in like 30 minutes-ish. I want to get the first gym badge first, but yeah. Hey, look at that Goku, baby. Let's go. Sometimes anime girls have to let out their entire Super Saiyan. True. True. Damn it. Oh, I have no pee-pee anymore. What are you eating? I have no idea, bro. My family went to my cousin's house to eat food. So there's no food for me. And I can't order food because I don't really have money. Also, we have some food at home, so why would I order food, I guess? I'm probably gonna eat my my classic. The classic food that I eat is onions with tomatoes and peanuts and white cheese. It used to be just onions and tomatoes, but I've added stuff on it. It's so weird, but so I'm probably gonna eat that. Maybe like some goldfish as a snack, watch some YouTube, and just chill. C-Dot is surprisingly kind of dangerous early game. Eat me, JK. Thanks for the sub, Jake. That's my brother. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you. You don't get a full song. Because it's the family Amazon account. I mean, what? Thank you very much. I do appreciate it, though. Thank you. Why am I using Rock, Throw, and Covet? Oh, I crit. Okay, that was worth it. Pepe Jab, let's go. Let's go. It's been a year. Jesus Christ. Pokédoll. Why would you hold a Pokédoll? Arimasen. Sumimasen. Arimasen. Arimasen? Arimasen. On its own, I don't know if it's anything, to be honest. Maybe my Japanese got much worse, but arimasen. Oh, yeah, like you don't have. Jesus, I forgot so much Japanese. Like aru means to have. Arimasu means like a formal way of saying like have. Arimasen means like I don't have. So you could say like, wait, no, yeah, that's right. Why are you tagged as Jewish for the stream? Because I'm Jewish, bro. So I just tagged it for fun. I don't know. It's very weird to see Japanese words in like English. It trips me up sometimes because I forget it's like, it's easier to see it in Japanese a lot of the time. Funnily enough. Cat Jam! Let's go! Let's go! Damn it, I should have changed to Ralts for this battle. 私は持っていません。何を持っている？日本語話せますか？日本語話せる？ You can speak Japanese? 持っていません。I got 1960 out of 20 in my life. Let's go, baby! Hell yeah! How's Chinese going? Thank you for accepting my friend code, Yesik. Nice. I think they're removing friends on Twitch. I don't know if they already did, but bro, my backlight stayed pink. You guys see that? Yo, should we change up the lights in here? Make it a little more interesting. Let's make it green. Yo, what's up, Emily? It's all green now. You guys can't see much of the green, but it's a lot of green for me. So, yeah. What's it called? PokeMMO 3D on Twitch? Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't find a category for PokeMMO. Why am I trying to run away? Maybe they would know. I don't know. Do you guys know? I know what Kimi no Nawa means. Nice. Is it because of the movie? What does it mean? I'm testing you. Gnell? Oh yeah, Gnell is not Dnell. It's a new person. Yo, Emily, how's it going? 私は日本人女性と結婚しています。もちろん日本語は話せます。Really? You're married to a Japanese person? That's sick. So why don't you type in Japanese? Why is it in English? It's just not great. Wakaru, wakaru. Sugoi! That's so sick, actually. Seems everyone else on this category is also playing regular. Yeah. I just put it because I couldn't find a category for the regular one. It's weird. Lame-osh. I'm Jessica. You're Jessica? What's your name? My IRL name? I'm not gonna dox. I'm just joking. ELLIOT. Elliot. If you're asking for mine, but Erioto. Nihongo de Erioto desu. In Japanese, my name's Elliot. Because I'm English and I'm lazy. Wait, are you British? Is that what you mean by English? Like from England? That's pretty interesting. Oh, you're saying Kimi no Nawa means what's your name? My bad. Yeah. Nice. Janelle and Jack there is just character development. True. Everyone is a J now. It's a thing. I should do that too. Why do you have a bald spot? Because I'm stressing too much, bro. I'm getting bald. I don't know. Why'd you have to point that out, huh? Gemily. We became toxic. You're always toxic. Kai Kitan. That's Jujutsu Kaisen, right? No? Oh. When you said you're English, you mean like you're speaking? No way! You could verse Brandon? That is so cool! Yeah, that's so cool! This game is actually mad sick. My Mandarin's getting better? Hell yeah. Still stuck in elementary? Yeah, it takes time. The boy's back. Jingjong Jaster is when? I don't know. It feels like work. When Upset Trisket changes his name. So it's all three people. All three streamers. I've been here the entire stream. Just, yep. You didn't even fix the bald spot? Bro, is it actually... What the hell? Uh-oh, this is not good, bro. Bro, that is not good. That is not good. Bro, I'm 25, bro. Like, my dad is bald. Like, but my grandpa's not. I don't know. I changed it back to blue. Jing Jog sounds good, to be honest. Jup said Drisket. L hairline, true. I'm Jong. Hi, Jong. We need Jup. Yeah. I went to the gym. I'm getting fitter and more handsome. Nice. I'm gonna go swimming in the gym when I have money. Live reaction to balding. Yeah, bro. I didn't realize. Like, now I'm gonna start look. Now I'm gonna start paying attention. Can we change the stream title to reacting to my mortality? Yeah, you could change it. You're a mod. Change it. Just keep it all the exclamation point stuff there. Ja-boy Jimmy. Ja-joy Jimmy, actually. But yeah, exactly. What did I want to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to verse the first gym. La, 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 la. Do I have access to the first gym yet? I don't remember. I guess I do. I'm not even gonna train or anything. I want to get at least one gym done every week, which shouldn't be hard at all. Especially with these events, like we have a freaking level 20 Pokemon. Usually first gym has maximum like level 15. So we could just use Bulbasaur to do that. Thank you for someone hosting me or something. I don't know why that popped up. Hey, you clipped it. Bruh. Hey, you put the Shrek music you were listening to on stream. Oh no! Epicuro! Your boy Jimmy was listening to Shrek music on stream. I'm just gonna pause that to see this clip for a second, sorry. You didn't even fix the bald spot? Bro, is it actually... What the hell? Uh-oh, this is not good, bro. Bro, I'm so ugly, bro. Why you guys watch me? Jesus. Jesus. Bro, that is not good. It's not, bro. That is not good. It's not good. Bro, I'm 25, bro. Like, my dad is bald. My dad is bald. That was a good place to cut it. Yeah, that's how I think. I didn't mean to run into this guy. That's how I think of a Shrek song. Oh, yeah, I was saying the highest level Pokemon in first gym, most of the time is like 14 to 16 in Pokemon games. I cannot actually. You have to set that up to allow mods. Oh. I probably took it off then. That's funny. What'd you want me to put it as again? Reacting to my mortality. Let's do it. Reacting to my mortality. People will be like, what? Why? How? Why? And then they'll come in and I'll be like, I'm balding, that's why. Oh. Thanks for the raid, guys. I appreciate it. It's not supposed to show a notification if it's less than 2 viewers. But thanks. Bro, we're getting raided, guys! Oh my god! Those are the eyes of a destroyed man. He was happy. True. Oh my god. This is why I have it off, so you can't raid with 1 viewer, so I can't get spammed. But thank you! I appreciate it. All viewers that were in chat. I do actually, because I think it hosts me, right? I'll take it. Arigatou gozaimasu. It's something with the stream elements, which is, or streamer bot, which I use for stream. It doesn't like. Oh, I don't know if I just doxed some information there. Oh well. Just you know what? Let me not look at that while I'm streaming. That was not smart. Anyway, all my favorite streamers are rating. Then let's enjoy the spam while we can. Nah. Specifically, yeah, Oogie Cookie Enjoyer. It just sounds like an amazing person. Oh yeah, the AI here is really weird. They try to push you to have, they want to have more speed than you, so they use Rock Tomb more often to decrease your speed. It's a really weird AI here. I wonder why he didn't switch into Geodude before his ace. That's weird. That's very strange. Oh, Magnitude 8. Facts, I am. Can confirm. See? The coolest person here, bro. Freaking Oogie Cookie Enjoyer. Even Jimmy thinks you're cool, bro. Am I going crazy? Did he not use all his Pokemon already? I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh, he started with his ace. And he usually doesn't have Aeron. Oh, and they use Sturdy. So, for those that don't know, Sturdy original... Why is he faster than me? Oh, because of Rockton. Sturdy... Volume for music as well. Thanks for letting me know. How about now? I don't want it to go over my voice, you know? But... Bulbasaur died. You're hot. Thank you. I try. Nah, I'm regular, bro. I'm regular. Damn. Rose says you're hot, and then Incognito goes extreme stretch. And why you want to hear that, bro? Oh, extreme stretch right there. Thank you for the applause. I'm also hot. Not everything's about you, Yesik, bro. Come on. I fourth this. What did I want to say? Oh yeah. So in 3rd gen and 4th gen, I think, Sturdy actually only works for KO moves like Fissure. But I guess they're using more modern like rules for it. So Sturdy works. You see, you learn so much Nuzlocking. It's crazy. Look at those hairy legs. I know, bro. It's not too. Oh, it's good now. The volume. Okay, good. But anime thighs, nice. The crazy thing is like. The crazy thing is they show you in-game events that you have to do only for you, and everyone else like gets it like based off their progression in the game. That's what makes this so sick. Like everyone's on their own journey and like just playing. It's cool. Didn't know that. What a crappy ability it was. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that. So, and I think it was in Gen 3 for sure. I think in Gen 4 as well. Sturdy is just not that good. It's actually useless. Unless you're playing a randomizer. In which case it's very useful. Because losing to like one-hit KO moves in randomizers. That's what happened to me. In a randomizer I did. It sucks. Especially if you have randomized movesets. My Bulbasaur is dead, right? Did I heal? I already forgot. Oh, I did heal. Bulbasaur is way too high level, though. I'm surprised I have control of him. Isn't it like up until a certain level based off the gym badges? Or it doesn't matter in this game? Interesting. Alright, we did get the first gym, which was the goal of the stream. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play a little longer. Because it's good vibes right now. I like this song. Takedown. Damn. I mean, we might as well take out Razor Leaf. Ha, no song free request. Ha ha. And we got Takedown. Huh? Wait, I didn't even quest. Oh, because you get him as an event Pokemon at level 20. Wait, did it take him that long to get to level 21? Am I tripping? Your level cap right now is over level 20? Oh. Oh, so it still does level caps. Oh my god, it took that long to get to level 21. Okay. Let's move him down. Let's bring... Let's do that. Let's get Zigzagoon in here. Maybe we push towards the second gym too. Twice? The feels? Yo, this sounds cool. They're cool up to level 20, aren't they? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but apparently a level cap's over level 20. Oh, maybe it evolves at 16 or 14? Yeah. But like it completely went over my mind that he would evolve. Like obviously he would because he was level 20. It's way more than that. I remember I stopped following for a stupid reason. Yep. You did. Jessic requests Psy pretty often, so he might have requested it. Yeah, he did request it. I actually see who requested it. That's all I listened to. Let's go here. Okay. Just gonna headbutt here. I feel like a celeb. Yeah, you've been following, and anyone who's been here since the YouTube days has been following for over a year. Has been here for over a year. So it's like Tyler, Arse Blaster, Mac, Sleepy, Nathan, Yesic. It's actually a good amount of people. But you know what? If you're just following me now, I still love you. Haha. It's almost been a year, Epicuro? What the hell? That's actually insane. I did not realize that much time has passed. I should have used I should have bought Pokeballs. I like that from this album. The song sounds alright. Love you too, Ping. Thanks, Cookie Enjoyer. Oh, that was the perfect amount of damage. Come on, Great Ball. Huasa? What's Huasa? We're close to the year. You are. You're probably like a few days off. Emily's past a year. I started streaming on Twitch for reference February, like around Valentine's Day. And I was streaming on YouTube for a couple of months, so I've been streaming for 2 years now. Almost 2 years. Next month is my 2-year anniversary streaming, I think. Hey, we caught a Tailo. Basa is a K-pop singer. Oh. I followed you one day. You were playing Fall Guys, I guess. I loved your bi-colored hair. Yo, that's right. I gotta for those that don't know, I dyed my hair red and blue for 100 subs at a certain point. That was great. That was one of the best streams too, because people were over too. Like, I love it. I love talking to people. Like, that's why I feel like in a streamer house, more of my wit will shine, and it'll be like more fun streams and stuff. Maybe me, Jimmy, and Trisket get a house together in a year or something. I don't know. I've been following you over a year in spirit. And same, you as well. Oh my god, I know. This is an old song. Who put this song? Na 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 na. What is it? What is it called? Is this a remix? You hate me? Always. Oh, Sturdy's actually kind of annoying in this game since it works like post Gen 3. Because there's so many Geodudes in this game. You could get a Shedinja there? Yeah. I don't really want a Shedinja. Shedinja is mad good though. Maybe I'll get one. Oh shit, this is a Korean too? When the rain begins to fall, that's right, yeah. That's right. I forgot the name though. This sounds sick. Can someone like DM me this on Discord or on Twitch? I want to add this on. If it's on Spotify? I might dye my hair again one of these days. But yeah, the goal by the end of this year. Oh no, the bold spot, bro. What the hell, man? The goal for the end of this year is to make enough money with a part-time job and stuff, and streaming and all this to go to Japan for a couple of weeks. Yeah, bold spot is back. Thank you, Cortez. Yeah, how is your Korean? Have you been studying? I'm kind of wondering now, will rock you hard, bro? That's kind of sussy baka, bro. Like, what? Bro, you gotta chill, bro. Like, damn. I'm an 11-year-old kid, bro. Dyed gray? I might as well, right? I'm going that way anyway. I feel like white would look cool. We should do filters. I use a snap camera on purpose so we could do filter stuff. So let's see. See if there's a filter for white hair. If I dye my hair white, this is how it would look. This kind of looks cool. Damn, this looks kind of sexy. Alright, we're gonna stop with that for now. That one was a bit too scary. I might as well train my starter here. Use the minion filter. Is there a minion filter? White would look cool if you use that hairstyle. Change it into a minion. You guys really want minion, yeah? Alright, I'll try it. Yeah, silver would look sick. Look like that girl from Attack on Titan. Yo, that's not bad. Do the minion. Okay. There's a new album of Psy. Armin. I looked like Armin? Wait, that's not a compliment. I don't like Armin. He's a loser. Nah, he's alright, but he's kind of a loser. Alright. I want that new face. Nah, these are not good, bro. Oh, this is good.
Banana, hola.
Bro, they even colored my... Jeez. They colored my mustache, bro. Jesus Christ, that's scary. Oh my god, bro. Alright, we're just gonna continue stream like this. If someone new comes in, just, you know, pretend like everything's normal.
Banana.
You saw the new movie? How was it? I gotta watch that. Saved. I like this song. What is this song from? It was good. Hey there. Hey there. I'm a minion. Would you like to come over my house? We do minion-like stuff here. If you know what I mean. All right. I think I don't want to do that anymore. I just scared like half of you guys. Anyway. Does auto clip work? If you do exclamation point clip, it'll work, yeah. It just takes some time. It should work. You clipped the banana. Oh. Bro, I still haven't beaten this goddamn Geodude, bro. You want to play Fall Guys right now? Oh, this is the Jujutsu Kaisen one. Thank you, Rose. Dude, WTF. Bro, stop acting like I'm not a weirdo. Come on. See, Rose can say WTF because Rose doesn't know how much of a weirdo I am. The rest of you should know. I don't know. BBD. What's up, BK? I don't want to click on those clips because I just don't want to see what I just did. All right? I just don't want to know. I really just don't want to know. By the way, for those wondering, if you joined the Discord and you missed the stream or whatever... No, it's not working. Shit. I'm going to have to set it up again, but clips will be automatically sent to the Discord. Why isn't it working? I'll have to figure that out. Why are you shouting out Coco? You should shout out Coco, actually. Coco, for those that don't know, streams a lot of like Animal Crossing, like the Kirby game, like Nintendo games. Chill streamer. And she yells sometimes, like she just did it right there. That was so random. All right. Mom, I'm scared. Welcome back to the world thing. Thank you. Thank you, girl. Why can't I just game with the homies? We're going to play Fall Guys Thursday. I want to play Fall Guys a couple of times next week, though. But we'll see how it goes. Definitely, most probably going to play on Thursday. Cortez is low-key asking you out. Damn. Why can't I just game with the homies? Oh, that's why he said that. I'm bad at playing, so we can play in solos. Yours is short and sweet. Oh. Yo, spicy. 4 big guys. I'm sorry, Jake. Your song is age restricted and not available, so I had to skip it. That's not my decision. That's Stream Element's decision. I will play Fall Guys with Jimmy. And Jared. Just not right now. All right, mods, put a how you doing, spicy? Oh, this is a good song. Coco is a great streamer, true. I'm gonna eat lunch. All right, see you, Rose. Damn, lunch? You living in Korea or somewhere, yeah? It's midnight right here. I yell all the time. I'm opening my game. Mods, put a poll if they want to see more Pokemon or Fall Guys. Can you play cross-platform for Fall Guys? Hey, I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Yeah, today's the first day I'm back streaming. I applied to like so many jobs. Well, not so many. I applied to like 10 jobs and like I got like a couple of emails from other jobs asking stuff. So I have to check out the emails. Hopefully I could get a job soon. Yo, welcome back, bro. How was work? You can play with anyone on Fall Guys? Nice. You live near Korea? That's so cool, bro. That is so cool. That explains your username in game, because you had like a Korean, you had like No. You had Song Jong or something? That sounded Korean to me. I don't know. I don't know Korean, but it's true. Ping even came to my job. I did. When I went to the bathroom, I went to the job. Oh, you live in the Philippines? I had a Japanese online tutor who moved to the Philippines and was living there. So I actually got to know a little bit about the Philippines. That's pretty cool. And I have a Filipino friend who was like born there, so that's sick. That is so cool. Welcome back, gamer. I'll do, but I'm not a mod. I'll do, yeah. True. I already did it. No worries. Oh, you did? Oh, you did. There's a poll up if you want to see. If you guys want me to play Fall Guys with you guys and streamers. I mean, I don't know if Jimmy and Jared and other streamers would want to play or talk on Discord or whatever, but that's a possibility. Or I just keep playing Pokemon. I don't mind either way. Can I be mod? No. I'm the ultimate fall guy. Alright, let's see. Let's first beat this loser. Bro, did you guys ever see the video for this? The guy is like on drugs, bro. Look at that. That stuff is crazy, bro. Well, I should have a button for this shit. Oh, here it is. Look at that. What's going on in this video, bro? It's like someone just learned how to use iMovies and they started using it. Ooh, so people don't. Oh, it's 6 against 4. Oh, that's actually pretty close. Damn. Feels weird, man. I wish it was all just one, so everyone would be happy with one decision. Awkward. Gamer is stalking me. Also, I saw yo Lil Sneaky Ass in my stream before Bong. Lol. I want to kiss some butts. Okay. Gamer is stalking you? What do you mean? You know I'm always down, but I say... No, Gamer was here for a while. You know I'm always down, but I say spicing up content is best. Probably good to do a bit of both. Yeah. I don't mind doing both. Oh, bro. Rose. I think Max showed me Anime Thighs and like... Or maybe someone else did. And like the songs in this genre, they're so catchy but so wrong at the same time. It's so weird. Gamer's not stalking. Gamer's just chilling, bruh. In my chat. The editor was on drugs. The others maybe too, right? More people voted for Fall Guys, so we'll play some Fall Guys. It's a TikTok song. Oh, I didn't even realize that. You wanted to vote Fall Guys? Okay. Saitama. Hey, no R words here, bro. I'm gonna get canceled. How about this, guys? 20 more minutes of PokeMMO. You guys update your Fall Guys, get it set up, and I'll be ready in 20 minutes. Because 4 hours of Pokemon sounds nice. It just sounds nice. Maybe we could even beat the second gym. You're only joking? Well, my bad. I haven't heard this song before. You haven't? But you requested it. That's funny. Tonight? Hell yeah, baby. I'm gonna get alcohol too. So it'll be the second time I've drunk on stream. On my comeback stream. That sounds good, right? What do you guys think? Should I drink on stream? I've drunk only once on stream, so not many people have seen it, but I'm gonna have a good night. On a Friday night, you're going to sleep, Dino? You're gonna miss me drinking, playing games with Jimmy, Fall Guys with everyone? Wow. This song is wild, bro. This song's crazy. That's fair, Dino. Have a good night. We could be a squad. We could. How many people are for a squad? Drink ping? Did someone hydrate? I'll drink anyway. Oh, you meant like alcohol. Drunk ping? Oh, geez. No, I'm gonna go drink at a bar. Fair. See ya, Dino. Thanks for popping in, bro. Get some soju? I don't have soju. What the hell? That's so random. That was gay. Like, what? Be safe. I'll be back later. Hey, let's go. Poopin' and I've been modding. Cool. You can host customs? Cool. Do I have enough people for customs though? Yo, this is Russian. You put a Russian song, do you know? Меня мало, мало, мало тебе. I am bad for you. I am bad for you. That's what that means, guys. Yo, this song is so good. What the hell? This is so random. And Dinell of all people? Like, it's so random. Yo, can you send this to me on Discord? This sounds so good. You just saw, yeah. My cousin got this for me for my birthday, I think. Honestly, my sister, but I don't think she got this one for me. Naruto reference for those that don't know. You need 10 or more? Oh, that's quite a few people. You think we have enough people? Yo, Coldplay, A Sky Full of Stars. I don't know that one. Where am I going? Is getting tossed around so hard? Bro, why does it hit so hard, bro? It's like dun 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 dun. Why is this so catchy? It's so random. You got me the ramen one, yeah. That one is mad nice. This one's nice too, but... Oh yeah, you don't have to verse her, but you could if you want. We'll just get the XP, we'll just verse her. This is an optional battle, for those wondering, by the way. So in Nuzlocke, it's good to skip this battle. Not to take the risk. Why is it so catchy? Jesus. Yeah, so in 20 minutes we'll play some Fall Guys. I'll go on Discord to talk to Jimmy. Oh, this battle's harder than I... What the... Oh, Oranberry. Harder than I thought it was. You gotta be my teacher in Fall Guys? Lol. I should have trained my Talo up. Maybe this was a bad decision. Headbutt does good damage, but I'll probably have to change it to Bulb. Well, Bulbasaur is like level 21. I should be fine. Cortez is not doing good. Jimmy Cortez loves you, bro. What able me? What ably me, Pink? I have no idea what you're trying to say. Oh my god, bro. I just can't unseen this bolt spot now. Why does it keep coming back? I'm definitely gonna stream Pokemon. Hell yeah, me too. This guy could kill me, but I don't care. Come on, Talo, I don't care. You're level 13. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do a 24-hour stream on Scarlet and Violet. That's what I did with Diamond and Pearl. Jimmy's streaming, I don't know, because he lied for 3 months of playing a Pokemon game. Bro, plans change, bro. Maybe he wasn't lying. Maybe just plans changed. Wrong tag, I'm at. Yeah, sick. Cortez loves you, bro. Lol. Bro, you're dead, Talo. You're dead. Whoa! Wing attack did a lot. Wing attack is strong. Yeah, poison just got us that kill. Wait, she only has 2 Pokemon at this point? Thought she had more for some reason. I was considering it, but not gonna do it now. No Pokemon, yeah? Pokemon's mad fun. But, yeah, I can see why one would not want to stream it. He had Diamond and Pearl on his Switch excuses. Yeah, so he just didn't want to stream it, bro. You've streamed before, gamer. I'm sure there have been times where you haven't wanted to stream stuff, right? Wait, what does she say if you talk to her now? Oh, she just kind of disregards the fact that I just demolished her in a Pokemon battle. So guys, you said it automatically saves, right? So I could just quit. Never let it go. Oh, oh, oh. Boya, 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 no. Was that what they say? Isn't boya like not a nice thing to say? And isn't it like little boy? Isn't it like derogatory? Or like looking down at people? Why is everyone shit talking me in chat now? I'm not shit talking you, bro. Actually, yeah, Cortez, like what the hell, bro? You didn't even tell us what you ate for dinner. Oh no, you did. Hello, fresh. We can actually verse the second gym right now in the next 15 minutes. Let's do it. You're right. I purposely lied to all my viewers. It was part of my master plan. Get them excited and hype up Pokemon just to disappoint them. Yeah, I like to do that too sometimes. Like, hey, we're going to have a subathon in the end of May. And then I just ghost everyone for 2 months. Well, I didn't ghost you guys, but I stopped streaming. I feel you there. It's all part of my master plan. Because I knew I was going to come back and people would be like, oh my god, he's back. So it's just 10,000 IQ, you know? Exit and ready up. Boya, boya, boya. Do you guys want song requests or do you guys want Fall Guys music? Probably song requests, right? I don't even know if we need to poll that, but... Why am I using a normal Pokemon against the fighting gym? Doesn't seem that bright of me. I don't know why I keep training him. Oh, I do have... I should probably train Talo up for this. Your boy Pink Pooing Moosters. Yeah, Thunder... Why do you have Thunder Punch, bro? How do you even bring thunder to your hand, bro? You're a freaking like... I don't even know what it is. He's like an Italian thing. I don't know what it is. Wait, this is Jimmy's song? No way, bro. Bro, I was like, what? For those that don't know, Jimmy doesn't look like this. Bro, I was like, what? I was like, there's no freaking way, bro. What the hell? I legit thought that was... I was like, this sounds good, bro. Like, good job. So many musicians here. Thunder Punch for flying types? Yeah, so I guess they have... That's mad smart. So they actually have competitive movesets, huh? That's so interesting. Hola sounds like dick in Spanish. Hola? Hoya? This is my favorite song. I could see why. It actually sounds mad good. My mixtape is better. Yeah, Jimmy's doing vocals. Nah, I don't think this is Jimmy. Yo. Yeah, song request your song. If you're not shy enough to do that, it takes balls to do. Yeah, been there. It's actually so catchy, bro. I'm gonna add this to Spotify if they have it. Your boy Jimmy. It's gonna be hard to find on Spotify. Just kidding. It won't be because it's my boy Jimmy, bro. All right, I'm gonna go to Fall Guys now. It's gonna take a bit of time to set up. So for those that wanna join, this was actually hella fun. This was a lot of fun. I'm just gonna log out. I'm happy that it doesn't show the password. That's pretty cool. I think I had Fall Guys. Quietly. Thanks for the lurk, Coco. I think I had Fall Guys at one point. Did I not have Fall Guys? Oh, here it is. Oh, I could play it on computer. That's even easier to set up. Anyone remember my Steam password? Season 13 is so scuffed. There's no way it's season 13 already, bro. There's no way. I'll have to install it. It shouldn't take that long, right? Gonna go binge a few episodes of Strange Things with a kid. Leave a lyric for your average boy. Thank you, Coco. Sorry I read that backwards, but enjoy. This man stole my name and my plans to become a SoundCloud rapper. Yeah, it's like the same. Oh shit. True. Your boy Jimmy's kind of better than your boy Jimmy. I got rollies on my wrist. Yeah, but we gotta hear you rap. It's different, you know? The song sounds nice. Playing with controller, though, is better. No, I could play with controller. I have it linked up. Your pass is I love Pikuro. No, you got it, bro. Actually, I bought Pikuro just to play with, like, people. But no one ever had it, so I just never... I don't know, I just never got around to playing it. Hey, it's already ready to launch. Alright, let's change category. Hopefully people find me through the Jewish tag. Is Stranger Things actually good, though? People in chat will probably answer that. I've heard it's really good. I only watched like one episode and then I stopped, so I don't know. I got it in Epic Games. Yes, it should be free on Epic Games. That picture? Yeah. I actually made this. You could see it cut out. I made this for my class in Japan, for my students, to learn like stuff. It was so, they were laughing. They were dying of laughter. It was like I was riding my dog. That sounds wrong, but you know. Grammed wrist with wrist. Pretty cool, bro. Oh. I don't know what happened to stream, but it asked for my installer username and oh, it just blurred the okay. Jake Paul type of bars? Damn. Honestly, gamer, not the best bars, but you know, you could learn to get better. Got a brand new Rolex, but I don't get no sex. Ooh, bars, bro, bars. All right, let's play the game. Imagine someone just came in and heard that, and they just leave. Installing Epic Online Services overlay. What if I don't want that? What if I don't want this stupid overlay? Ooh, you send me the songs Cortez. Thank you. Ooh. Ooh, I like this song. Is it a remix, though? It sounds like a remix. Wait, didn't you guys put the song on before? Am I going crazy? That's so cool. It is fire. Curse lit. Oh yeah, send me. I don't know what my what's my friend code for this? I have no idea. So you guys could add me. Bro, I haven't played this game in super long. I really like it though, but you just search my Twitch name? Oh, search my Twitch name. That's my Epic Games thing. I mean, that's probably me, right? Which side of the screen does it show like stats for Fall Guys? Is it the top right or top left? If it's top right, I'll have to move it to top left. Okay, first thing we gotta do here, okay? First thing we gotta do, alright? I need an Epic's game account? Bruh, you think I remember this stuff, man? Oh my god. Alright, this is how to not dox yourself. 101. You just do that. You get to see my beautiful face as I look for my Epic's Games account. Epic Games. Excuse me. I should get alcohol, right? Where's my Epic Games? I have way too many emails. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's that email. Really? I really like this. Come on. Damn it. Anyone remember my password? Oh, come on, bro. I have... Oh, I got it. Wait, this is the wrong Epic's game account. Come Come on, bro. Oh. Stop sharing your screen. Smart, looking hot. Thanks. What is that on your screen? It's my face, bro. I know. I'm sorry. We're killing it. I didn't know y'all requested this already. Oh, yeah, because it was played before. Nah, it's good enough to hear twice, to be honest. Bro, how many Epic Games accounts do I have? I have at least 2. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Wrong password. Okay. We got a few more tries here. Hey, I got the right password. Okay, I gotta click on motorcycles. Because apparently I'm a robot. There's more motorcycles. More motorcycles. And the credentials are not right. So why are you making me click on motorcycles? Now I have to click on cars. I have to click on cars now. I clicked on cars. I have to click on more cars. I don't know if that's a car. And it's wrong. Bro, like... I don't know my information. Okay, this is the last time. Gotta click on airplanes. Here, you guys could see. This is what I'm clicking on. Alright, gotta click on airplanes. Gotta click on... I gotta go back to my face. No. I don't remember my password. Oh. Sending an email. Okay. What is this? Psy? It's more Psy. Reset password. Okay. I am a robot. Don't tell people. Why does one have multiple Epic games? I don't know. I have multiple accounts for like everything. I'm like, I would say retarded, but I can't say that on Twitch, even though I just said it. Bro, they're giving me the... Oh my god. There we go. Come on. I was legit about to tell you guys my password for some reason. That would have been pretty dumb, right? Alright, let's see if it works now. I might have 3 accounts, to be honest. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I have to put airplanes again, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like these pictures are on 360p, bro. Like, what's an airplane? I don't know. No, this is the wrong account. I don't care. I'm gonna link a different account, okay? I'm just linking another account. I don't give a shit, okay? We're getting a different account in here. I'm not gonna spend 30 minutes on this and waste everyone's time. We gotta play that Fall Guys, baby. Alright, you ready? 3, 2, 1. We're here. What is all this? What is bruh? Bruh. Like, bruh. What is going on? The volume is way too much too. This is how you trick the system, bro. You put something overlay, it doesn't work. I'm getting punched in the face. Nice. I'm such a god. I just unlocked the season pass. Alright, bro. Alright. I don't care. There we go. Boom. There we go. I don't even know if you guys could have heard it. I don't think you were able to hear the audio. I think only I heard it. Okay. Now what do I do? My profile, yeah? How do I see my username? 7 wins? That's better than Jimmy. Is it actually? I don't know if it's 7 wins or 7 like trophies. Plus this is my this is one of 3 accounts, I think. So yeah, just keep that in mind. I had a good amount of wins on one of my accounts. Okay, I guess just add green armor 5. Sorry, guys. Oh, here. Wait, what? Oh, because it's Steam. Oh, so I could... So if you have my Steam, I could enable voice chat. No, I don't want to do that. All right, let me go on Discord. Oh my god, we're top 3. You wouldn't know. I'm oh, because he's banned, right? Go to show selector. Before I do anything, guys, add me. I guess green armor 5. I want to get alcohol. And I want to talk to Jimmy. I'm just going to do a call with Jimmy. And only Jimmy for now. That's okay with you guys. So, and if that's not okay with you guys, I'm sorry. Yeah. I think, Jimmy, I think you should be able to see on the Discord something. Just because I don't want a lot of people, like I don't want everyone asking and then I have to say no to some people and yes to some people. Like, I feel like if you're a streamer and you stream a lot and I know you, like that just makes it easier. Or if you're chill, I guess. Let me see. Okay, I gave you a roll, so you should see it now. I'm gonna go. Damn it, my mom called and now I'm further back. Aw. It's okay. Welcome back. Why not host rooms? Because I'm a dumbass. I don't know how to do stuff. Alright, I'll do it. How do I do that? Show selector? Oh, so Green Armor 5 works. Okay, so add me with Green Armor 5 if you want to play, and I'll accept you as a friend. Wait, oh, you're saying you don't need to accept as friends for hosting things, yeah? Is that what you're saying? Ah, gotcha.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up, thing? How we doing?
Doing well.
Nice.
You're the first streamer on. You're the first voice on, aside from me, since I've been back, as you know.
Yo, let's go. It's an honor.
It's an honor.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna join your lobby right now.
Okay, cool.
Is this your first time playing Fall Guys since, like, I don't know, the new update?
Oh, for sure since the new update. Probably in months.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, you might want to show your code.
Oh, is this wrong?
No. You just have to press show code. Just like, okay, press control.
Oh. I'm stupid. I think you joined by going to join and then putting the code, I'm guessing?
You just have to type in the code.
Oh, okay.
It's
All
kinda
right,
like, I
see ya,
guess, in
Chi.
Among Us. If you have it, you can join.
Gotcha.
I'm actually gonna get a water real quick, Ping. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, anyone could join the Fall Guys lobby. I'm gonna go get. Well, he's getting water. When he gets back, I'll go get alcohol. If you guys want me to drink, I guess. Oh. Right now, I'm just gonna be talking to Jimmy. And maybe like 1 or 2 other people. You're there? Nice. Hey, we got 5 out of 60. Let's go. The game can start as soon as we have 10 players. I think we could get 10. We got me, Gamer, Jimmy, Yesik. I don't know who else can join. Epicuro, Cortez, Rose, Music. I don't know who else is gonna join, but yeah, hopefully we get enough. Maybe I should I rename the stream? I should probably rename it. Let me rename it. Or like add the tag playing with viewers. Probably good. All right, I'm gonna go get alcohol when he's back, so he could talk to you guys. Players list. What is this? Oh, this shows who's in the game. Oh, that's sick. Oh, I don't even know if I could play with my controller. Wait, I'm actually dumb. Oh, I could. Okay, that's sick. I could actually play with my controller. So we got Jimmy, me, Jessica, Gamer, and Calculicious. And
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. I'm gonna go get alcohol since you're back.
Yo, okay, okay.
But come.
Are you
come
leaving
join
me
us.
alone with chat?
Yeah, you gotta entertain.
Yo, what's up, PP Squad? How's everyone's day going? How we doing, everyone?
Hey, Nico, what's up? I'll be right back though. Sorry. Your
What's up,
calculus.
Nico? How we doing? What's up, Yasik? What's up, everyone?
Try to get
I'm
people
gonna
to
grab
join
you,
too.
Jimmy. I won't expect anything less from you, gamer. Jeez. How you doing? I'm doing great. Doing great. We love the ping comeback. Plug every platform. yeah. Thank you, Doctor. Guys, I stream on Twitch. Yeah, that's all. I'm not gonna be annoying and do self promotion, Doctor. I'm doing great. How about you? I'm always doing great. Always a good time with ping. Oh no. Oh no. Is it gonna play a clip now, Doctor? Are you kidding me? Oh fuck me. This is a stupid inside joke, guys. Don't mind this. Okay. Okay, it's over. Thank God. I'm gonna pee. Be right back. All good. Hope you have a good pee. I'm joking. I would love to see. Oh God. Fuck you when, says gamer. God. Ugh. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not gonna lie. Ah. What the fuck? Oh, what are you saying? What the fuck over? Because I wished you a good pee. Just saying, hope you have a good time in the back. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now. Jimmy, put that beer down. It's actually a Diet Pepsi. I'm actually sober, 100% sober right now. Ping is the only one who's gonna be drunk. I want to join him, but you know what? I gotta take care of my body, guys. Cap? No, no, it's not cap. You're capping if you think that I would ever be drunk on stream. Literally never something I've ever done. I need to be sober and 100% when I'm on this platform, gamer. No cap, see? Thank you, Doctor. Question, can anyone join the VC? Probably not. I mean, ask Ping. I would assume not. The game, yeah, just like join with the code. I think it's open to viewers, like everyone. Full cap? Okay, well, you know, continue living your life around lies, I guess. Yo, who's type for Fall Guys though? Everyone join on up, join on in. Everything you get eliminated, you gotta take a shot. You mean every time? Me? No. Ping though, maybe. That's kind of a good idea. The music's too loud. Should I talk louder over the music? Oh, Ping's back.
The music is too loud. I knew it was better before. I shouldn't have changed it. How about now? Is it better now, guys?
You're too loud, Jimmy? Yeah. Tell me something I don't know.
All right. Let me re-chat. Did I miss anything?
Oh no, gamer thinks you should take a shot every time you get eliminated. Not a bad idea, honestly, you know, for content.
Yeah, but then I'll never take a shot. I don't know. It'll be boring, I feel.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I mean,
crap.
I don't want to drink alone. Are you drinking?
I wasn't going to, but
I mean, if you want.
you know, peer pressure. I don't know. I might have to.
Okay. Wait, where's Jared?
He's asleep. He's literally a
Ah.
fucking baby. He passes out like after 11 and then wakes back up at 4 a.m. So hey, if you go on long enough, maybe we can get him.
Okay. All right. We obviously don't have enough people for this. So is there another way we could do this without hosting a lobby?
Yes, there is. We could have a squad of me, you, and 2 other chatters and rotate the chatters, which is what I usually do.
That sounds good. Yeah. I'm doing good, Nico. By the way, how are you doing? I'm so gonna love to see a clip. I'm gonna pee. Nice. Okay.
You gotta be part of a squad. Also, gamer, if you're doing that,
Drinking is not
don't
good.
try
Ha
to
ha
grab
ha.
me
Beat
as
your
like some
butt. Lol.
vendetta you have against me. Just play. Just be a team player, okay?
Alright.
You know, all I gotta say.
How do I get people in here?
Oh, enemies and stuff. You just like hold them down and you basically grab.
No.
onto them.
I meant how do I get people in here?
Oh, you just have to You have to friend them on Epic. You have to give them your Epic username, but it's fine. It doesn't like dox you or anything.
All right, guys. I'm Green Armor 5. If you want to play, I think. I am willingly playing Fall Guys. Tyler, I think Fall Guys is okay.
It's very fun.
Yeah. We need
I'm
10
glad you're
players.
playing Fall Guys.
Yeah. You got a mustache now? I always had one. I just usually shave it. Because I don't like it. But yes. How you doing, bro? He said he had a Coke, but I know it's Cap. What? Drinking is not good. I'll beat your butt. Yeah, I haven't eaten. So I'm not going to drink too
Give
much.
me your right. I don't have a Coke. I have a Pepsi.
You sent a request? Oh, okay. Oh, here it is.
Hey, you should dye your mustache.
I should what?
You should dye your mustache. Like a certain follower goal. I mean, sub goal.
Maybe I will. That's a good idea. Wait,
What color?
I don't see yours. What color should I dye it?
Yeah.
I'll have rainbow.
Rainbow mustache? I like that. I like that.
Yeah. No, I'll have chat vote on Discord or something, I guess.
I think a lime green mustache would be kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Gotcha. You have to invite us? Oh, my bad. Wait, what would be cool?
A lime green mustache. I want to see that.
That sounds ugly, bro.
I know.
All right, I'm just gonna do the first 2 people that are on the friend list, so no one gets mad at me. And then, how many games do you usually do with people before rotating?
I usually do like 2 or 3 games and then like rotate out depending on who's still in chat. Personally.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Show selector squads, right?
Mm-hmm.
Squad celebration. Someone mentioned that, or should I just do squads?
Oh, is that good? What is that?
Squad celebration is short, 3 rounds a game. I have
It's
hot
up
news.
to you.
Nah, let's do actually short sounds. Now let's do the OG one. Let's try it out.
Yeah. Because it's also your first time like playing in a while, so.
So shorts probably would be better, but it's okay. You got my request
was
as
it
well. I
short?
did.
Okay, my bad, my bad.
No worries. Type out your epic name. Oh yeah, I typed it before. No, you're in, doctor. To the left. Oh, to copy and paste it for people. Yeah, it's Green Armor 5. I typed it a bit above. How do I have 20? I don't know. Squad celebration is short, 30. Well, that's because Jimmy rated. You have to invite us. We'll have to play. My computer is broken. Oh, that sucks, Nico.
Damn.
That's a good point though. That gamer made. Like if squad celebration is quick for rotation, that would make more sense. But just for the first game, we'll just do this because I'm a weirdo. So. I haven't played for 2 years. Jesus. Okay.
Thing was the last. So you haven't played in a while. Were you cracked when you last played though?
Pigeon could attest to that. Nah, I don't think so. Little pigeons could definitely attest to that. I was decent when I used to play.
Yeah, I'm kind of just decent too. So let's hope for the best.
Yeah. Turn up music. I would turn up music. The only problem is some songs are like louder than others. So if we get a loud song, like it's hard to like do that while playing. But you know what I could do? Can you guys not hear the music at all? Ah! What just happened?
Ah!
See you, Epicuro. Thank you. I don't have the job yet, but thank you. Have a good one. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, Coldplay is nice. Doctor, tell him the new squad rules. That was pre-balancing, so probably not good at that. I'll figure it out. It's okay. I can't move.
Oh, you can't? Oh no! Oh no!
Okay. I have to use the keyboard. This is bad. I'm all the way in the
I
back.
play with the keyboard, honestly. I think it's fine.
It is. I just like controller for like everything.
Oh, okay. Understandable. Understandable.
Okay, I already caught up to all the losers, so that's good. How do you? Oh, that's how you do it. Okay.
You got this ping. You got this ping.
Wait, do we all have to make it?
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Oh, is it like points based off like placements or whatever?
Yeah. Oh, you're now ahead of me. I'm doing so bad. Oh no.
Oh, I'm a beast, baby.
You're
Bro,
a beast.
I was. Oh my god. Never mind.
You're literally ahead of me. Oh no, I'm gonna pull him back.
Yes.
Oh, no, we're good.
Yes,
We're good. We're
yes.
vibing. We're vibing.
Get up.
Oh,
Get
no, we're
up,
not
you
vibing. Fuck.
idiot. He keeps getting hit. Oh, I like
God,
this song.
This game is so enraging. Oh my god.
Ah, someone pushed me.
Dude! Oh,
I actually suck.
oh my god! This roller thing. I can't qualify. I can't get to the end. Oh
Bro,
my
come
god.
on, you
What the
suck.
hell
I
is
already
this?
qualified. What's wrong with you, bro?
I literally suck. Wow.
Wow, I think I might have to kick you out, bro. It's pretty bad.
Honestly, fair enough. Oh, okay,
Ah!
qualified.
I didn't qualify yet.
Oh, you were just saying that? Of course you were.
Ah!
Wow.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Okay, let's go. Let's
We're
go.
good. You DC'd? No, you were in the lead. That sucks. Did they balance this game that much? Which is also opportunity to buy a new one. True, you could get a new computer now. Welcome back, Rose. If you want to play, add me on Epic Games. It's green armor. Armor spelled the American way. 5. I already qualified.
Congrats,
Falls
Finn.
immediately.
We were.
We did well?
eliminated. Congrats. Yeah, we did great.
Wait, we got eliminated?
Yeah, let's go to the lobby now.
Wait, why did we get eliminated?
We didn't do good enough, Ping.
No,
We
it says
gave
your
it our
squad
all, it
are
wasn't
still in
good enough.
contention.
No, so we were eliminated.
Bro, am I crazy?
I think you were seeing things, Ping. You were seeing things.
Bro, I didn't even start drinking. If I'm seeing things, that's a bad sign.
How much sleep did you get last night?
I got a decent amount, like 7 hours.
Okay, maybe you're just crazy. Maybe you're just like insane.
I am crazy. Yeah, I'm still. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, I would just back out.
Bro,
to the
I used to
lobby.
do that all the time. I would think I'm still in the game, and I wasn't.
You were trying to play. You were watching someone else. I love
Yeah,
that.
and especially because I did a couple of like 12 or 24-hour streams on Fall Guys when it first came out.
Mhm.
So like, at certain points, I was like, "Oh, I'm still in it," and then I would just like 30 seconds later, I would be like, "Oh, I'm not
That's
in it."
hilarious.
I'm waiting to
If
get
I
into.
did 24-hour stream, it might be the same way.
Mm-hmm. Cortez, I didn't see a friend request. There's only top 10 squads. Is based off points. Gotcha. Oh, this is a Naruto song, I think. How do I go to? Bro, I'm such a noob. Wow. I'm
Oh,
so
just go to the
lost.
bottom, like the ad thing.
Okay.
Like, okay, go back to.
Oh,
like, the
yeah,
front.
yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
stream's still delayed. Okay.
Wait, you can only use the keyboard for this. You can't use controller. That's so weird.
Yo, Ping, you gotta do another Fall Guys 24-hour stream that turns into a subathon.
I might. Oh, I see it now. I'm sorry,
Oh?
Cortez. All right, let's do the other version.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We'll give it a try.
Do it. Ready Squads show? What is that? No, that's a. Bro, I'm so lost. Oh my god.
It's okay. It's been a bit.
No, I think I'm always lost, but yeah, we'll just say it's that. You get more song requests once once your latest song gets played. So we're gonna do, I guess, if these are short rounds, how many games should we do before rotating? You said 3 or 4.
Yeah, usually that's what I do.
All right, we're gonna do 5 because these are supposedly like shorter. So we'll do 5.
Okay, that's fair.
Doctor, we gotta carry them. Is that a Master Chief helmet? Oh shit, it is. That looks cool.
Jimmy's cracked him. Oh, thank you, John.
It's 3 each a match. Oh, what is that? Whatever. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how long it is. Return of the Sharky Boy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I suck at this one, actually. I'm not too cracked at this one. Good luck, Ping.
What? Bro, we're a team. All right. Bye,
I
Jake.
know.
Thanks for...
You just have to carry me
aiming.
extra harder, Ping, please.
I'm not that strong. I don't know if I could carry you, bro.
That's dry. I'm pretty heavy.
You're searching for jobs in Minneapolis. Damn. Good luck, man. I've heard that it's easier to get a job now, but I'm also just like, is that True. Oh, I'm so good. They
You
didn't
really
even
are,
catch me. Look at that. I'm a freaking pro. This is why I'm a stream. Never mind.
Okay,
my
we're
God.
doing really bad. We're doing really bad. I'm trying to get someone's tail.
Bro, we have a minute. Don't worry. How do you grab? Oh, I got it.
All right,
Never
I
mind.
see someone. I see someone. I see someone.
Oh! Oh, he didn't
no,
have a
I
tail.
don't. No, I don't.
He didn't have a tail.
Oh,
Bro.
I cornered him. Cornered him. Cornered him. Let's go. Okay. I
Bro,
got a
don't
tail, I
get
got a
too
tail.
excited. There's 46 seconds left. I mean, good job. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. Oh no. Oh no. This guy. This guy. Okay. Crap. 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 Crap.
God, here, I'm gonna get him. Oh, let me grab you. Oh, that sounds not good.
Yeah.
That's cap. What's cap? Oh, that it's easier to find a job? Yeah. For me, it's kind of cap too at the moment. Oh! Like, why are they running? Okay, we're winning.
We're good.
I'm helping. I'm not
No,
helping.
no. An idiot just tried grabbing mine. Get out of here. Stupid.
But he's an idiot, so you're fine.
True. No, he grabbed it. Oh, fuck.
Wait,
fuck.
we're all tied. What's gonna happen? Overtime,
Oh,
right?
we're good.
Oh,
we
so my
qualified.
God.
We qualified. Oh,
Red team
my
is
God.
such a loser team. Jesus.
Imagine being the red team.
Wait, so how does it work if... Does your squad just win? Or is it like one person wins somehow?
The whole squad wins. Like, as we all like perform well, the squad qualifies.
Oh,
or like if one
gotcha.
person even carries a ton, that's fine too.
Gotcha. And you don't want to drink, right?
I don't know. I'm considering it. My sleep schedule's already fucked up.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who needs a liver? Who cares?
True. Well, I guess it depends on where you live. Fair. Me and Doctor stood under a hammer. Yeah, I saw that. What team were we? I could have sworn we were yellow. We were not red. You are drunk. Yeah, I got carried there. Oh, I remember this one. These are all the same. Wait, we have to push it in ours or in...
Yeah, in ours.
Oh, I pushed it away from ours. Okay.
It only really matters at the end. Like, whoever has the most at the end.
Yeah. Like, we could push away from one team and then we win. Wait, whoever has the most in the end?
I think so, yeah.
Oh.
Or like at the very end. Whoever has the most.
Wait, no,
winners.
it's whoever has the least, I thought. Gets disqualified. Yeah.
Oh, that's what I meant. Whoever has the most, like, moves on.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
You know what I meant. Yeah, so we're saying the same thing.
Steal all the other team balls, even their testicles. Nah.
Oh, fuck, we're doing so bad. We're doing so... Oh, wait, no, never mind. We're not.
We got
we're not
40
yellow, 'cause we win.
seconds.
Oh, my God. Now they're all at red. We gotta move them.
Because of these red losers, bro. Oh, I just hit one
I
of us.
know.
These
I
red
just said
losers.
imagine being red and look what happens.
Yeah, they're losers. They're gonna lose. Watch.
Okay, I put them all in blue, all in blue, all
Let's
in blue.
go, baby. Get out of
Alright,
here,
so
red.
We're going to yellow. Now I have to move yellows.
I'm stealing reds. Get out of here. Oh. I failed.
17 seconds. Shit, fuck, shit, fuck.
Ah!
Okay,
Hey! Ah! I had to push it to yellow.
No. Yes, I came in
Alright,
clutch.
we
No,
got.
wait, no, it's still overtime.
Ah!
What the fuck?
Ah!
Why is it an overtime?
Stupid! Because
Get
it's
outta here.
stupid game.
Just end it, please.
Okay, how do we not win? Okay, alright.
This fucking yellow, yes. Oh my god. Oh my
Pressure
God.
red. Yeah, we're good. To be honest, just defend. Never mind steal. Does Fall Guys have a minion skin? I think so.
I need it.
Not most. Least gets. Yeah, least gets eliminated. That's why I was like, what is he saying, bro? Like, what is this guy saying? Yellow team.
I misspoke. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, or I didn't explain properly.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days.
Those days. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Everyone makes mistakes.
I didn't remember the rest of those words, but nice.
Nobody's perfect. Da 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 da. Bop.
True. We can't all be. Oh, he's jinxed. We gotta protect. Oh no, you have to protect us, bro. You know how long it took me to understand this game? It took me like
Wait,
a
what
whole
is this?
year. You see what I mean? You
I don't
have.
understand what's
Ah!
going on.
People who are shit. I didn't really explain anything, huh? People who are pink can tag other people. If you're not pink, then
Oh, so I
you
should
have to
tag
run.
other people.
No.
Oh.
Well, oh, wait. Do you have pink?
Yeah.
Okay. If you have pink, then you have to tag other people and protect our guy. No, our guy's gonna die, bro. He's gonna die. Oh my god, we suck. I protect. No. Nice. Oh no, you shouldn't have taken that risk, bro. All right, we protect. I'm protecting. I'm staying up here.
This fucking blue bean idiot. I'm really trying to get him.
Oh my god, bro, they're not even near you. There's only one guy chasing you. Where's the other losers? Oh, they're running away. That's why.
Wait,
All right,
what am I
I'm just
supposed
gonna
to do
go.
if I'm pink? Do I just like
Bro, just
hold
try
on
to
to him
chase.
and he's dead?
Chase the guy that doesn't have anything.
That's what I'm doing.
All right, good.
I never played this one before.
This one literally took me half a year to understand. It's COVID, basically. Yeah, there you go.
This guy has some good. Fuck you, dude. Yes, did I jinx him? Did I jinx him? I did. Let's go.
Nice. They have two more people, and we have to protect our guy. So if you see a blue with a pink around, try to hold them so that they don't get closer to our guy. No.
We got this. We got this. It's not the end just yet.
This is intense, bro. I would hate it if I was jinxed here.
It is so intense for me. I'm not gonna lie.
Get. Oh.
No. Get him. Get him. This idiot.
All right.
What the fuck?
We're gonna get him. Get here. Let's go, baby. One more.
Go.
One more. Wait, don't let him get our guy. Don't let him.
I'll protect this person.
We won. Wait.
We won?
Yeah, we won.
Whoa,
Let's go.
Good.
Easy. A few days ago, I checked the New York map and I didn't notice until now. New York is so close to Canadian border. Yeah, it's kind of close, yeah. Let me just re-chant real quick. Sometimes I'm in a jam. I gotta make a plan. It might be crazy. I do it anyway. Was that like bars? You're hot at least. Oh, thank you. Jimmy, you idiot. Touch them. Yeah, you just gotta touch them. Like, just imagine that you're a...
I did shocked her.
Never mind.
Sorry, same thing. Imagine I'm a what?
No, I stopped myself on purpose there. I think normal squads is better because most of the team games are pretty bad. This game's actually confusing. No worries for not... Yeah, it literally took me like months to understand it.
Yeah, it seems like normal squad has the better games, honestly, and like the squads we just play have like weird, like not as good team games.
All right, so let's do regular squads. If I'm not jinxed, I hold an opponent so my teammate can grab them. Yeah, that's what I do sometimes too. And then I also try to get them. Bro, don't forget to zoom in and to zoom out. Assassin's Creed? Yeah, that game was like Assassin's Creed. Just can't get caught.
Just like it.
Let's go. You know what sucks? I have this Canadian whiskey. Like, I kind of want to throw it out. It's Canadian.
Ew, disgusting.
Oh, Jesus. This is 45% too. Usually whiskey is like 40.
A little extra? Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, I'm not going to take it alone, though.
Give it a swig. Give it a little swig, Ping. Give for us.
I don't want to drink alone. I hate doing that.
A little swig.
If you take a little swig. If someone back home takes a little swig.
I might have to.
Jimmy, throw it back. Also have show names on. Yeah, I should have that on. I'll do it before the next game if I remember. That's a good point. Bing bong. I didn't drink.
You know who to target? Yeah, okay.
Alright, I'm just taking one because I didn't drink pretty much all day, so.
Take that swig, Pig.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I just heard was it disgusting?
No, I dropped the cork.
Oh, my stream's delayed. I literally just saw you drop the cork.
No, it got on the table. Oh, now it's on my fingers. It's gonna touch the control. Oh, now I'm touching the controller with alcohol hands. God damn it. Cork is such a good word because it sounds like a lot of things. So it's just a great word.
Oh yeah. Yo,
Quirk.
word tier list ping.
Word tier list?
Yeah, everywhere in the dictionary. Rate them in a tier list.
Bro, you're crazy. I'll do that. It's like Mr. Beast, but even more intense.
Exactly. The 1 week stream.
Yeah, exactly. Ah! I remember this one. People got so good at it. Ow. God damn it, bro.
I'm not one of them.
Yeah. I was pretty decent at it, but now I'm doing terrible.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, I'm 10th or something.
Qualified.
We qualified?
Yep. We're good. We're chilling. We're vibing.
Let's go. Good shit, guys. Cock, but said but grew. Huh? I have another option, which is Tennessee. Ooh. I honestly don't know enough about the states, even though I live here. I don't know what's better. Or like where to go. Should I put my cam on the left side or on the right side? Or like on the other side? I'm gonna change it up. I'm gonna change it up real quick. These are very chill songs. Who's putting them? They're nice. I'm gonna put my face like here. I think that's good placement. Ish.
Oh yeah.
You not being able to spell and me not being able to read
Is a great stream combo. True. Look in
Yeah, I
top
can't
left.
read.
Yeah. Thank you, Streamlabs. Very cool. Streamlabs, you're not supposed to say that today. That's for Monday. Lil Wayne. Oh, KSI and Lil Wayne did a song together?
Yeah. It's
That's-
actually not that bad.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Actually, well, actually,
Oh, my face isn't there now. So I just zoomed into nothing.
Yo, Ping, please read every single chat Jadep Jamari says in that voice, please.
Why?
It's just funny.
Ah! She doesn't talk like that. Oh! Bro, what? I've never played on this, bro. This is not fair. I mean, it is fair. I just haven't played on it.
It's easy. It's easy. Just go forward.
Oh, I'm such a
die.
beast. Oh, I'm not a beast. Yeah. What the hell is this, bro? What is this freaking, like, geometry, bro? Ah.
I'm not doing the best. Oh no.
It's actually fun. Because I'm not doing
oh
the worst.
God. I'm actually doing really bad on this map. It's usually like my map.
I'm doing pretty... Ah! You held me! And you still suck. He held me and he still sucks. I don't know why I
Wow.
repeated that, but... Ah!
You're literally in front of me, Ping. Fuck.
Let's go, baby!
Fuck.
31
I'm gonna
points!
Cost the game. I'm gonna cost the game. I'm gonna
You
cost
got
the
this,
game.
you got this.
actually though,
Oh, sorry. I'll stop. You got kicked
No, we're
again?
vibing.
Damn. We might lose this one because Gamer got kicked.
No, it's okay. We're vibing.
Incident at Hannah Montana from Tennessee. Huh? Stoeta, what is that?
no, please continue.
I think I changed the voice though. Welcome back, Nathan. How you doing, bro? Can one person out there who's already like an alcoholic take a drink? I mean, if you're an alcoholic, you probably shouldn't take a drink. But like, if you drink like casually and you're okay with drinking now, like, can you like pretend that you're drinking so I don't feel like I'm drinking alone? Someone.
See, this is why we need Jared in the call. Jeez.
I know, but he's sleeping. You said.
Wow.
Oh. I believe you, gamer. You don't need to send me proof. Good, but also a bit sad. Why are you sad? I'm not playing Genshin? Please pour me a shot in my invisible shot glass. All right, I got you, bro. I got you.
He's happy, sad because you're back, Ping. Just overcome with joy.
Fair. This is for Cortez. Here you go.
Take another swig.
Are you swigging?
Oh fuck.
No. I don't want to push you to, okay? But I kind of do, but I like. I don't want
to
to
drink with you, but I don't know. Something's telling me I shouldn't, but I do want to.
Yeah. Looking top left to see where we have to qualify. Yeah, I've been looking at top left, but I'm too dumb. Oh, now I see it. Top 4. The camera doesn't block it either, which is good. The song's my jam. I think the song's a lot of people. We're not playing.
Yeah, let's go back.
I legit thought we were playing. Okay. All right, we'll do one more, and then if you DC again, gamer, we're probably gonna have to replace you. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's the reason we lost that one, but yeah, it's a good song. Ba boy, ba Missouri, ba banana. True.
I still think Ben Did That is the best song you played on stream, personally.
Which song?
You know, Ben Did That by your boy Jimmy.
Yeah, that
Pretty
song
good
is
song.
mad good, bro. That song.
Oh yeah.
That song was sexy. Maybe a little, but no.
When's your mix?
Sorry,
Oh,
go ahead. No, go
I
ahead.
just was gonna ask, when's your mixtape coming out? You know, I've already put my effort out there.
Bro, my mixtape is out. No one has found it. That's the difference.
It's a secret mixtape.
Yeah, bro.
Chat, you better get on that right now.
Bro, I keep pressing the.
need to find this.
I'm lying, chat. Maybe a little, but no. There's a drug addiction with shotguns at a park nearby. Oh, that sounds pretty bad. I got eliminated. Oh, Arcane? Oh, I've heard that's good. I haven't watched Arcane, no. Have you watched Arcane?
I've not watched Arcane, the League of Legends show. I hear it's good.
I hear it's good too. I haven't watched it though. I had a custom.
I've never played League personally, but
Me
I hear
neither.
it's good.
Same. You had a custom vinyl made just for Ben Did That? What?
Yeah, one
Ben
specifically
Did
for
That.
Doctor that I signed. You know.
Oh, for that, yeah.
Yeah. It's obviously me, and I just put some random guy on the cover. You know. Totally. What
True.
happened?
I played League once in my life, and the tutorial took so long, and my mom was like asking me to like throw out garbage. This was years ago, and I was like, I'm in the middle of a game, because I was a kid, right? So I had a higher pitched voice, and she's like, throw out the garbage, bitch, and I was like, damn, okay, like, so I threw out the garbage, and I like lost the game or something.
One of my very smart.
So then I never
friends told
played
me to
it.
One of my smart friends told me to treat League like cocaine and just stay away from it because it will ruin your life.
Wait, cocaine will
And
ruin your
honestly-
live?
I know it's a little too late for you, Ping, but for the rest of the chat, yes, cocaine will ruin your life. Please stay away from it.
Oh, I'm so good at this game. Sorry. I moan way too
Oh.
much when I get excited.
You need a moan counter on your stream.
Yo, honestly, that is like so smart, yes. People be grabbing, like, chill. It's called Fall Guys, not Grab Guys. Jesus.
Grab guys.
Ah, you. Oh. I didn't realize it could go here. All right, let's go. Let's go. Oh. Get up, you stupid. All right, I'm in. Yo, we're first? No, we're sixth. Oh, come on, guys. I already qualified. Come on, Jimmy. Come on, who else?
Sorry.
Doctor. Come on, guys. I'm just joking.
There we
I'm
go.
kidding.
We're fourth overall. Let's go.
Let's go.
We're too cracked.
Fuck
Jimmy,
League, but
hurry up. I finished. Want to pay attention.
Fuck League, but I loved Arcane. Fuck League, but Arcane's literally. Maybe I should watch it then. All right. What'd you guys say? Moan counter?
Yeah, we need a moan counter. We need it.
That's a good idea. They need to keep their hands to themselves. Exactly. Bro, does anyone want to put a PewDiePie song? Because that would be kind of cool.
Yo, some bitch lasagna.
Yo, yes. Bitch lasagna.
Lasagna.
Bitch
Bitch,
lasagna.
lasagna.
I watched PewDiePie the other day. I'm like, damn. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh wait, watch Arcane. I will. But what are you gonna say about PewDiePie? Is he still good? I haven't watched him in a while.
He's alright. He moved to Japan.
Oh.
I'm kind of jealous, but you know, it's okay.
Yeah, you had your time in Japan though. You've
Yeah.
lived that life.
True, true. I'm gonna go there before the end of the year. That's the yearly goal, the streaming yearly goal. Yeah, we're gonna go there.
Stream from Japan. That'd
Hell
be
yeah,
epic.
legit.
IRL stream.
100%. That's my plan for at least 1 week.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, and then I'll do off stream. Like I'll just visit my old hometown because I don't want. It would probably be weird for the people I know, like Japanese people. They'll be like, "Why are you holding a camera to my face? You haven't seen me in 4 years." Like, be like-
Yeah.
But in Tokyo, I'll probably. Yo, Tokyo's. Oh, it's gonna be so fun. Ah! Oh, I'm a beast.
You really are a beast, Ping.
Nah, I'm not. But thank you.
No, you're a god gamer. You're amazing.
I wouldn't go that far, but. Bro, I'm so stubborn. I'm not gonna play like I'm not gonna watch any shows aside from like anime, pretty much.
Really?
Mostly,
I
I mean, I
said
don't
that-
watch TV much. I just go on YouTube a lot.
Yeah, the only show I've been watching is like Stranger Things, and that's about it.
Let's go. Not because of Stranger Things, but that's cool. Go left or top. Okay. You right.
I saw you
remember.
tweeted about One Piece, and like I could never, just because of the sheer length of it. Like I want to, but I feel like I couldn't.
Yeah,
it's very
it's-
daunting.
It's very long. To be honest,
Is
I
it
watched
worth it, though?
Arcane in a day with my old boy's friend. Okay, so like it's not too long of a show. Oh, okay. PewDiePie is just showing true. Yeah, One Piece is good, but the pacing is just horrible for most of the. I feel like it's best to binge it. If you don't binge it, it's very frustrating, at least to me.
Okay, that's understandable. Is there like, I don't know, like a thing online where you can skip the filler?
There's something called One Piece where the thing is they don't have filler episodes. They have filler inside of the episode, so it's frustrating. But they have something called One Piece. Yeah, they have One Piece where they cut it down, so it's actually like a good to watch. The thing is that's like it's not up to date. Reading it is probably better, but I don't know. You had Boy's Friend? That's crazy. I need my Umbrella Academy dose. What is that? Yeah, I did hear about the guy that passed away. I don't really care about Minecraft too much, but I know a lot of people care, so that sucks. Well, I mean, it just sucks because someone died from cancer, but Technoblade, right?
Yeah, he was really young. It was really sad.
Yeah, that sucks. Boy's Friend.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. indeed. Ah! That's bullshit. Oh, no, we're good. We're good.
I just saved myself.
Same.
Let's go.
Same. Weather. Oh my god, that punches you up? I haven't seen those. That's actually it's kind of cool. Ah! I lagged! But I'm such a...
Just
Ah!
go forward.
I'm good.
Just go. Never mind. I just fucking fell. Okay, great.
Bro, I'm a pro player. Don't worry about me, bro. Don't worry.
That's true. You're literally a pro player.
Ah! Ah! Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh!
I won.
Yo! Go ahead.
Okay. No, we're good. We're good. I'm vibing.
Oh my god, I'm a goddamn god! No! Third place, baby! Let's go!
Ping, I might not finish.
That's what she said. That's what he said, actually, more than she. But
Yeah.
bro, you got this, Jimmy. We see your boy Jimmy, a rookie, attempting to cross the finish line.
Oh no, this is giving me some pressure.
As he progresses forward. Oh, will he make the jump? He
No,
makes
no.
it.
Okay. We're vibing.
We're vibing as this shark pushes forward, attempting to qualify his team. Wait, we're actually in third, so I
No.
think we're fine. Yo, let's go!
Let's go.
Next is Dr. Gurr. He just phased through the map. Damn, that was actually unfortunate. That's some tournament level shit. Yeah, I like doing that. It's fun. I wish my computer had those graphics. Yep, I built this computer, man. I
Ping, you
built
should do
it.
the Mario Kart setup and do a Fall Guys tournament.
Yes, I want to do that. Actually, the only reason I didn't mention anything about that was because I thought you were gonna do one, so I didn't want to do it around the same time or whatever.
I was, and then no one could join. And I was just like, it's not worth it.
Oh, we qualified. It's good because I'm a god. No one could join. Yeah, you gotta do it. You gotta have backup people. On backup.
Yeah,
You gotta have I mean, for Fall Guys, it's a lot of people you need. You know.
That's true. There's a lot. Yeah, we need a lot of people.
You're fine, Doctor. We're still qualified. Do you like Eminem? Actually, yeah, I like Eminem. There was just an Eminem. I'm not afraid, right? Saying,
Take a stand.
everybody, take. Oh, I thought it was take a stand next, but.
I think it was take my hand or take a stand. I don't
Oh
know
yeah,
what it
take my
was.
hand. Take my. Cause
Take-
we'll be bound forever, forever. I don't know. Avoid the boxing gloves on the swirl. Saying, dang, I was the only one cheering for him. Lol. All right, am I taking this shot? Like, it's just sitting there. I don't know.
Take it.
All right, after
Do it
this,
for me, Ping. I gifted you subs.
you did.
Do it for me.
Guys, if you gift enough subs, I will die of alcohol poisoning. So gift those subs away.
There better be a level 5 hype training coming right now.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. Oh my god, I just failed. I deserve that.
I saw
I'm not
that.
gonna stop now. Oh my god.
Oh no, I messed. Oh, okay, I'm good. I used to, bro. I have like so many hours in this game. I'm not bad. Okay, I qualified third last round. I'm definitely gonna do decent now.
Honestly, Fall Guys right now might be more popular than Fortnite. Yeah.
Ooh, maybe.
No build Fortnite is
Ah!
very fun though.
I'm an
I had a
idiot,
very
I'm an
fun time
idiot.
With that.
What's very fun?
No build Fortnite's very fun.
Oh, I agree 100%. I would play Fortnite with streamers, like with you and other people, and with
Yo,
viewers
let's
maybe.
go.
But
Jared and I are always on the Fortnite grind.
let's go. Wait, we might actually disqualify. Did everyone make it? Jimmy,
No,
no.
I'm taking my time. Okay, strategic plays. Watch.
Gamer just made it. Okay, we're third actually. If you can make it, you just have to.
Lines.
I didn't realize I'm such a god at this game.
Okay, we're vibing, guys. We're vibing.
Let's go.
There we go.
Oh, Doctor still has to make. Bro, you got this, Doctor. Let's go. Let's go.
Doctor.
Bro, just think about like nah, you got it. You don't need to think about it. I was gonna say Jump King, but I wasn't sure if that was good. All right, we made third. That's good. First
The
is
real
owning
question
though.
is, why are you playing Jump King on stream?
Bro, I did a 24-hour stream of Jump King.
Did you beat it in that time?
Yeah, that was the thing. If I didn't beat it, I was supposed to gift 100 subs. But watch the video on YouTube. It's
Okay.
oh, that was such a
It's
good.
actually a good idea.
That was such a good stream. Yeah,
That's
go
a
ahead.
great idea for a video, actually.
Yeah. It was too long though, and I didn't edit it. At the time I thought it was great, but it was We in top 4. Let's go. Yeah,
Editing can really make or break a video. I
that's how
think.
Doctor found me through that stream. Like the last 30 minutes or like the last hour of that stream. He helped me
Dude,
out. He
Jimmy-
calmed me down.
Yeah, Doctor.
No,
wow,
don't give
he's
him.
really cracked at Fortnite.
No, don't give him
I
tips,
took him.
Doctor.
Don't give me tips. Just let me fail. Wow.
No, give him tips like in the last few hours. He has to suffer and understand the pain like I did.
Wow.
It makes it more enjoyable. You know, like when you suffer and then the end product is better because you suffered so much.
Honestly, the first half of my life.
Someone put
So, yeah.
PewDiePie. Sorry. Oh, that sucks.
No, it's okay. You know. Oh crap.
Oh, I used to win in this game quite often.
I'm losing so bad. It's kind of insane.
No, it's okay. You're good.
You know what? I am good.
Ah!
Thanks for telling me that.
Ah!
No, I'm not good.
Let's
I'm
go.
Trash. I'm trash.
We should play as a team, but it's so hard to concentrate just on your own. And you asshole. Okay. Well, I don't want to block off my teammates, so I'm gonna go a different way. This
No,
game
I'm
is
in the
bullshit.
bottom. I'm in the bottom.
Bro, being in the bottom is not bad. If you get rid of all of them, they could just fly through. You know, it's not the worst thing.
True.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing. The worst thing is if someone on top has a lot, but even then you could kind of work around it. How many of us are in?
Right.
Oh, one of
damn,
us
I
is
just
out.
died.
Oh, okay.
I just died. You got this. You got this, Ping.
Okay, we got 2 people. Oh, I'm out. I'm out. I didn't make it.
Gamer's definitely dead. Yeah.
Shit. I'm out. I can't make it. Oh. Damn it. We're like top 3 though. Wait, what?
Yeah, we
How are we
tried.
still in it?
Are we still in it?
It said, but just.
No, eliminated.
Oh yeah, that's so weird. Okay.
Oh, GG's everyone. We tried.
Bitch, lasagna.
Bitch, lasagna. What a bop.
Well, guys, pretty pog. Stream Elements is such an asshole. Ugh. I didn't know I was the best one here, bro. Like, I don't mean to brag, but like, come on, guys, come on. All right, should we rotate? Support. Should we rotate, Jimmy?
Probably.
All right, chat. How you guys doing? I don't know the song. Did the song debut on the Hot 100? It must have.
What song? I can't even hear it.
No, bitch lasagna. I think yeah.
Bitch lasagna. Bitch.
Doctor. I don't know how to say this, but you're gonna have to like leave. Actually,
Yeah, doctor.
yeah, because Yesic's coming in. I think. I'm sorry.
You're about to kick me
Doctor.
out. I was like, wow.
You? Why would I kick you out?
True.
I don't know how to kick you. I don't even know how to kick.
I don't know if you can.
Yesic, you're still down to play? This sounds nice. Wait, we have. Okay. We have. Wait. We have Yesic who wanted to play, but I don't know if he's here. So it's between Doctor and Gamer, right? I don't know if anyone else is. If anyone else wants to play, let me know.
We should do a coin flip between.
Yes,
Doctor
that's
and
exactly
Gamer.
what I was gonna do. Unless someone else wants to play. I've been left. Can I play? Yeah, you could play, Nathan. Just add me on this. Green Armor 5.
E?
Social
Sorry, I
distancing.
just saw you.
Coin flip unless you want to give me mod privilege. I don't know about that. Can I play this on mobile? I don't know. No?
You can't now.
Let's see if it's ever gonna come to mobile. Yeah. Oh,
Yo,
apparently.
we should do. Oh, what's up?
I was just gonna say you can play it on mobile by streaming it from your PC or console, but that's like, you need it, so it's kind of, I don't know.
Yeah. I was gonna say you should do a gamba on like a coin flip with chat and give all their points.
Yeah, I do that from time to time.
Yo, how many points does Doctor have? I'm curious.
I don't know, but Nathan had like 120,000 last year, I think, something like that.
Yo, Nathan, how many do you have?
Did we do the Master Ball? We haven't done that in so long. Wait, I'll be right back.
160K. Wow. I will go all in on a bet if Ping does it.
If I do what?
A bet.
All right. Here's the bet.
Goodbye.
I was just. You could join if. All right. Bye, Yesic. Bye. Thanks for popping in, bro. That's private info. Yeah, Doctor spent a lot of points. So has Nathan, but I think Doctor spent more. Okay. Would you kiss SpongeBob? Hell yeah, bro. No! He's underage. Actually, is he? He could drive, so. I don't know, bro. Like, tell me if he's underage or not, and I'll give you an answer.
Let me
All right.
look it up.
That's a weird thing to look up, but yeah.
How old is SpongeBob?
Well, I guess that's not that bad. All right. We have a Master Ball, okay? Hey, Nathan, you sent me the friend request. Nice.
Take a guess how old he is.
Watch me. 25.
There's varying answers.
Oh.
So apparently,
I gotta do Master Ball.
he's 13. However, he is 50 in sponge years.
Yeah, no. That's like the animes where there's an angel who's 200 years old and she looks like she's 5. Like, I don't know about that one. All right, so we got a Master Ball, okay?
Monkey do bad.
Monkey do very
Very
bad.
bad.
So this Master Ball, where's my predictions buttons? Such a noob now. Huh? This is out of date. Delete it. I don't want to delete it. Okay, well, apparently my buttons don't work. Can a mod put it Pikachu or Eevee? I'm going to put Pikachu or Eevee inside of this Master Ball. I want you guys to guess which one I put inside, okay?
Oh, Jesus.
It's a 50-50 guess, but there is some logic behind it. No one has figured out the logic because it's very hard logic to figure out, but if you figure it out, you could win every time. Eevee or Pikachu? Which one do I put in the ball? Okay, I put it in. That's what she said. Would you kiss Tanjiro? No, he's underage.
I don't know if I should do all in.
Do all in, bro. Do all in. If you want.
I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
I'll put 1,000 though.
Ooh, okay. I would kiss Pikachu, yes. So you guys, you wanna bet with channel points. Predict with channel points. If you don't want to, you don't have to, obviously, but I don't trust these like coin flips. I mean, it is like a coin flip, yeah. But, you know, I mean, it's a gamble. If you lose, it's a good lesson to not gamble in real life. If you win, then you go to Vegas, you know, and you call me back when you lose all your money. So it's not
bigger
though.
bets, chat.
Yeah, we want to see bigger
bets, people.
bets.
Come on, Jocker. I know you get the points.
Would I kiss Daki? Maybe. Wait, is Daki from My Hero Academia? See, how many people we got? We got 1,010 against 1,010. Okay. I think Doctor likes to match a lot of the times. So if you guys put a lot, he might match you for a lot of points. So it'll be worth it. Ooh, we got 2K versus 1K. Is this a Pikachu? Oh, it is from Demon Slayer? Oh, I don't remember who Daki.
Someone match.
Pikachu or Eevee? Which one is it? No one's matching. 3, 2, 1. All right, guys. The moment of truth. Okay. Where's the goddamn music? Okay. We gotta put some more intense music. Is it Pikachu? Or is it Eevee? For all the marbles, all the points, to make me hydrate, to make me... you can't really do that much, but how much will it be? What will it be? Eevee? Or Pikachu?
The suspense is killing me.
It's Eevee.
Yes! Let's go!
Let's go. Whoever got Eevee. Apparently Jimmy.
Let's go.
Let's go, bro. Eevee. Whoever put on Pikachu, haha, you shouldn't gamble in real life. That's the lesson there. If you're... Yeah, I thought so. Ooh, so you figured it out? Have you figured out the trick? Oh, yeah, you could...
You should tell us.
Nah, I'm not going to tell you guys. That ruins the whole thing. Wasn't... Who's not here? Oh, Nathan. Nathan, I'll invite you again. You think you found the logic? Maybe, but I don't think so. I think it's Eevee, to be honest. I had to match, though. Aw, that sucks. Just finish your breakfast? Nice. Have no fear, Nico's here. Nice. No Pika. Sorry, Rose. Yo, Darkness, what's up? I did not put it on camera. I literally put it, like, in my penis area. You would not see it. Never mind. Nice butts. How you doing, bro? All right, Nathan, are you joining? Because if you're not joining, then then that just means you're not joining. And
Yo, Ping.
yo,
I don't know if you paid out the
huh?
believers or the Gamba.
Oh, I thought a mod would do it. Ugh, I rely
Ah.
on my mods too much. I used to
Damn.
have buttons for it, but I have to reset up the buttons because I haven't streamed in so long. I'll set it up. Manage prediction. Who won? Pikachu won, right? I got you guys.
No. Eevee.
Pikachu, you guys just won a bunch of points. Wait, Eevee? Nah, this is,
Yeah.
What are these songs? You gripped Eevee like you were about to put it in? Bro, like, I would not do that with Eevee, bro. Eevee is not my type, okay? You slapped your butt? Nice, Rose. Like, why does everyone have Pokemon emotes? You didn't get the invite? I'm gonna invite you again, bro. Yeah, I pressed the invite, though. It says sent.
Yo, Ping, you should get some Pokemon emotes. That'd be kind of sick.
True. I have one. I resent it.
You
I'm gonna lurk and charge my phone. All right. Thanks. See you soon. You got 30 points. Nice. It's not that much. I'm sorry. Sometimes we have crazy stuff. Dinell puts a lot of points in. He's not here. And Doctor, but... And Nathan when he has points. All right. Nathan. Nathan's in. Let's go. Okay, cool. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh,
You heard
hold on 1 second,
Pokemon?
sorry.
Wait, should I not start it?
I didn't press ready yet. 1 second. I'm ready now.
Oh. Oh, I was just reading up. Nathan, ready up. I'll put in more for a real coin flip. Bro, you want to... Wait, why are you doing Pikachu or Eevee again? Oh, cancel that. Did you watch? I didn't watch it yet, Nico. Damn, everyone has Pokemon emotes. That's crazy, gamer. I have one. I should get more for sure. Let me go get a hat. I'll be right back.
Yo, what hat's he gonna get?
I'm back.
Oh, stream is delayed, so I have no idea what you're wearing.
Oh, I didn't wear it yet. I'm putting it on now. I got you, Yesik. I got you. I'm just gonna take the shot. It's a bit more than a shot, but it's good. L'chaim.
Yo, the hat.
Are you drinking, bro?
I wish I was.
Oh, it's fine. I'll drink alone.
I'm drinking H2O right now.
That's good, I guess.
Healthy. Oh, I hate this one thing.
Ah. Okay, I took the shot for you.
Oh, thank you, Ping.
And the subs you gave. Oh.
Wait, you should do one shot per
No.
one sub.
No.
That was like 10, I believe.
No. Bro, it's not. Oh my god. It wasn't working again. The controller, I had to use keyboard. Oh. It's like the nastiest whiskey I've had in a long time. I usually like whiskey. Goddamn
Damn.
Canadians, bro. Is anyone Canadian here?
If you're Canadian, just unfollow.
Unfollow, unsub, on everything.
Oh yeah. I'm just kidding. No
Yeah,
hate to Canada.
all hate to Canada. Nico, I answered you. Not yet. I didn't watch your new AMV yet. I could have placed higher. That was bad.
Yeah, I think we didn't qualify. My bad.
Oh, that tasted. It's not that bad, but it was strong. Why am I racist, Nathan? I mean, why are you telling people? Nice, Cortez. Hey, listen, I was trying to use my controller and it didn't let me. Okay, so You love Toronto, but you don't live there, so it's okay. What do you love about Toronto?
Canada sucks. They're too nice, guys. Try being mean for once, you know?
Yeah, I mean, but like, what is there to do? Unless you love like skiing or like say Hitler, okay, or if you like hockey, but yeah.
I mean, you can go to a hockey game or go to Tim Hortons. I guess.
True. These songs are
Alright,
cool.
I guess it's time to go to the menu now since we didn't qualify.
Wait,
So
we
sad.
didn't?
No.
Wait, are you sure? Oh, is that
I'm-
why
I'm
Cortez said good
positive.
try? Bro, I never
Yeah.
realized, bro. I never realized.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm getting sleepy from the alcohol. Just kidding. I am full energy and ready to stream for another 10 hours. Subathon right now.
Yes.
Yes. I was just joking.
Oh, I was about to get 10 more subs.
I mean, you
Should
could
I
if
not
you
do that?
want. I mean, like, you could if you want.
about-
But like,
How about this, Ping? How about this?
yo,
If you qualify, I'll give
bro,
you
I'm not in the game.
50.
What am I doing? I'm sorry. What?
I'll give you 50 if you qualify next round.
What? Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do solos and qualify.
No.
Wait, what do you mean?
No, I won't throw. I promise I won't throw. I will give you 50 if we all qualify.
You should not give 50. That's a lot of money.
Just wait. Just wait. I will.
Oh, 50 bits?
No.
No, don't do
I mean,
that.
Fuck. You ruined the joke now.
Wait,
God
what?
damn it.
I don't. Oh, was it 50 bits?
Yeah, I was
Bro.
gonna give 50 bits.
I mean, listen, I'll take that. I'm Jewish, bro. I'll take every penny I can, okay? Like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Okay.
You're the only Switch player? That's fine. Yo, let's go! We just got 1 bit from your boy Jimmy. Oh my god! He just doubled it with 2 bits. 3 bits, bro. Like, oh my, I'm gonna just
You know what, I'm
retire.
ready
4 bits? Bro, oh my, 5, guys, I think I have to end stream at this point. Like,
You gotta drown him in bits, chat. Come on.
drown
Gamer,
me
if you're
in
still out
bits.
there, I know you have plenty. Come on.
Nah, it's okay. It's okay. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. We got Kakashi we got Kakashi and Eminem. It's a cool emote. So I could become a mumble rapper, right?
True.
True. Yo, we're in front. Isn't that kind of like messed up?
Oh no.
Ooh.
Give me sub. I literally already gifted you a sub.
You literally have a sub, yeah. He's like, give me sub for the next 10 years of my life. Or you're not my friend. Ooh. Oh, the song sounds so fucking
just failed.
hot. The song sounds sexy. You're good, bro. Believe in yourself like Jesus. I'm going on the wrong side.
Amen. Amen.
Hey, man, how about a woman, bro? It's 2022,
Hey,
bro.
woman.
Like, damn.
My bad. My bad.
1 bit is 96 pesos for me. I don't know if that's a lot, but okay. Don't feel like you have to give bits or anything. It's okay. Gamer, if you give me 500 bits, I'll gift you a sub.
You know what? Ping, I told you I'd gift you 50 if we qualified.
Goodbye. Yo, let's go. See you, Yesik. Thanks for popping in, bro. We just got 50 bits, baby. Every second, every set counts. I have like 160 bucks right now to my name. Well, that's not true. I have investments, but I'm not taking that out until I retire. But I have like $160 disposable income.
Ping has like thousands of dollars in crypto. He just won't tell you.
Nah. But I need to get a part-time job already. So I gotta go look at
sell-
applications tomorrow.
Ping, I told you, just sell those NFTs, okay? Do it. Just do it.
True. Jimmy High Roller, true. Bro, I have a lot of money in investments that I've had since like high school. Should I just like sell that and take a gamble with YouTube and Twitch for the next like year?
No, because I'm not some like stock person. I don't know.
Yeah, I
But
probably
according to
shouldn't.
people I do know, like I hear it's not the best right now.
It's-
So maybe wait.
Well, yeah, but no, I have long-term investments. I'm not gonna take out money and like possibly ever. My goal is to
Okay.
live off of investments, like live off of dividends.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Bro, the music you guys are playing makes me feel like I'm at like a bar or club in Japan or something. It's so weird. And it's not weird music, but it's just it has those. That feeling is weird. Oh, yeah, I'm not doing well this time. I think he's always talking about his NFTs in mod chat. True. Why you gotta tell everyone that though? Okay, I'm actually playing really bad, so you guys are gonna have to carry. What the hell? It's because I took a shot. It's not my fault.
Oh my god, I'm playing so bad. The rhinos got me.
Yeah, the Rhino got me too. I don't even know if we're gonna qualify at this point. Oh my god, we might actually not.
I think
This is
we
the-
might actually.
This is the worst I played.
Oh no, we're definitely not. My bad. It's literally the worst I played too.
It's okay, Nathan, you got this. All right. Nathan's in. Oh, we're seventh. Yeah, we're 7th. Oh no, we're we're 8th. Wait, does that mean we automatically are disqualified? It means we lost, right? Bye. All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
We got 69 squad scores though, so it's good. What is this song? This game hates Mexicans, as it should. I'm just joking. It's a joke. Dumb joke. I apologize. Don't cancel me. The faster you get to the goal, the more points you get. Yeah, I figured. It hits me with 10 balls. Don't you like getting hit by balls, though? Oh, no, that's Nathan. I thought Jessic said that. My bad. I was just joking. Yeah. The stupid Rhino got me.
Yeah, I got me too. Rough.
All right, we're going to play a few more, and then I might call it a night. I
Been a
hope you...
long stream for you.
Nah. I used to stream 8 hours a day.
Ooh.
But... And then I went to, like... I think I averaged, like, 4 or 5. So this is, like, a good amount to stop. But yeah, it is longer than I expected, for sure. Thank you
Everyone
for the
come back
raid.
tomorrow at 8 o'clock to watch Ping, and no problem. You are streaming tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Also, I gotta restart my game because it's literally frozen. So hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
What are you streaming tomorrow, Ping?
Like, you guys send videos and we watch it on stream. Like, reacting and stuff.
Yo.
Yeah.
Okay.
And community get like I want to like I would love to play Fortnite with you and Jared and people. Like that sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
If you guys would be down.
Oh, not a clip. Oh,
we
no.
got an achievement. Nathan shouted you out. Good to shout him out. If you guys haven't checked him out yet, he's pretty cool.
Oh, this clip.
Well, let's. Wait, I don't hear anything. What? There was no volume in like most of that clip.
Yeah, the less context for that clip, the better.
Okay. This song sounds mad good. I've never heard it though. People gonna watch videos I sent before you left? Oh god, I don't know about that. Maybe.
Wait, can you invite me, Ping?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're all good.
I'm drunk. I'm not actually. It feels so different without Jared. Jared is so loud.
Yeah.
Like, not in a bad way, you know, but
I'm pretty loud, but like when it comes later at night, I'm a little bit more chilled, as you can probably tell. At least I don't know. I'm loud sometimes.
yeah. You just sound a little tired, which is fine, obviously.
Yeah, it's funny when you shouted me out once. He's like, "You're like, oh, follow Jimmy." He's like really loud. It's like a whole stick with me.
Yeah. No, but you fixed your mic and you're like, it's good now. But when we play like
That's true.
competitive games, like obviously everyone gets loud. Like I don't think it's a bad thing.
True. Yeah, my mic's like okay now. It's like a new mic.
It sounds like a song I would listen to when I was a kid or something. Yeah, your mic is mad good now.
Thank you, thank you.
I just got a notification from Fidelity. It's like, yo, your new Fidelity government money market shareholder report is now available. I don't even know what half of those words mean.
See, clip in chat. I stopped streaming Mario Kart like full time. I couldn't handle the rage.
Bro, honestly, I don't know how you streamed it for so long. It's
Yeah, now
It's-
variety shit.
it's just crazy.
Yeah, you gotta have variety of content.
Mm-hmm. I'll check out that clip after.
Oh, you don't have to.
I'm excited. I get so excited for streaming, but like, I need a part-time job. Then I'll be even more excited, I think.
Hell yeah. Well, you made some bank today. I gave you a whole 50 bits.
You're right. No, I'm very, very appreciative, and I do thank you a lot. You didn't have to spend so much,
Oh, no
and everyone
problem.
else who
Happy
gave
to
me
see you
money.
back.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, like, oh, what's it called? Oh my god, I love this song from Attack on Titan. But yeah, obviously to go like full time, I would have to be, I don't know. Hey Cortez, I wasn't that far behind you. I'm proud of myself. Play it after this game? Yeah, I'll play it right now. Let's go, Cortez. I was right behind you. I got like 57 points, so I'm pretty good too.
Oh my god, I'm so bad. I'm so garbage. I'm so terrible.
We're about to listen to you rage.
Get out of here,
IRL?
gamer.
Oh, no.
You deserve that. You 100% deserve that. If there was ever karma, it was that.
At the end of this clip,
If
I
you're in that
remember.
bullet bill, I swear to fuck.
You got red shelled twice, 3 times. Oh
Chill.
my god,
Fucking chill, dude.
that's so unlucky.
But I fucking hit. I fuck. How the fuck? Literally, what a bitch. He literally saves the bullet bill for the last second for an extra fuck you as he shoots up. Literally. Sorry,
funny.
I'm not this mean to everyone. Just
Oh, the
some
Mario Kart days. I think a little more calmed after those.
True. Just, you know, it's just okay. Hey, we got second place. Yo, we're killing it. Let's go. If I got a P, what's a P? You got a P? Let's go. I got in. Let's go, Nathan. Yeah, I shouldn't.
Yo, GG's everyone.
I shouldn't drink that much. I used to. My liver was really bad. I think it was my liver. When I was in Japan, like, you have national health insurance, so you go and you get like tested once a year for a bunch of stuff, and everything they rank it by like A to F, and everything was like A, B, A, B, whatever, and then liver was like D. It's like you're gonna just
God.
stop, and then after that I stopped drinking as much.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to slow down on the drinking myself.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to go back to it, but yeah. Your liver needs to study, get those grades up. True. You think to buy a PS4 Pro? Damn, do it if you want, and if you have the money to do it. Check out my latest YouTube video, Noobs Play Golf. Jimmy here was in that video. Wait.
Yo. I was, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
You,
yeah.
Fairy, and Jared.
Yeah, I was just thinking for a second, I'm like, I don't remember editing that, but then I just remembered because I had an editor for that.
Yeah. That was a very fun stream. We gotta do that again now that you're back.
100%. I love this freaking song. It's so it's so orgasmic. Well, it's pretty good. Starry night. I have no idea how I'm traveling so quick. Never mind. I take everything back.
I suck. I'm bad. I suck.
It's okay, bro. You got it. Oh yeah, that's true. Did you see Gamer's video? That was actually so good. Like
Of everyone's, yeah.
yeah, he took a bunch of streamers and where he made them rage. Like that's such a good like idea. Like, if you want to become a streamer and grow and stuff, like obviously try not to get banned off of streamers stuff, but like but that's such a good way of doing it, I think. Because all the streamers that watch it like are going to be like, "Yo, that's awesome." Like this is a tip to anyone who wants to become a streamer from someone who's not even a big streamer, but whatever. Just pretend I am. If you make content like that kisses up to streamers, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of you know, I can't deny content.
Yeah. Like if someone made me fan art before, it's like, damn. Like yeah, I was like, that's nice, you know? Like
Yeah.
good job, squad. I didn't get banned. They love me still. You got banned off of... I was about to say. And I do shout them out. Yeah. My stomach hurts. Excuse me. PP bald fan. I do want to go bald. 100%. I want to do a subathon eventually. I don't know when. Maybe that's the goal for the year next year. Or no, that's kind of a lame goal. I do want to do a subathon though, and I'm definitely gonna go bald for a subathon. No comment. Yeah, I know. We were supposed to have a subathon in late May, but yeah. Or unless you're saying about gamer. If I buy a PlayStation, the first game I will get Black Ops Cold War. Bro, I like Black Ops Cold War, but it has so many. Wait, is this the last round?
I don't know actually.
Oh no, it says top 4 qualify. Oh, it doesn't show. Oh, I should probably change my camera position, because you guys don't know what rank we're in right now. Yeah, Cold War has a lot of issues if you're trying to play with people. Otherwise, it's good. I mean, but Modern Warfare 2 is gonna come out. I would just wait for that if I were you. PP, do you remember bald fan art? Not really, to be honest. If you show it to me, maybe. I remember Mac made fan art for me. I remember someone else made fan art for me that doesn't come around anymore. He was from India. Well, because he liked... Oh! I suck!
I'll make you fan art, pig.
Oh, thank you. I want to do a... I want to make a Reddit pop, you know?
Ooh.
Oh, that was so close, Jimmy.
I know.
That was different. He thinks I didn't learn my lesson, but I said it as me not being in a stream for a month. Now I'm not coming back till December. Gotcha.
Okay,
Oh, you got out. Did you? Oh, we all got out. So we're out. Let's leave. Yeah, I played Cold War a lot. I streamed Cold War. Let me see. I'm kind of curious now. Is Cold War my most streamed game? I love this song.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm just reading that. Yo, gamer, if I thought you learned your lesson, all I'm saying, like, probably wouldn't have happened, but, you know, whatever, dude.
What did I want to do? Oh, yeah, games. So, stream time. Yeah, I streamed Call of Duty for 280 hours. Like, that's my most streamed game, so. Cold War. That was really fun, actually, but... Is the music that loud, guys? Is it actually louder than... You guys can't hear Jimmy and stuff? Let me know about that stuff. I'm more than welcome to, like, lower and increase it and stuff.
Oh, I just said if I thought you learned your lesson, you probably would have been back, but, you know, whatever. You can deal with it later.
Damn. He's pretty chill right now, though. I try to draw you bald and fail. Oh, yeah. Do you have a picture of it, Nathan? Jimmy's just talking well. I could bump his audio up. Cold War prop hunt is lit. Yeah, I finished a 24-hour stream on Cold War prompt punt. I met some cool people that never came back. Oops, I touched the wrong audio control thing. Okay, I increased his volume a bit. Jimmy, whenever you're ready.
Oh, maybe on my
good to
bad. I'm
go.
so tired. I was just watching other people play.
No worries, no worries.
This is probably my last round ping. I'll try to win for you.
We gotta win. Come on, yeah.
We gotta win exactly.
This will probably be the last game. I mean, it's been like 5.5 hours. So. Pretty good.
It is 125. It's a good length stream.
Yeah. You can hear him better
I
now?
can hear
Okay,
him.
cool.
I'm glad Jadep Jamari.
Yeah, just let me know, guys, because I'm more than welcome to play around with audio. Audio is annoying sometimes, so.
Could
If you-
Chad not hear my beautiful voice the whole time? Aw.
No, they thought I was talking to, like, the wall. Oh, when you drew the picture of me. Oh, no, I remember that, Nathan. That didn't look bad. Am I playing the original Modern Warfare 2? Oh, you're playing the... Nice. It's 1:30 a.m. here. Or 1:26 a.m. Jothy Joy?
Jothy Joy.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm so glad you read it in that voice.
I got you, guys. Guys, be honest. Has it been a good stream? Has it been alright? Let's go.
You're a great pig.
Am I? Be honest.
You're always great pig.
Aw. Oh, these hats cover up my bald spot. That's good. Yes, nice. That was delivered perfectly. Listen, I could be a comedian, okay? But instead of making billions of dollars, I decided to become a streamer so I could interact with you guys. So I hope you guys
entertain us. Wow, we're so
Exactly.
lucky.
Yeah, I hope you understand. I'm still thinking if I should keep my sub on Jimmy. Oh, that's your decision. 11:26 in
Gamer, straight up, if I were you, I probably wouldn't. I'm like, what's the point? But you do you. I'm not gonna,
11:26 a.m. in Dhaka. Oh. What'd you eat for breakfast? You said you finished breakfast before, Nico. I want to know if you had... Because you've told me before of the breakfasts you have that are, like, pretty unique. Meaning that we don't really have that type of food in the U.S. Let's go! 52 points, baby!
Let's go.
I think a lot of us passed through that quickly. We're freaking second.
No,
not bad.
honestly, I don't care if anyone's subbed to me or not, I guess the best support just like watching, and I feel like that's the case with all streamers. Rather have a chatter than a subscriber,
Nah, I'd rather have a chatter and a subscriber.
Yeah, that too.
Satanuwu. Woo. I'm assuming you came in the raid because you have or you're a random person. Welcome. I said Satanuwu, but your name's literally Satan. Ooh woo. I can't read.
Oh, I think it might have been for my Gartic stream. What's up? How we doing?
Welcome. You can
I
thank
think
Jimmy.
so.
Yeah, maybe.
If you're not, that's awkward.
Woo! If you're not, that's fine too. Welcome.
Yeah.
We're actually kind of... Yes, Satan. Nathan loves it. We're kind of finishing up now. But yeah, you're here from the raid? Cool. Thanks for sticking
Hell
around.
yeah. Yo, Ping, you gonna stream Gartic again?
Yeah, I want to do... So basically what I want the schedule to be is Friday, Poke MMO. Saturday, like watching videos that you guys send me. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Pokemon Hardcore, Nuzlocke. Thursday, Thursday community games and collab streams. And yeah, but that would be like the main focus. So like today, the main focus was Poke MMO, spent a couple hours on it. But then afterwards, like I'm down to do like kind of whatever, I just want to make it more focused for a good amount of the stream, you know?
I understand that.
Yeah. So that's the plan. Community games will always be a part of this channel because that's the community makes the channel, so it's a must
Oh yeah.
in my eyes. Is there any game glitch in Cold War? Maybe. We must bring down the gods. Nice heart. Nice heart? I don't know what that means, but thank you. I guess I have a decent heart. I've never played in this one. How do you... Oh, you have to hang on the... Ah! I'm an idiot. I pushed someone instead. Oh, so stupid. Oh, the song is so good. Ah! I gotta stop screaming.
Ah.
Whoa.
Oh, let's go. I qualified.
Bro, I am playing so bad. If we don't
Oh,
qualify...
God, you're behind.
I've never played this map, though, so... I have an excuse.
Jeez.
Am I the only
Okay,
one that did...
fall in the hole, fall in the hole.
Alright.
There we go.
6 points. Oh! That might be enough. Yeah, it's not... Oh, we still got Nathan. Nathan, give us some points. Alright. Oh.
We're good, we got it.
We got in? We barely got in.
qualified.
Nice.
Let's go.
Good stuff, guys. Cortez is probably carrying. How you doing, though, Satan? How's I was gonna say how's hell like, but that just sounds like I'm insulting you. Bing bong. Bing bong. No, you. No, I played really bad that round. Me, Dorino, hi. I swear to God, I am so hyped for like going to Japan and streaming there. Like, you guys don't... like, we would... my cousin came to visit me, but he went to Tokyo first, so I met up with him in Tokyo. We went to a random bar, and some Japanese people were trying to practice their English on us. Bro, I started talking to them. They paid for our drinks, for our food. We went to karaoke. They paid for everything. Like... Imagine streaming that. That would just be such awesome vibes.
That would be.
I mean, obviously, if they were okay with... I actually love this map. Okay with, you know, being on stream or whatever.
Alright, there's kind of a strat with this map. You could also just take the cheater route of, like, just, like, skipping to the end. Which is what I do sometimes.
Or it could just be a beast like me and get... I just got 2 golds, you know, so... Ah! Never mind, I'm not a beast.
10 points. Let's go.
Nice. Oh my God, I'm playing so bad. Wait, do we need to qualify by getting points altogether? That's actually sick. That's so cool.
Actually, it's kind of stressful too.
Yeah, it is. I'm playing like shit, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I keep missing the second one. Did they change this game, bro? Like, what the hell?
We need 10 more guys. We got this. We got this. Come on, people.
We need 5 guys. Okay, I'm gonna get gold. No! What? But no one qualified. No one qualified.
Huh?
I was about to qualify us. I was about to go in gold. We had 53 out of 60. Gold gives you 10, right?
That's BS. Wow.
Wait, does gold give you 10?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh my God, I'm so trash. I got 2 golds in the beginning and then it just... It's a glitch? Wait, are we still in? I'm so confused.
We're not still in. It said eliminated. That's
so
crazy.
If everyone's eliminated, what is going to be the next stop?
Well, it was waiting for 4 people to get eliminated. I don't know. I have no clue.
Oh, Cortez said games where your team scores points, it doesn't show correctly who qualified.
Oh, that's right. Wow.
Oh, I've never seen this final hex ring, though. This looks sick. But we're not qualified, so...
That's okay. We'll get him next time, Ping.
We'll get him next time. You know that from Snake?
Yes. Like Metal Gear Solid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm still here. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My parents are asleep in the other room. I don't want to wake them up with my moaning. Oh my God.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah, I'll stop too. Oh, that was your last game, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah! Wait, but we have to win a game, bro.
Oh god, do I come back for one more game?
Yeah, come back for one more
Monkey
game.
do good.
All the
Monkey
people who
do
came
very
with the
good.
raid just left because they woke up and were like, "Why is this guy screaming?" and left. You know that it's true,
They
right?
fell asleep to your stream. Yeah, they're like, let me unfollow Jimmy while I'm at it.
yeah,
Oh my god.
one more game.
All right, I'm coming back in. Have no fear, you boys here.
Exactly. No one leave. Also, we might
No.
raid someone. So
Ooh.
I don't know who's on right now, but let's see. We got some people live actually. Oh, we got a birthday subathon going on.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Yeah, we might raid into Poison Ivy.
If you ever need a good raid target, Oogie Cookie Drawer is a very good streamer.
True.
Can you invite me, by the way?
All right, my bad. I think we'll do Poison Ivy, but let's win a game first.
Easy. It'll be easy.
Easy, baby.
Easy.
You know what's crazy? I got a sponsorship offer right when I stopped streaming. How
Really? Wonder if you can get it now.
Nah, it's too late. Isn't that crazy though?
Oh yeah. I wonder like how many viewers and like followers you need. Like, could I get a sponsorship?
100%.
Okay, maybe I have to look into that.
100%. You have to look at Stream Elements and just check on it periodically.
Okay.
I just see it by chance usually because I just put new alerts or whatever on Stream Elements. I love this song.
Now I'm like pausing to see what song's on.
It's a Japanese song.
Uh
I kind of want to do this new thing, guys, where at the end of each stream... Nah, never mind. That's kind of dumb. I kind of want to get a gauge of, like, how good or enjoyable you guys thought the stream was. Just so I can, like, know what to do better or whatever, you know? But I don't know how I would do that, so... Jimmy, where are you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't ready up. I was like, what's going on? I didn't realize.
You're good, you're good. Oh, Cortez, you're in, right? Do it, just do it. You can do it, thank you. We got this, Nathan. We got this. What's today?
Oh my god.
What?
What was that noise you were making? I can't do that. Oh my god.
Bruh. Are you serious? You can't do it?
Don't show off. I can't do it.
Is it hard to do? Can you guys not do maybe yeah, there you go. You just did it.
Okay, I can do it.
Yeah. It's easy. It's like, maybe mine are just crisp, but you know. Yeah,
Yours
it's
are crisper
easy,
for sure.
Cortez is like, it's
Can't do
easy
it as well.
I could do it. It says you practice 5 minutes, you'll get it.
Yeah, 5 minutes a day. I'll be the best in the world.
Oh yeah, that was terrible. I'm not gonna lie. That was
very bad.
That was pretty bad.
I feel embarrassed now.
Oh my god, playing on some of these maps reminds me like, because I used to do 24 or like 12-hour streams for each new season. So just
really,
playing on this map right now is just reminding me of like how I was so good at it when I first started, and then sometimes I would play on it bad. Like I became such a pro at this map that like that I'm really good. Sorry, someone kind of pushed me. All right. We're not doing too bad. Okay, that's
I'm doing bad. I'm doing very bad actually.
Oh. No one ranked.
Actually doing
I
terrible.
ranked. No one else ranked. All right, we see your boy Jimmy getting hit. You got this. Just wait for it to now. No, jump. Oh, you're good. Sorry. I made it too much.
Reviving.
Oh, you're literally the last one. I mean, you got this. I don't know.
Am I literally the last one?
You are. I just went through like 30
Yep.
people trying to look for you again. I don't know where you are.
I'm not the last one. I'm not. I'm not even close to the last
No,
one.
on our team. We got first
Oh,
place,
okay.
baby! For
Let's
now.
go.
Oh, we're second place. Never mind. You're behind me? Nice, Nathan. Good shit. Anyway. We just patiently await. That's what good players do. You gotta wait because you're so good, you know? I should have been charging my phone this whole time. It is what it is. It is what it is. Ba-da-ba. Oh, this is definitely my last game. So we better win, guys. This is everyone's last game for now. No, Nathan, don't leave yet. We gotta win first. This is from the Natsu no Taizai. 7 Deadly Sins. Great song. Welcome back, Chi. Oh. You're not? You're not what? Why is it lagging? Okay.
We're good. We're good.
We're Gucci. We're
We're
Gucci,
so good.
Gucci. Bro, I used to suck so bad on this map. I just realized I played so many games so bad. And then after doing 24-hour streams, I've gotten so much better at them. And this is like one example. You're multitasking? No, play the game, Nathan. It's the last game.
Let's go. I'm top 10.
Bro, bots are beating everyone. Damn, Jadept Jamari. Sounds like a basketball player. It's top 10. That's Amanda, right?
Yes. Or Jabanda.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Oh! Oh,
Yeah.
I yelled for no reason. Oh, I suck pee-pee hole. What was that? Yes. Linkin Park music. I've somehow lost 8 from the last rest. There's just so many. Don't worry. It's the first day of the month. Don't worry too much. And it's the comeback stream, so you know. Not gonna be not gonna be many people here from now on, you know. I mean, just kidding. I'm an amazing streamer. Oh my god, I don't know how I did that. That was actually so good. I am playing so well right now. All around me. Yes. Yes. One of us already went in. I just went in too. 37 points. Let's go.
Oh, we're good. We're literally so good.
We're so good. Jimmy, good
First
stuff.
place. Let's go.
Nathan, good jump. Good jump. Nathan, jump. It's okay. It's okay. We're doing good in points. You got this, Nathan. I get what I deserve.
jump. Oh my god.
Here's a delayed though, so Nathan, jump.
We'll say it now. Nathan, jump.
I did. Hey, it
Let's
worked. Nathan meet Yeetus. Yeetus meet Nathan. Good job though, Nathan. Good job. I mean, it was 2 points, but we got second, so we're good. Damn, we got second there. That's crazy. Damn, Jokter and Jadeb Jamari are tied. All the J's. That's kind of crazy. And Nathan. And Kalindor. Which I think is a bot. I don't know. If you're not a bot, you don't need to talk. I don't want to scare you away.
Just type in chat. I'm unfollowing.
Got third place. Nice. Jessica. Like snow. We were standing. Your voice was all I heard. Do you know that song? And what
Oh, what are you singing?
I deserve. Give me reason. What is it? What I've
New
done?
Divide.
New Divide. Yeah, from
Yeah,
Transformers.
I know this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I grew up with Transformers.
Right?
I know this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this shit. I watched it drunk back in April. I enjoyed it way more than I should have because it's a bad movie, but God, did I have fun watching it.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. This one is always
That's
easy,
like-
but yeah, go ahead.
That's like something I can never admit as a movie fan. Oh my god, fuck.
Oh! Oh, that was way too loud. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do it louder next time.
That's what she said. Are you loud? Never mind. Might be too personal.
Wait, you just asked if I'm loud?
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty quiet, honestly. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna get TMI.
Me too. I'm quiet too. I feel like it's so. It feels cringe to be loud. I feel like I'm in a porno. I don't want to be loud. It's weird.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I just got kicked.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, damn. I had to kick your butt. Damn.
Yeah. It's on by myself. I can't believe half of us. I can't believe half of us got kicked out. That's not good. Oh no, we're in 5th. We gotta push people out. We gotta push people out or we lose. No, cause we were playing too much. No. Oh my god, bro. Damn it, we lost. Cause only me and Cortez were there in the end. Someone hold me. I read that way too late. I'm sorry. Account created August 2016. Lol. It might not be a bot. I played a lot today. I have a headache. Fair. I'm ready to kick your butt next time. Ooh.
Damn. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm with Cortez though. Jimmy and Nathan. Shh. SMH. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of don't want to raid anyone because I just want to go up and eat. I haven't ate all day. I like to stay in streams of people I raid in. So, unfortunately, we're gonna end there. But thanks for sticking around, guys. Honestly, I couldn't have. I have such an awesome community. I know we're tiny and stuff, but like an awesome streamer friends like Jimmy over here.
Aw, thank you.
Like, yeah, thank you
no, another
guys.
shout out. Oh god. Oh no.
Before we leave, let me just put credits. I do have a credits thing.
Of course, it's the clip you already watched. Okay, great.
All right. Oh, that's the timing of that thing. All right, let me just run the credits here, okay? Even though you guys can't see it. Fuck. Thanks you, K-Bomb, Random, Rose. All right. Thank you everyone for the follows, for the subs, for everything. Thanks for popping in. Even if you didn't follow or sub, you know, if you didn't give bits, like, thank you. Like, it made it so fun for the coming back stream. Like, yeah, I appreciate it, guys. These are the credits. This is the end credit song. Good night, Cookie Enjoyer. Good night, Satan. Good night, Nathan. Good night, Jessica. Good night, Doctor. Good night, Cortez. Good night, everyone. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, Satan. I appreciate it a lot. Thanks everyone for sticking around. Thanks for the lurkers. Thanks for the non-lurkers. Thank you, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow. You guys feel free to send videos, and we'll watch them on stream. You could send them on the Discord, or you could send them live if we don't have that much to go through on the Discord. And yeah, same time every time I stream, 8 p.m. Eastern. And follow Jimmy if you haven't already.
Hey.
Have a great one, guys. Good night. Bye-bye.